welcome everybody. It is almost over. The vote in Georgia has ended, and that means in the next 3 months we're going to know who controls the Senate. So this is exciting. I am your Heavenly Father, Kevin Williams. This is going to be a relaxing night. We're just going to browse. We're going to see what the different channels are saying. I'm going to stay off camera apparently. We're going to see what the different channels are saying about the ejection in Georgia. We probably won't know the results tonight. It's going to be too close to call. My prediction, does anybody have predictions? If you're in the chat room, by the way, congratulations, everyone is first tonight. The election is finally over. We're done. That's it. Wrap it up. Go home, stay at home because we have a pandemic going on right now. We're out of oxygen in Los Angeles, so if there's any oxygen in your immediate surrounding, please put it in a jar, put it in the mail. No, that won't work. UPS. UPS or FedEx are the only things that work right now. Hi, Janice. Please, we can't take more Republican election crap. We have to take the Republican crap. But I don't know that the Republican Party is going to survive much beyond Trump. Hi, Marcy. Hi, Dr. Howard. Hey, Michelle. Hey, Ruth Ann. Big Trump rally tomorrow morning, so we'll cover that as well. Right now, let's just take a look see here on this here. See. I don't have any more words, so.
While we were just talking with Blaine,
let's see if you guys can hear that as well, because I can't hear it in my headphones. I'm hearing it through the microphone, which isn't going to work for anybody. Let's see what.
I do believe we got a little bit more.
Let's go
During
live.
the vote yet statewide.
There's a
this is the Ossoff-Purdue race. You can see the margin right now with a couple thousand votes. Just show
1% in, and Ossoff is up 52%. Well, that's about it, everybody. Thank you for watching. Here are some closing credits for you. Thanks for hanging around. We'll see you tomorrow. You know, we probably should stick around until we get 1% of the Warnock-Purdue race in, and then we can celebrate. Because once the election ends at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock, you usually get the results within a few minutes, and then no other votes are counted. That's the way election works. That's what I learned from Mr. Trump. Let's watch a little bit more, see what he says.
Show you. This is the Warnock-Loeffler race. So if you look at those two, almost exactly the same. Basically, what I can show you here is a little bit of tea leaf reading, but this is more to give you a sense of what we're going to be looking at tonight. Let me start right up here. So this is Murray County. This is North Georgia. This is a core Republican county. And what this looks like, what I think we just got here in Murray County, is the mail vote. So this is as good as it's going to get for Democrats.
Thank God they're not letting females vote again this time. Man, they screwed the pooch the last time around.
And I think interesting about this is, and we're going to do this from county to county as it comes in tonight, what was the mail-in vote in Murray County back in November? Is it any different? Was it more or less for one candidate? Well, in November for Democrats, I don't know if you can see it, was 33. So they've got a bigger share of the mail-in vote in Murray County now than they did back in November.
Let's watch something else until like an hour from now when we come back and it'll be 16 or 17% in. Let's see what the other channels are saying. See if anyone's called it yet. Let's see what's going on CNN.
Significant county with a lot of folks.
Right, and so you heard Nick talk about, number one, turnout today, election day voting higher than it was in a general election. That's extraordinary. That's actually extraordinary. You just see the first results coming in here from Fulton County now, so let me start there. It's the largest county in the state. It's Atlanta and the suburbs to the southwest and up to the north here. John Ossoff.
I don't know. What do you guys think is going to happen? I think it's going to go 1-1. That's what I think is going to happen. That's what I said to begin with. I also said there was a possibility that Trump supporters were just not going to show. And the Democrats would actually win. Because if you look at the numbers, you can look at the numbers any way you want to. You can look at them upside down from the original results. Nobody got to 50%, but Purdue was very close. There were so many entrants in the other race for the special election because Karen Loeffler was only appointed. She wasn't running for re-election. That's why we have two senators running at the same time, by the way. This doesn't happen usually. It's staggered because senators have a 6-year term. If there's questions on that, let me know. But if you look at the numbers last time, it was too close to call. We really wouldn't know what would happen this time if Trump supporters don't show up, because they don't really care. We saw the rally last night. Karen Loeffler spoke for 1 minute and 25 seconds. We don't know. There's no way to tell. And then, of course, right after she spoke, what did the people chant? Fight for Trump. Fight for Trump. Which is interesting that it's phased from stop the vote to fight for Trump. It's all about fighting now. And Trump, if you didn't see it, he just tweeted that his supporters were not going to stand for this election landslide being stolen from them. Which means what exactly? Now they're talking about civil war. I'll show you this. I just put this together a few minutes ago. Let me just run this up the flagpole. You guys can decide what you think. Let's see.
I'm Kevin Williams, and President-elect Trump just tweeted that his supporters will not stand for a landslide election victory to be stolen from them. What does that mean? Well, let's ask some of his supporters.
No, he'll never be my president.
Okay. But you accept that he's going to be inaugurated?
No, I don't.
I mean, how could that change at this point?
Well, it could be a civil war. You never know.
The president-elect offered no explanation on which part of praying for a civil war was law and order.
Civil war. Civil war. His people are hoping that there'll be a civil war so that Biden doesn't get to be president. Civil war. The last time we had a civil war, there were 600,000 American deaths. And this is true. That's more people than lived in the United States at that time. Why? Because of Democrats. Those damn liberal Whigs.
Up at 80%. One of the things we're going to watch throughout the night.
I know. What's going to happen in a civil war? What's going to be a civil war to put Trump in? Is it going to be a civil war for some states to leave? Okay, you guys can leave. I guess Trump will just stay living in Florida? I don't know what the purpose of a civil war at this point would be.
The Ossoff
But that's what they're hoping for. There are people out there. Somebody will die because of this stupidity. Somebody will. Mark my words. Give them like a B+.
race, 80% to 20% if you round. You come down here, 80% about the same, roughly the same. I'm going to watch as this plays out. See, shouldn't be the case, but is one candidate, are the candidates running parallel with each other, or are there any differences? This is the first in Fulton County, so we go back to here, and Nick is in DeKalb County. These results just came in the first again, 435 votes, 270.
Yeah, but this is before the Dominion machines flip any of these votes, so they don't really mean anything.
Gave votes. Just for a little context, first let's come back to the Ossoff-Perdue race, 420 to 290. Just for a little context, go back in time in the primary. We're expecting a lot more votes. This is the presidential race. Biden-Trump there. We can look at the Senate race here.
Yeah.
298-61. So we have a long way to go. But why does it matter? Why does it matter? Well, let's come back to 2021 and remember that the Atlanta area and the suburbs around it not only have to be blue for the Democrats to have a chance, but their margins in these suburbs have to be quite significant. So as you watch the margins now, again, John Ossoff getting 80% in Fulton County.
That's about right.
Let's go back to the presidential race. Joe Biden got 72%. If John Ossoff can be running 80% at the end of the night in Fulton County, the Democrats will be in play. You move over here to Gwinnett County, you see 58%. You come down here to DeKalb, you see 83%, right? This is huge for the Democrats. DeKalb County is absolutely essential to the Democrats. This is the presidential race. This is the Senate race between Perdue and Ossoff back then. And again, David Perdue did a little better than Donald Trump in some of the suburbs, but in this one, he got blown out pretty big there. And so then you come back and what are we seeing early on? Again, 59%. John Ossoff has to do a lot better than that in DeKalb County. If John Ossoff is not up around close to 80% at the end of the night, then he's in trouble. But again, 423 votes to 290 votes. We are just, Wolf, beginning what will be a long chapter. And you're beginning to see, again, a smattering of votes here.
So if both, or if one Republican wins, then the Republicans control the Senate. If both Republicans win, then all of the statewide races in Georgia will have gone to Republicans, except for Trump. Which tells you, Trump, of course, will say, well, it's because of the rigging and because of the cheating. It's like, well, why would they cheat with just you and ignore all? Isn't the Senate important too? I mean, you keep complaining about how much money they're spending in the Senate. It's got to mean something to them. But that'll tell everybody that, Trump, he's just really, really bad. It's not bad. Even in a state where every other Republican won, he lost. That's how stupid they were to nominate Trump in the first place. By the way, if you remember, Trump only got 44% of the Republican Party in the primaries in 2015. He didn't even get to 50% in his own party, even though the majority of the race after Super Tuesday, it was just him, Ted Cruz, and Kasich hung around for a little while. But he should have crested 50% at some point. He did not.
Here and there. Atlanta, the first big population center to come in with a tiny amount of votes, but this will change, especially in the next hour. We were told at the bottom of the hour, into the 8 o'clock hour here in the East Coast, we'll get more and more votes. If you're looking at the map now, you can make no conclusions except for the fact that they are starting to give us votes. And again, what I do on a night like this is you just pop around.
I am going to make a conclusion. I'm going to make the call right now. Later on tonight, I will want nachos. Mark it down.
You see 1,100 votes. The only thing you would think of is to go back and look, right? So there's
German's right. If he goes to sleep right now with the Democrats ahead in the morning, if the Republicans are ahead because they counted the vote, that is a definition of fraud.
Purdue at 70% now. How did he do in November? That's President Trump at 73%. David Perdue at 73%. In the early moments as we go through this, you're just looking for percentages. Does anything seem very different? Is turnout up or down? But when you have only a couple thousand votes and only 120,000, 130,000 when you count them up statewide, it's early.
Let's see what Rachel has to say.
Days in November. With these tens of thousands of votes that we just saw come in around Fulton County and Gwinnett and the other places we just saw them come.
Bad news, the exit polls that I've been seeing is the young vote is significantly diminished. Now, keep in mind, this is only the people who voted on election day. So you're going to see more Trump voters than Biden voters. I should say more Republicans than Democrats. But with the young, it's hard to say without knowing exact stats of what percentage of young people voted for Trump on the day of. Now that we have 3 different ways of voting in Georgia, we really don't know anything until the votes are counted. Last time, it was fairly easy to predict by the end of it. By day 2, I had said Biden will overtake Trump in the 99th percentile. And that's exactly what happened. But it was several days of people yelling at me saying, no, Biden can't possibly. But you just look at the math. At this point, there's no math that indicates anything. If young people still skew democratically, even on the day of, then the fact that the percentage in the polls or the exit polls has dropped from 20% of the electorate to 13% of the electorate, that's very bad news for the Democrats because they need to go up with young people. Up with people in general. You meet them wherever you go. Up with people. They're the best kind of folks that I know.
Coming in, does that
if more people were for people,
indicate that they might be counting faster tonight than they did in November?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, so you're looking right here. Look at this. You're looking at 95,000 votes in Gwinnett, which again looks like a mail-in vote in Gwinnett. We got a batch, the first big batch.
Hold on, Chris Wilson's here, everybody. Let's stop talking. Shh. We weren't talking about you, Chris. We were talking about a completely different Chris Wilson.
Batch of mail-in votes we got at Gwinnett County back in November. We got 80,000 at 10:58 p.m. So in the 7 o'clock hour, we're getting their
numbers. Just all these numbers, right? My brain is just not having it. About 10 minutes ago, my brain just I was like, at 80,000 at 10 p.m. at 10:24 in the afternoon, we got to go to bed.
Mail-in vote. We had to basically get it at 11 o'clock last time. And again, for Fulton County, they did probably about an hour.
I'm just listening. I'm like a dog right now. I'm just listening for my name or treat.
Hour in on election night, they did half of their mail-in vote. So earlier than that, they are doing, I would say we just saw 90% of the mail-in vote for Fulton County. So, talking to these election officials this week, they were saying they'd learned some things, they'd streamline the process. Fulton and Gwinnett certainly look that way in this first hour.
Excellent, Steve. As the vote really starts to come in, really from all over the state of Georgia, we'll be going back to Steve.
Yeah, they were saying they're pretty good at counting the mail-in ballots. They've got that down. Here's the thing though, every county has different rules as to when they can count and when they can report. So it's just a freaking mess.
Very frequently. Right now, we're going to our friend Nicole Wallace. Over to you.
We're so close, but we feel so far apart tonight, Rachel. I want to bring into our conversation now our esteemed colleague Lawrence O'Donnell, as well as former Senator Claire McCaskill. Lawrence, along with being the anchor with all the gravitas around here, was once a Senate staffer. Claire, you obviously served in that body, and I want to ask you about something David Jelly said during my hours today. He said that the stakes of tonight's races in Georgia are no smaller than the future of the country.
No, it's so dumb. Everything is the future of the country. If we don't win, we don't have a country to... I want my country back! Who said it could be your country? What's going on here? Something's going on at Fox. It has nothing to do with the election.
In St. George, I began to face some of my own lifestyle health issues, and he recommended at the time, just trust me, get on a triple dose, and I've been taking it.
It's an ad. They're running an ad. Okay. I was like, that looks like some kind of eye surgery. That looks cool.
Remember Joe Biden had a big lead in Ohio? Remember Joe Biden had a big lead in Texas?
Yes.
Because those states reported early ballots first.
Yes.
Mail-in ballots first. Absentee ballots first. And Joe Biden opened a big lead. And then they counted the election day vote, and it went away.
Oh, that's not enough for Warnock. Warnock has lost. Loeffler wins. Sorry, guys.
In Georgia.
Yeah, that's those numbers right there tell me with 8% in, including what we know are coming from Gwinnett and DeKalb, that he's got to be way higher than 60% at this point. Way higher. So it looks like all of the attack ads against Raphael leading up to, and then the questions about domestic violence were enough to suppress the vote. And that's 8% of the vote reporting. So Republicans will control the Senate, and Democrats will have the House and the presidency.
President Trump opened up a big lead, and then they counted the mail-in ballots later, and the Democrats came back. So it happens in different ways in different states. Tonight, we're seeing these early votes. I just gave you a couple of examples. In the race right now, this is the Warnock-Loeffler race, but it's the same in the Ossoff-Purdue race. Down here, in the southern part of the state, Reverend Warnock's ahead with 67% of the vote. Well, let's go back to 2020. This is the presidential race. This is a Republican county. Right? As they count the day of votes, the expectation is this will be red. Let's keep an eye on it. It's a small county. It's 20th of the 159. Actually, it's in the upper half, way in the upper half there. We'll keep an eye on that there. But then you come back to this here again, you come over here, and you come south of Augusta, Burke County. You see Ossoff with 74% of the vote here. Just to go back to 2020 and to the Senate race there, this was carried by David Perdue. So what we're seeing right now is not necessarily contextual, Wolf, because it's all early vote.
We're waiting for a lot more votes. They're about to come in. Much more of our special coverage right after this.
It's a commercial. I'm trying to find a funny tweet from, was it Michael Black? I think it was Michael Black. Hold on. I'm gonna find it. Yeah, I think it was Michael Black. Guys, how do you spell Michael? M-I-C-H-A-E-L or E-A-L? A-E-L? No, that doesn't look right. Mike. No, that works worse. A-E-L. Let's see. Nothing comes up. Guys, how do you spell Michael? Come on, people. M-I-C-K-E-Y. No. A-E-L. It's A-E-L. A-E-L. Michael Black. Michael Ian Black, that's what he's under. And media, here we go. Oh, he tweets all the time. This is going to be hard.
These days?
They got a commercial as well. Oh, here, let's watch local news in LA here. All our hospitals are full.
We've had patients a patient that I had in the last month was younger. He was in his 40s, and the conversation that, I put him on the phone to have an opportunity to talk with his wife. That was the last conversation that they ever had. He deteriorated, required a ventilator, and subsequently passed away from COVID. And these things are having an impact on all of us.
All right, Dr. Pennington, we appreciate your time here this afternoon. Thanks for the insight.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. I'm Carolyn Johnson in the newsroom, and new today at 5, COVID vaccine delays. Why is it taking so long for frontline medical workers to get their first dose when protection is needed now more than ever? Also, the wild ride caught on video after a pet store worker chased a pair of dog nappers. It's all coming up new on the NBC4 News at 5.
Mr. Mayor,
Can you believe this? Mr. Mayor. Ted Danson has another show. Here we go. Let's go to Fox, see what's going on there.
These 4 candidates on 2 different tickets, so we'll watch that. Okay, here's the map. Now we're at 10% in the state of Georgia. Let's go ahead and poke around here. Why don't we start with the big one, right? This is Fulton County, population ranked number 1 out of 159 counties. 10% of the entire state population lives here. You got 22% of the vote right now in. Ossoff running at 80%. Let's see what Warnock's doing. Warnock's at 81%. Let's go back now to 2020, 2 months ago. This is really a comparison you cannot make because there were close to 20 candidates on that ballot. Neither one of them got close to 50% during the runoff, or the election, rather, from 60 days ago. Here's Ossoff and Purdue yet again in Fulton County. Let me pop around here to Gwinnett. We'll just see on the map. This is live data. You're seeing it for the first time that we're seeing it here. So we'll share this together. You're northeast of Atlanta right now. Ossoff running well, about 30% of the vote ticking in right now. A lot of folks live there. You're 4 out of 159 in Gwinnett. We talked about how it's turning more and more blue. And that happened in 2020, 2 months ago. Let's come up here to the northern part of the state. This is Whitfield County. This is Dalton, Georgia, where the president held his rally last night. You're just about 1.5 points in, so this is really early. Just raw votes right now for the northern part of the state. So we'll see how that moves through the night. We've been watching this. This is Chattooga County. Why do you watch this? Because this is one of the biggest pickups and biggest gains for David Perdue if you look at the vote turnout for him in November, and we'll see how this moves throughout the night. Very strong county for.
That's a Twitter thing I want to hear.
With voters in this household. Let's zoom over here to the seafood district.
Yeah, the guy trying to imitate that last funny one, but it's not the one.
For Purdue. Come on down here to Savannah. This is Chatham County. We don't expect this to stand this way, and you only have about 700 votes tallied up here, so we'll see how that moves through the night. Let me just come out here for a moment, guys, and just see if we can, well, we can. This is Macon right here. This is Bibb County, not reporting anything just yet, but I'm really interested in counties like this. Is Houston County, no information yet. These are one of the counties where Republicans said we can do better there, and we will do better, and we look forward to the turnout tonight. Back up here in the Atlanta area now, you start to see it fill in a little bit. This is Cherokee County. It's another one of these counties where Republicans said we're going to get votes out there, and we're going to drive up numbers there as well. Too early to.
They said they're going to get boats out there? They're doing boat parades again? You know what they should do? They should do a boat parade in Washington, D.C., right up to the White House.
Really tell a difference here, but Purdue 3-1 so far in the vote there in Cherokee. So we're starting to see the map fill in. How does all this, how does it all compare to November?
I'm not really sure why all the other stats. I know why the stats are there. I don't know why all the other states are there. See what I just did a Freudian slip without the E. What was that about? Do I actually see that word? But I do. I see the word states when I say the word states. So that was weird. It's a weird silent E mistake to make. It's not even a silent E. I made it a silent E.
We just hit our button here when.
Do you guys ever do that? Do you ever shorten words and it's another word verbally? That was just weird. It's not something I've noticed myself doing before.
We'll go back to the results with Purdue and Ossoff, and you see the way the map filled in. Look for this tonight. This is a blue target here in the Atlanta area, 9 counties critical to the Democratic Party. We expect it to be very strong for Ossoff and very strong for Warnock throughout the night. But the rest of the state really is something that's going to have to fill in with a mosaic that we cannot really say at the moment as to whether or not one side has an advantage over the other. Come on back to current day now. We got a ways to go right here. This is rural, this is South Georgia, and there's not a ton of data that's coming in. For Republicans, the trend has been this. They have driving up numbers in the rural areas and following Donald Trump the way he has done in so many states throughout the country. But it's those metropolitan areas, the urban areas like Atlanta and Savannah and Macon, Georgia, where Democrats will do well tonight. How well? We could be in for a long night here in Georgia.
Bill, the voter analysis.
Yeah, more important because nothing's going on. Check out this baseball here. I don't remember where I got it, but it says official league. You guys can see that, right? And then, so that's an official league baseball. But, let's see if you guys can see it. Hold on, there we go. Just like that. Not for league play. It's an official league baseball, but not for league play. So don't. What? It's good for catching. It's for recreational use only. I don't know what. Baseball's a recreational sport. It's a pastime.
That we've been looking at has essentially some numbers that suggest that they do not see
Nazis? Oh my God, are they involved again? Oh, it's the South. Okay, that makes sense.
any boycott of the election from Republicans. You know, there's this storyline, the fear that because people were upset about November 3rd, that they wouldn't come out for this runoff. We're just not seeing that in the voter analysis numbers, nor in the anecdotal turnout numbers.
What I think it's interesting about that, if you listen to the reporters who are up in, well, they were up here in Whitfield County last night.
A lot of the reporters are saying everyone's voting. There's none of this, like, I'm not, because I didn't know. That's why I said at the beginning, no, everyone's going to show up, even if there might be a few in Trump's diehard base that are just like, screw this. But the bottom line is people, once you give them the power to vote, once people vote, going to keep voting. That's how it works.
And they're
especially when all they see, blanket wall-to-wall in their bubble, is how important the election is. And right now, this is a chance for one state to decide the politics of the country. Not forever. We're still going to have a country. Nothing's going to go away. It's not going to be open borders. There's still windows.
We're at the president's rally, and they talked to dozens and dozens of people who were in line to see the president turn out, and all of them said that they were going to vote.
The fair thing might happen, Lizzie. It might be Ossoff might win, Warnock will lose, but then that means a loss for the Democrats, essentially.
Very few of them said that they were going to register a protest.
Yes, you should have a slice of peach pie, Chris Wilson. Why is that even a question?
Protest and sit this one out. So I think your point is very well taken. They were stung by the vote in early November, but it doesn't appear to be keeping them away now.
Yeah. Also, I'm getting some indication from Republican poll watchers that they're seeing the turnout in these heavily Democrat areas reaching the November levels. And one of the assumptions has been all along that the numbers would be a bit lower. That tends to be historically what happens in a runoff race, but those numbers seem to be very strong. So Republicans will be looking at those rural counties as they come in to do far better than they have done, than they did even in November. And we've seen some indications of that early on. So all of that is to say that it looks like it's shaping up to be a very, very tight race.
I would just point out these areas. We got them marked on the map for a reason. It's Atlanta, it's Macon, it's Savannah, it's Columbus, Georgia over here to a less degree. But to your point, Martha, that's the area where Democrats are.
All right, Bill, thank you. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi will preside over any House debate tomorrow that considers objections to the presidential election outcome. And we've heard there will be some. More than 100 Republican House members plan to challenge the results and are calling on Pelosi to allow debate.
At the same time, the House Speaker is allowing a House committee to conduct a review of an Iowa race where the Republican won by 6 votes and was sworn in on Sunday. Fox News contributor and former South Carolina Representative Trey Gowdy joins us to discuss this. Trey, great to see you tonight. Thanks for
Tintin's here.
For being here. It's very interesting to watch Nancy Pelosi's treatment of this Republican race,
Oh, hold on here. This is a gathering in Washington. Huh, what the hell are we watching this for? Give me a second here, kids. I will pull up something far more interesting than what's going on right now. Hey, 76 people are watching right now. Hi, everybody. This is, we'll still call this the live stream. This is coverage of the election night. This is what we do. We chat truth to power. If you want to get out on the chat room over there, just chat whatever platform you're using. The best place to chat typically is YouTube. It's the fastest reaction time. But if you want to swear up a storm and not get censored when getting into the aggregate window there, go to Twitch. Lizzie, how do they find us on Twitch? What are we called on Twitch? Real Kevinly Father? So I think we're real Kevinly Father on Twitch. Lizzie's going to tell us in the chat room over there, and then you can go to Twitch if you want to swear, because nobody can censor you on Twitch. It's a cool thing about Twitch. Let me pull up Right Side Broadcasting and see if they're doing rally stuff in Washington. Stop the Steal Coalition, pro rally.
Take it.
Yeah. Hey, Waldo's there. Check it out. Kevinly Father Stream is where you go. Twitch.tv/Kevinly Father Stream.
I'm gonna tell every race-baiting liberal who's trying to take
every race-baiting gibberish.
Take our freedom. Give me.
He's Waldo. Doe.
Liberty. I get. God bless you.
What happened?
Take our freedom. Give.
Dirk and Gerbs.
Need liberty. I get.
God
bless you.
This is great. This is way better than Kornacki. I can't believe I just said that. I never thought I'd say that as long as I lived. Oh, fat guy, another fat guy.
The next group we're going to bring up,
yeah.
They've got a new song out called Roger Stone Did Nothing Wrong, I believe.
Wow.
Are you coming up? All right. I don't want to lie to you. I don't normally do that. I'm going to bring up my good friend. He's a huge reason that this is happening in Washington, D.C.
I don't... How did he get his head transplanted on someone else's body? That's my question. And whose hands are those?
Ollie Alexander!
Man, I want to be able to hug and stuff again.
Stop the steal! Stop the steal!
Just looking at this guy, he's the kind of guy that you look at and you're like, I'm gonna not try and talk to him a whole bunch because just something wrong going on right there. Someone says Sammy Davis Jr. Racist much?
You know who says Sammy Davis Jr.? The President of the United States. He was actually friends with Sammy Davis Jr. He calls me Sammy every time he sees me. And you know the other old geezer who says that?
Like
my
Sammy
friend
Davis.
Roger Stone. But we're not here to tap dance. We're here to tap out the deep state, aren't we? It's got to be pretty surreal to be Roger.
I don't know how we can hear that other lady. Is she mic'd as well?
Stone right now.
No, he does look like him. A little bit. He's got a big gap in his teeth up front, though. Sammy didn't have that.
He advised his friend to run for president, and Trump...
He's not the candy man. Maybe he's like the biscuit man.
Won twice. He came up first with the phrase, stop the steal.
What is going on with the camera?
2016, when the Republican National Committee and the establishment went after Donald Trump, and he won. And here he was on the eve of his presidential pardon, and this movement was created, again after his namesake. Thank you, Roger Stone.
No, this guy's boring. Hold on. Let's go find something else.
This is the only president in my lifetime that's willing to stand up to these demons, and I'm going to stand up and I'm going to fight with them. Are you with us?
I don't know what demon she's talking about. I kind of want to know.
Systems to show that they could be hacked. Have you seen that?
Wait, who is she? She's somebody. We've seen her.
Okay, this is the same.
It's the most atomic concept of our tradition. The first thing is to you hold a free, fair, transparent election to find out what it is we consent to. Authoritarian systems, so that's the other bucket, they don't really care about our consent, so they hold phony elections. If we let this go down, we are crossing that line, and we will never recover. I know what's coming for us. In the early 80s, I lived in China, communist China, when they first opened up. I love the Chinese. I love Chinese history. But I know their mentality very well of the CCP. I know what's coming for us. If we let this go down as it is, you won't get another chance to change it. Your children won't get another chance to change it. Their children won't get another chance.
It'll be fine.
So,
they were saying this, well, I don't know what happened there. The Tea Party was saying the exact same nonsense back in 2000 and, when did they come around? 2012? They were there for 2012. It's about 2010 when the Tea Party came about. Somebody look that up. Is this? No, that's not Melissa Carone. Hold on. I was hoping it was. Let's see what she has to say. Oh, here's somebody.
Anymore.
Uh-huh.
And that you stand with him. He's probably in the White House tonight later on. You need to let him know how much we love him. It is time for the American voice to ring true. You see, the founding fathers, at all peril and at their risk of death, signed the Declaration of Independence because
I just remember the Tea Party getting real upset about Obamacare. So, but they were around for 2008 as well. So the Tea Party was around before, but they didn't really come into prominence until it was all Obama-Hitler nonsense.
they knew freedom.
Hey, shout out to Tracy Brown if you're here. Tracy Brown, new patron. Thanks to everybody who donated yesterday. There were quite a few people that did that I didn't see in the chat room. Chris from the UK, if you're watching, thank you very much for the compliment. I appreciate it. We do this for you. And when I say we, it's myself and my tapeworm. And that's part of my New Year's resolution, to lose weight. It's going fantastically.
Freedom of religion, freedom to speak, freedom to worship, freedom to do what you want to do and live your everyday life without government telling you what to do.
Right. I want to burn down public buildings.
Are you willing to rise up and lay it all down the line for this country?
Yeah.
I know I am.
Yeah.
We serve a mighty, powerful God.
Who?
And I'm going to tell you this.
Is it Sammy Davis
He
Jr.?
wants everybody to know it's by his might, by his hand, that President Donald J. Trump will serve 4 more years.
So this almighty with the mighty hand, he couldn't have done anything about the Dominion machines? Is that what you're saying?
More years.
It's the worst chant. 4 more years. Do not speed up. Keep the pace. 4 more years. Not yet. 4 more.
Patriots rising. The USA is back. We are going to go across this nation. We are going to lock arms with other organizations and patriots just like yourself.
Yeah.
And we are going to go to every state capital.
Oh, yeah. And do what?
And we are going to crush the head of the snake.
See, that's the kind of language that can be misinterpreted. And wait. You're going to go to every state capital, all 50 state capitals, and you're going to crush the head of the snake in 50 places. I'm not sure you got the right metaphor going on there, honey. It's like a 50-headed hydra? It's the exact opposite of the point she's trying to make.
But we can't do it alone. We need all of you.
You need 49 other idiots.
To stay active, stay engaged, and stay involved.
Yeah.
We cannot be silent. We cannot go to sleep again.
What?
They're going to keep...
I haven't slept in 4.5 years, so we're good.
Keep coming after us. They have an agenda. They have a globalist agenda. America can't...
Marcy, do you know why you have no snakes in Hawaii? I know this.
Be bought. We have bled, and we have shed blood and tears. Every single immigrant wants to come to this nation because it is the greatest nation on earth.
It is not because of mongoose. It's because of one mongoose. Do you know why?
We have forgotten that as Americans. We have.
I should say I should limit it to Kauai. Yes, in Hawaii you actually had mongoose, but in Hawaii you had mongoose, but on Kauai it was just one mongoose.
Become complacent. Well, we're not going to be complacent anymore, are we?
I guess not.
We are going to take back America. We love you guys.
We are going to
Women
point.
fighting for America.
We're going to point.
Thank you, Cindy.
Over there.
Thank you for 80% Coalition.
We're going to point
and
this
Women
way.
for Trump and
We
every
are
other
going to
organization
point
here willing to
and
stand.
point
God
and
bless you
point.
guys. God bless the United
We're gonna point
States of
at you.
America. And
we're gonna
God
point at
bless
you.
Donald J. Trump.
Point the point. Point the point. Point the. Too fast. Slow it down.
You know, they didn't think we were going to come tonight, right? Look at this. It's cold. It's raining.
Nobody ever thinks he's going to come at night.
There's tens of thousands of patriots in the street. Are you guys getting cold? Are you going anywhere? No, I didn't think so. I'm going to bring up a near and dear friend of mine.
Yeah.
She is a firecracker and a leader in our movement. She fights all over the country for our cause. Folks, Mindy Robinson.
Mindy Robinson.
Whew, it is cold and wet. You guys are troopers for this. So, as you know, I talk politics for a living, so naturally people asked me.
Something about Mindy Robinson, but I forget what it is.
What I thought was going to happen in the November election. Mm-hmm. And I believe my exact words were, the Democrats have gone off a cliff. Trump has proven himself successful. He's going to landslide, and there isn't any amount of cheating that they could win.
And I said that Joe Biden was going to get just below 310 electoral votes and would win by 4%. Guess who was right? Thank you.
I was a little wrong on that second part.
And I was right, so shut the fuck up and listen to me next time.
We're supposed to just believe that Biden won Nevada, even though more Trump supporters showed up to his own rally than his own.
Yes, because guess what? Rallies do not count for the vote.
We're supposed to just believe
Yes.
Biden won Arizona,
Right.
even though zero people.
You don't have to believe it. It's a fact. And the numbers have been shown. And it has been transparent. So, no, you don't have to believe it.
Showed up to his rally, minus one very confused news reporter and cameraman. We're supposed to just believe it's normal to stop counting in the middle of an election during all the swing states, but then not actually
During all the swing states? That doesn't even make sense. She talks politics for a living?
stop counting while ballots of Biden votes fall from the sky and inject themselves magically into the count. We're supposed to just
Is she talking sexy?
believe that it's normal for votes to go negative from one candidate and add to another on live TV several times.
Yeah, human error.
They must think we're stupid.
Yes, we do. First correct thing she said all night.
We know they cheated. And the fact that we get censored every time.
I don't know who this lady is, Mindy Robinson, but if you're watching this at some point, or if somebody who knows Mindy Robinson sends it to her, Mindy, have me on whatever show it is you want to do, because I would love to have a discussion.
About voter fraud with videos,
Yeah.
sworn testimony.
That's what I should do. I should start asking these right-wing nuts to come on my show and then do a show. And why is my forehead glistening? Apropos of nothing.
Mathematical impossibilities.
Nope, none of it mathematically impossible because it happened.
Things that the average person would
I
look
don't know.
at and be
Hold
like,
on.
yeah, there's fraud. Apparently there was fraud in every election except this one, and I don't believe it. I don't think anyone believes it.
Oh, wait. Oh, I do. I talked to her on Twitter. Yeah. She tried to run in Nevada. Hold on. She's an American actress and reality TV show personality. I didn't know she was on a reality TV show. But she just says ridiculous thing. And I'll say actually it's this way. And then she insults me. One of the things was I was saying that Trump bragged about shutting down the economy. And then she wrote back and said, no, he's bragged about shutting down the travel from China, and you're an idiot, whatever. And I was like, well, I'm just going to take like 6 examples of Trump saying that he shut down the economy and saved millions of lives. It's a bragging point for him, but we had to do it. Anyway, okay, so I do know who she is. That's why she's familiar to me. So yeah, Mindy might actually be watching this. Mindy, if you have some kind of show, I'll come on your show.
If you think you're going to find recourse within these states with these judges and politicians that are the ones that enacted the voter fraud, I'm telling you, it's not going to happen. They are not going to investigate themselves. They are not going to indict themselves. They've created the most powerful election process.
I'm looking at her Wikipedia page here. She's done a lot of movies where she plays a co-ed or a zombie stoner. A lot of, live nude girls. I'm trying to see these are like those movies that go right to DVD. Something called Fork You, something called Casting Couch. I don't know if these are soft porn. I don't think that they are. But I think I actually started following her in the first place because she listed herself as an actress. And I was like, oh, somebody in the industry I'll follow. It's a good idea. She played Nurse Lola in something called Nasty Piece of Work. Let's just look up Nasty Piece of Work and see what that is. 2016, Nasty Piece of... She does a lot of work. If all of these happened in... inside the here we go. A Nasty Piece of Work 2016 IMDb. Photos, cast. I'm not seeing her listed on the cast. Let's go down. Mindy Robinson, here she is. She played Nurse Lola. So let's go to Mindy Robinson. Oh, she's got a demo reel too. Let's take a look at Mindy here. This is IMDb.
Thomas Jefferson said that when a government can no longer serve its people, that it is the duty of its citizens to rise and revolt.
I bet he didn't say that. I bet Thomas Jefferson did not say that. But this makes sense. If she's in this movie, that makes perfect sense. Typically, you don't start off the demo reel without you, because the whole point is the demo reel features you. You want to start off with you right away. But so she's probably in here somewhere.
Yes,
is this just a trailer for the movie?
Another video circulating the whole...
This might just be a trailer for the movie. Hold on. Okay, this is just a trailer for Checkpoint. So that's not her demo reel. Oh, these are all just trailers. So these are the movies that she was in. Here's Club Lingerie. That might be her.
This summer, Jared Masters brings us a dark new screwball murder mystery comedy with the classic whodunit formula. Is this Beautiful Man the killer? Or is it the mad preacher who's knocking off?
I didn't think... Oh, that might be Mindy in the background there. I don't know.
Hired help. Nightclub owner Renee's doomed new eye candies. Starring cult film Goddess Bouvier, the quintessence of opulence and refinement. Jacqueline Guzman also stars with the award-winning actress Donnelly Heising as Shelby Gator.
I thought that might be her, but it's not. It's an award-winning Donna Lee Eisman.
And Richie Lillard as her luscious lover, Legs Benedict. Don't come alone to Club
I think that was a guy.
Lingerie, where pretty models are dropping dead. Introducing Dr. Grundles as Dr. Grundles.
I was giving it the benefit of the doubt. But now that I see Dr. Grundles is playing Dr. Grundles, What really upsets me is I auditioned for that shit and I nailed it. I read for Dr.
Featuring Richie Jacobs, Nicole Shipley, Mindy Robinson.
Hey, that's Mindy Robinson. There you go. Okay, so she was featured. Let's go back. We'll see.
Rundle Dead. Featuring Richie Jacobs, Andy Dick as the Magnificent Shipley,
Oh my
Mindy
God.
Robinson.
Andy's in it. I saw Andy Dick at IKEA in Burbank. I hope he's okay.
And Lejean, with Andy Dick as the Magnificent Pageant Show presenter. Plus, sex symbol Damiano Arcangeli, the White Stallion of cinema.
Is that a thing? The White Stallion of cinema?
Coming soon from Frolic Pictures.
Frolic Pictures.
Remember the name Club Lingerie, the weirdest, wildest, funniest, freakiest movie ever made.
Okay, toodaloo. Bye-bye now.
Yeah, it's a guy.
Legend tells of an ancient.
Okay. Hey, we're doing election coverage tonight, guys. Welcome to election coverage. Let's go back to Mindy's page here. We're just where Mindy Robinson is talking in Washington, so we thought, oh, Road Hard. Is she in Road Hard? Because Road Hard was awesome. Hold on. This is Road Hard with Adam Carolla. You know what? I'm lying. Road Hard, I haven't seen yet. It's an Adam Carolla flick that he made by fundraising on GoFundMe, etc. Road Hard, I haven't seen, but his first movie about a boxer is actually quite good. Hold on. I'll find out what that is. Adam Carolla boxing movie. The Adam Carolla, The Hammer, 2007. It's actually a pretty good film, regardless of what you feel about Adam Carolla, who I've seen do stand-up live. And he got a little bit testy with the audience, but he's quite talented. Nobody's faster with an analogy than Adam Carolla. He's really got quite a mind. If you have a chance to see The Hammer, I'll see if I can tell you where you can see it. It's on Vudu. It's on Rotten Tomatoes. It doesn't. I don't know. Here we go. Here's here's Road Hard. Let's see if she's in Road Hard.
In TV. Now you're going back to your roots.
Yeah, well, I started off as a stand-up, and I wanted to get back on the road with the fans.
Hey! Bro Show! What you been up to, man? Just chilling?
That's where the electricity is. All we really are...
I'm going to get tagged on music here, so let's just jump
show
ahead.
pick was
Okay.
pilot off the road. No, who?
They said
I'm guy. Jelly.
I would watch this. I would watch. So somebody keep note of this. Let's watch Road Hard at some point.
Months.
Maybe we'll do that on Friday for a movie of the week.
But the whole service pellet.
Oh, I didn't see Mindy in there anyway. So wait, was she in it? I don't even know. But I saw this at I don't know if she's in this trailer, but let's see. Let's go to Road Hard. And oh, it's in her video gallery, so apparently she's in Road Hard. So we'll have to watch that. We'll watch for Mindy. Anyway, where were we? There was something about an election going on. Let's hold on Mindy right now and let's go see what's going on with the election. Okay, we'll go live.
Can win by 6 votes in Iowa. She's calling that person a
Stronger in the suburbs per se, but the Loeffler appointment was made with that particular reason in mind. The governor knew what was happening in the suburbs across America.
Yeah, Loeffler's going to take this.
Knew that Democrats were trying to register new voters, were succeeding in registering new voters in Georgia. She was picked for a reason. So one of the things we'll watch, and again, it's early, so it could change, is does Senator Perdue, yes, he has more experience on the ballot, but we know in November he performed better than President Trump in the suburbs. Does he outperform her, even though she was picked for that very reason? Just something we'll watch as the night goes on.
We certainly will. David Chalian, what almost 30% of the vote is in, getting close to a third of the vote in, and you have a good sense of how much of this vote that has already been counted is the early vote as opposed to the vote today.
The vast majority of it is pre-election vote, Wolf. Take a look here.
Yeah,
you see
not
Raphael
enough.
Warnock, 648,000 votes. Kelly Loeffler, 583,000 votes. As you noted, 29% of the vote is in right now. That's our estimate. 29% of the vote is in. Of that vote that's in, 93% of it is pre-election vote. It's the early in-person, absentee by mail vote. And we know that Democrats participated in this runoff more so that way than did Republicans. That's their advantage category, the early vote. We think that is going to come down as a share of the overall vote to 72%. We think at the end of the day, 72% of the overall vote will have been early vote. Well, when that happens and more election day vote comes in, that is likely to favor, in this contest, Kelly Loeffler. You see the similar thing happening in the other race between Ossoff and Perdue. 29% of the vote is in. That's where we are currently. Ossoff, 650,000 votes. David Perdue, 600,000 votes. Of that vote, now it's 92% is pre-election vote. The big likely Democratic category, in-person, early voting, absentee voting by mail. That is going to come down 20 percentage points to 72%. We think, that's our estimate, that 72% of the electorate will have voted early. So that number comes down as the election day voters get counted.
There, HB, I just adjusted my my key light for you. Is that better? You're right, because I had it turned up earlier because I was taping something else. So yeah, that's probably no. Let me give me some tan. There we go. Oh, no, that's not good for the green screen. There, that's the balance right there.
And we know that Republicans have indicated they are far more inclined to participate in person on Election Day. So as those
it looks like the Republicans are going to win both of these. At least Loeffler, possibly Perdue, and then it's going to be a Republican Senate, which sucks because that's going to hold up everything. And if we do have another Supreme Court vacancy, they're going to hold that up for 3 years now.
Own everything with us, and we can't let it slide. We can't let it happen. If we let this happen, it is the end of our country. We set a precedence of voter fraud spiraling down that we will never.
We set a precedence? Isn't it precedent? Is it precedence? Why does it sound weird? Is it just her pronunciation of it? Or pronunciation, as you Americans say?
Get out of. And when you're dealing with cheaters, there's really no fair way to fight.
It could change. I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. This could be a new precedence where I'm wrong about an election. Maybe the Democrats win. I don't think those numbers are anywhere near what they need in order to win.
Fight them. We tried. You know, court cases get thrown out. They won't even look at it. We know they cheated.
They looked at it. Okay, we know they cheated. The evidence hasn't been seen, but we know. See, that argument right there just doesn't make any sense to me.
The only way to save this country at this point is something revolutionary.
Yeah, Kornacki. What does Kornacki know? What's his area of expertise? Let's go watch the Kornak. Maybe he'll convince me otherwise. Not the CNN. A key race alert. What do we got?
Come in
on Election Day to go wait in line and show up, given what's going on, especially in Georgia right now, which is having an awful situation.
Everybody likes Kornacki better than me.
As far as hospitalizations, cases, and deaths.
Right. There's both the 2020 factor in that, plus the here and now.
That's the race alert? Too early to call? Oh, shut up. Suck me in. Let's go back to sucking in.
25% in Fulton County. Let's check in on the Democratic race. Ossoff 74.3, Perdue 25.7. Compare this to the November election. They are still north of that Biden number. This was a winning number for Joe Biden. He got 72.6% of the vote out of Fulton County. John Ossoff is right now more than 1.5 points better than that. And Raphael Warnock.
Yeah, we still have 17% of the vote to come in there, though. So, nope.
Is outperforming. We're saying there's a slight difference here. Warnock's doing slightly better statewide. Warnock's doing slightly better than John Ossoff is in Fulton County. Again, 75, 74.3. What is left to come in Fulton County? How much are these numbers going to change? My expectation is you still have some same-day vote here likely that will come in Fulton County. That could potentially favor the Republicans. However, according to election officials, when I talked to them this morning in Fulton County, they said that they
weren't going to count any of the same-day votes.
Had I believe there are probably about 20,000, 15 to 20,000 mail-in ballots as well. We saw the bulk of the mail vote come in early. It's not all of the mail vote. And they said that they potentially would be getting more of the mail-in vote released after 11 p.m. tonight. And if they couldn't get it all done after 11 p.m. tonight, it might be about 8 in the morning tomorrow, the last of it. But there's potentially 15 to 20,000 mail-in votes as well. So the mail-in vote is heavily, I mean, this is a Democratic county, but it's the most Democratic vote that you're going to get, the mail-in vote. So I think you got a mix of really friendly Democratic votes left and some more Republican-friendly, relatively speaking, votes left. In other words, if Democrats are at 83% right now in Fulton County, and the name of the game for them in Fulton County is to beat the Biden number, there's a chance they're going to beat the Biden number in Fulton County. And that's doubly impressive if they're able to do that, because we say Biden got 72.6% of the vote in Fulton County back in November. What did Jon Ossoff get in Fulton County back in November? Jon Ossoff got under 70% of the vote. He got 69.7% of the vote in Fulton County back in November. So Ossoff right now has not only brought himself up to the Biden level, he's running north of the Biden level, and Warnock in the other Senate race is running north of the Ossoff level right now. Let's see, I don't know the exact mix, the exact composition of the vote to come, but I think given what I know about the mail-in votes that are still to come and how Democratic those mail-in votes are going to be, there's the potential here for Democrats to beat that number in the biggest county in the state.
Steve, it's Joy. I have a quick question for you. So I'm texting furious.
Hold on, Leslie Jones just tweeted about Steve, and she does nothing better.
But when you walk, man, look at all that damn red. That's scaring the shit out of me, Steve. But when you write on the board, that comforts me. Wait a minute, how did you figure that out so quick, Steve, in your head like that, Steve? So much red up there. Lord have mercy, Jesus.
To that degree. This is the part of the state where Republicans, you could basically draw a line
right
here, from there north.
Oh, Lord have mercy. So is that where the Trump impersonator was at? Because you see how close Atlanta, damn, that's real close to Atlanta, man. We should get one of those little spots. Steve, right on the board one more time. Man.
Okay, that's Leslie Jones. I wanted to find her old video. We'll find the old video, and then we'll show that to you, because it makes me laugh nonstop. Let's watch a little more Mindy while I find that.
Revolutionary.
Oh. What? What happened? What happened to the Right Side Broadcasting? The video was private. Okay, so the last time that happened, it's, I suspect it was right after one of the, it was that chiropractor from San Diego, who I never heard back from the state on, funnily enough. I just thought about that right now. That was threatening to shoot vaccine givers with his Glock right in the head, right in the forehead, he said. And now the video is private. Interesting. Let's just see if that's just for me. For me, let's see if that video is private across. No, they've taken their video private. So something happened on Right Side Broadcasting, or the video was taken down after complaints or threats of violence were made at the rally. Something happened. Let's go back to Right Side Broadcasting and see if they've come up with another video. An error occurred. Okay, well, hold on. And it could just be YouTube. I don't know. Right Side Broadcasting. Let's see where they are. This is the Right Side Broadcasting Network. And that's the vote count. These are all scheduled videos. Those are upcoming live streams. That's yesterday. This is Dalton. It's gone, as far as I can see. If anybody can see it, let me know, but I'm just getting a private listing on that. So I don't know what happened. Let's see. These are Radio by Maximus, Rotten Cotton. They all hate Senator Cotton now, who's been a majorly right-wing Trump supporter. He doesn't think that we should try and overthrow the election, and now they hate him. That's all it takes. You turn your back around for a half second, and Trump will stick that knife in there. So I'm not seeing anything else by Right Side Broadcasting. Huh. Hold on. See if anybody else. What's the other one? NTN, I think. NTN Network. Nope, that's not it. Let's see if upload date last hour. That's the news with Shepard Smith. I'm not seeing that. Anybody know? Nobody's in the chat room saying anything. Trump, NTN. NTN 24, is that it? No. There's another network that does this stuff that we watched before, and I can find it, but let's go back to, it's not Newsmax, but yeah, let's check out Newsmax, see what's going on over there at the Newsmax. And I don't think I can watch OAN anymore because Cloud TV was only free until the end of the year. Let's see, watch, home, that's right, but now how do I watch? There it is.
Morning, along with President Trump.
Oh, this is Mo Brooks. We caught it just at the right time.
Probably in the noonish time frame. And then later on, we're going to challenge the votes of a number of states in the Electoral College. Now, we have dozens of Republican congressmen who have done their homework and concluded that at a national level, there's been massive voter fraud and election theft. And as a consequence, we have dozens who are going to be co-sponsoring these objections in the states of Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The problem is that it seems that the senators are about a month behind in doing the homework that we have done on the House side, and so they're not fully up to speed on how bad the election theft problems were in November. And the consequence of that is, at least as of this moment, we only have 3 senators versus our dozens and dozens of congressmen who are willing to co-sponsor
That's
these
enough.
objections.
There's no such thing as co-sponsoring an objection. You just need 1 congressperson and 1 senator. All this co-sponsoring is nonsense. They're fine. They've got a senator. All they need is Josh Hawley. They got a senator. They got a congressman, Mo Brooks. That's all it takes.
To state electoral college vote submissions. Right now, it appears that we're limited to Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania.
35% in, and Ossoff's up 56 to 44.
And that is depriving Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada.
You know what we have to find out before we can make a definitive call, even though I've already made the call, it's over, folks. But we have to find out what percentage total of the ballots are going to be mailed, and then we can make an accurate mathematical prediction. But my prediction was that the early voting, if they're in at 92%, the 2 Democrats have to be way above where they are. That being said, if enough of the ballots came in that haven't been released yet, in other words, if there's 70% of the votes are ballots, there's still a chance.
Citizens of a lawful count of the votes cast by eligible American citizens.
Congressman, I appreciate you coming on and sharing this. A huge day for you tomorrow, and so many others. We appreciate you coming
Ask him about the structure
on and talking about that. I'm sure we'll see you again very soon. Best of luck, Congressman Brooks.
I already called it.
Brooks, thank you. Meanwhile, thousands of people turned out for President Trump's rally in Georgia last night. Did we see the same energy at the polls today? That's the big question. Former Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell joins us live next. Stick around.
Is Bob McDonnell out of prison? He's the guy who took a Lamborghini in trade and a bunch of watches and was just, how do these people go through all of that corruption and then now they're on Newsmax? Well, I guess that's how you end up on Newsmax. Let's go back and see what's going on with real fake news. I'm trying to go live here and it's not letting me. Go ahead. Nah. Okay, forget it. Let's do this. Go back to the CNN.
All right, we got another key race alert. Welcome back. 41% of the estimated vote is in. They're doing an impressive job counting the early ballots and the today ballots in Georgia. Right now, the Democrats have impressive leads right now. Take a look at this. Raphael Warnock has a lead of more than 207,000 votes over the Republican Kelly Loeffler. He has almost 1 million votes, 993,000 votes. She has 785,000 votes, 55.8% to 44.2%. Remember, 41% of the vote is now in the other contest. The Democrat, John Ossoff, he has a lead of more than 215,000. Now it's 204,000 votes. He has more than 1 million votes right now. He has more than 1,001,000 votes. David Perdue has 796,000 votes. 42% of the vote is now in, 55.7% to 44.3%. The Democrats have impressive leads right now. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall. Still plenty of votes out there, but the Democrats, they're doing well so far.
You'd always rather be leading than losing, but you do have to add the caveat. Much of this, we're starting to get to the point where we are seeing some today vote, but much of this is still early voting where we know is disproportionately favors the Democrats. But if you're the Democrats, you're looking at the map. Are we doing what we need to do where we need to do it, right? In other words, are we running up the vote following the Joe Biden path to victory? The Democrat hadn't won for president statewide in Georgia since back in 1992. Democrats statewide have had a miserable time in Georgia in recent years. You had 2 Republican senators. So are you doing what you need to do? Well, here's one way to look at it. Number one, let's just look at the metrics. Up to 43% of the estimated vote, 55% for Raphael Warnock, the Democrat leading there by about 183,507, excuse me. John Ossoff's lead, a little bit bigger.
YouTube took down the right side feed for reasons. It's still happening? What does that mean, Marcy? Explain.
192,000, 55% to 45% if you round up Senator Perdue. So if you're the Democrats and you're looking at this, again, we have a long way to go in the vote count. We're not at the halfway point just yet. But you're trying to ask yourself, are we winning where we need to win? So let's highlight the counties Joe Biden won. There are 159 counties in Georgia.
Dav?
Joe Biden won about 30 of them. So you're going to see a lot of red on this map tonight. That's the way rural America works. It votes Republican. But you see right now, very early votes here in Chatham County. The only one of the Biden-run counties that you see any red in.
Marcy, how do you know that they violated content rules?
Is Chatham County. I just looked at it. It's about 1,000 votes. If you flip to this race, it's blue, the Warnock race.
Just flip.
Yeah, I'll look more closely at it. And it flipped in the Warnock race. Let's go back and see. It's still red in this race. We're expecting votes there in a while, so I'm not even sure. That could be an anomaly. But if you look at the counties that Biden won, we'll use this race to look at it. You see the gray? That means we have no votes yet. We have no votes yet, right? And we just have, let's look at Chatham County here.
You know, on that point,
1,100 votes.
We got Martin Savage, who's on the ground for us in Savannah, Chatham County right now. So what's going on as far as the vote count is concerned? Because very few votes have been counted so far.
Right. Tom Mahoney, he is the chairman of the Chatham County Board of Elections, just talking to him.
Oh, yeah. Right Side Broadcasting has a network or a Twitter account. Duh. Good job, Marcy. Way to investigate. Marcy P.I. over there in Hawaii.
They are hoping, he said momentarily, although I was looking in the tabulation room and I didn't see a lot of action there, but he believes that within, say, an hour, they'll start posting the first numbers. Now, he expects that to be a fairly significant number. Maybe not the entire early vote, but certainly a significant number. So you would be talking around 68,000 to maybe 72,000 early votes. We're talking about absentee ballots that arrived before today, and then also those in-person early votes. In fact, it will be the in-person early vote numbers that will come out the very first, and then followed by that will be the absentee ballots that arrived again before today. And then after those numbers come out, maybe later, maybe around midnight or so, we should start to see the total numbers or close to total numbers of what were in-person voting on actual election day. That's the breakdown he's talking about. Now, I said, are you going to count all night? He said they will count all night unless when it gets around midnight, they suddenly get an influx of votes and they realize that, hey, we will not finish overnight. So they would stop then and continue again sometime in the morning hours. But it is their hope, and they believe they still can get this all done tonight. Just remembering, of course, there are other ballots, the overseas ballots that we've talked about, provisional ballots. They would
this
still have
normally would be open and would be a real hotspot during any conservative gathering.
But at the last one, when they took a BLM banner and set it on fire, they did it in this intersection. And basically, DC leftists threatened to try to get the place's liquor license taken away from them. So Harry's ultimately closed the hotel and the bar for the 5th, which is today, and then the 6th tomorrow. So Harry's is empty right now because of that Antifa action. Seeing a couple of people walking, groups of people walking in this direction. But
You said they're shut down. I'm sorry to Bogart you just
yeah,
said
no worries. Yeah, so this was shut down because basically people were saying, if they didn't shut down, they'd try to report them for violations of rules to get their liquor license revoked. And so they won. Harry's threw in the towel. It's closed. But normally this would be the conservative hangout spot for Washington, D.C.
It's incredible. It's just all shut down on this day of all days.
And tomorrow.
And tomorrow.
The
Wow. Okay, well that's an interesting move. We'll see
how people feel about that.
Oh, there he is.
Well, I don't think much is going on here. I think it might make sense to pass back through Freedom Plaza and head toward the White House, and if there's nothing to see, then there's nothing to see.
You are the Sherpa.
Yeah.
This is your hood. Sherp us, please. Do not shirk us on the sherping.
You got it. To my live stream audience, well, use it yourself if you want.
Where everybody at?
We have all these bureaucrats and all of these.
Maybe I'll run for office and make your life living.
I did too much in 3 months not to, but it won't be for the
Republican Congress that are going to vote to decertify.
So the air's a little cleaner, and the people that are here are a little more real. And there's been some filtering going on.
Oh, sorry about
and
that.
Patriots, this is kind of a cool thing if you stop to realize what
Thank you. I was basically talking to myself.
happened in our history.
I'm not muted anymore.
Sometimes you have to look into the eyes of hell to recognize heaven. And that's where we are right now.
Who is this?
And I want you to stop and enjoy it because you know why? Because times like these can be a little bit disturbing. On my way here,
This is their Twitter feed that we're watching now. So they're off of YouTube. It looks like their Twitter feed.
I found out we had some death threats today. Had to hire some security. I wasn't very happy about this. This involved my children, and that's really super uncool. And anybody that do that is pretty freaking evil.
It's not Kellyanne Conway.
Uncool. But you know what? Things like that don't discourage me. They tell me, you know what, that we are going in the right direction. And about less than a year ago, I had a guy approach me and say, I want to bring you on to our company here at America's Voice, and I want you to be our senior anchor. And I said, another one of these media companies. I don't know. I've done this. I've ridden that horse before. I'm not sure I want to do that. And he said, no. This is the technology we have. This is my vision for the future, and this is the role I want you to play.
Okay.
So not only did he make me senior anchor,
Who is
he
it?
made me president of programming.
What?
And first thing I did was bring in amazing people like John Solomon, Just the News. And then I
John Solomon was debunked completely in the impeachment hearings, by the way.
brought in people like Pastor Darrell
It's just, anyway, let's not even get into John Solomon.
Scott. You know him as a true loyalist to Donald Trump. And then
What I'm doing right now is I'm recording this channel because I hope that I can catch whatever it is that YouTube took him off the air for.
I brought in people like David Brody
Yeah.
and others, and we keep on doing it.
If somebody gets an update on the election or whatever, feel free to post, and I'll try and keep an eye on both.
We're going to keep on doing it. I renamed us real America's voice, because just like this movement, the MAGA movement, has been cleansed and filtered until we become something really pure and real, so has media. And folks, you've built...
Now that she's calling herself real America's voice, I'm like, that's serious. They really must be something.
that, and that's a really cool thing. And so as senior anchor and as president of programming for Real America's Voice, I stand here before you
Never heard of them.
today to commit to you that we will delineate our opinions from the news.
No, you won't.
We will tell you the truth.
No,
in the
you
best
won't.
Way we can. Doesn't mean
No,
we'll never be wrong,
you
'cause
won't.
We're human and sometimes we're wrong. But you know what? We're willing to admit that too. And that's all because you have demonstrated to the entire world that there is a demand for people that are just out there doing their best, trying to tell a story, trying to do real investigations like John Solomon did on the fake Russia news that we knew was fake from the very beginning. And just like Real America's Voice will continue to do as we move forward. So I invite you all, if you haven't already become a part of us, to become a part of us, because we stand together today. There are 3 moments in American history that your great-great-grandchildren are going to talk about. One will be the Revolutionary War. One will be the Civil War.
Here's their site. Right away, they're asking me to take a poll on whether or not the American government should make vaccines mandatory for the entire population. Well, I want to take that poll. And let's see, the vaccine should be mandatory for everyone. Cast my vote. Let's see what happens. And the vaccine should be mandatory for everyone. Holy crap! It is winning. The red is the vaccine should be mandatory for everyone. Their poll got hacked. Wow. Everybody can go to americasvoice.news, because all websites that are reliable end with news. You can take that poll too. Let's go back and see what else she was talking about. Hold on. Let me get rid of that. There we go.
And I really believe this, Patriots. One will be this week. And here you stand. And as for me, and as for my network, Real America's Voice, we will be reporting the truth right alongside you every single day. And I feel blessed to do it. We have the best moment we've ever had in history because we know who our friends are. We know who our enemies are. We know what the truth is. We know who our president is. And we know who our God is. And we know how willing we are and how far we're willing to go to fight to keep it this way. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Who's next?
Hey, everybody. I'm Barbara Flynn, Redgate. I'm General Flynn's sister.
Oh, that's right. Wait, doesn't she have... Wasn't it Mary Flynn who sang for us?
This is my brother, Joe. And we're here because of you guys. We've survived.
We got to hear what
4
General
years,
Flynn says.
24/7, and we are...
I'm embarrassed. Fresh air of liberty.
We are not going to concede anything. I got my great brother, who we love, my brother General Mike here, who stood up, who was the first one to stand up and face down this corruption. And God bless you guys.
And plead guilty?
We love you, and here he is. Talk to you.
Woo! 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 That's what you want to do. As a speaker, the first thing you want to do is hush the audience.
Hey, hey. Shh. I want
Good so
everybody
far.
to take a big, fresh, deep breath.
Dump. Oh, breath.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah.
The entire country needs to take a deep breath. Take a deep breath with me, because you're breathing the fresh air of liberty.
Are we?
Do not take for granted in this country the fresh air of liberty that we breathe. Never take for granted what you have. Never take for granted the sacrifice of millions of men and women that are our forefathers, our foremothers that stood before us in the line of fire elsewhere around the world for other countries, for other people, and for ourselves. Never take for granted for who we are as an American people. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed still standing here today that the United States of America can't get its presidential election right.
We did that already. It happened almost a month ago.
We should, as Americans, not accept this.
Burien says, my mom is on the phone with me wanting news on the Georgia election. My sister has been visiting with her, and though we were raised in the same house, my sister's political ideals couldn't be, I'm guessing, more different.
We should not accept this.
Further than mine.
We've had, and I can go through state by state. In some of these states, we have more dead voters than are buried on the battlefields of Gettysburg, or the battlefield of Vicksburg, or the battlefields of Normandy. Americans who died for this country, who died for our right for a free, fair, and transparent vote. We did not have a free, fair, and transparent vote on the 3rd of November. And the entire world knows, everybody in this country knows who won the election on the 3rd. Who?
Okay, I'll show you this. This will make you guys happy. So right now, the New York Times live forecast has Warnock with a win probability of 64%. And it has Perdue with a win probability of Ossoff with a win probability of 58%. So that's going to make everybody happy. So you can tell your mom that, Burien.
Who won the election on the 3rd? Donald Trump. You see these people up in their windows all over here. This place we call Washington, D.C. They have...
The vote in is now 51%. And those probabilities are the same.
Forgotten. Washington, D.C. has forgotten what it means to be an American patriot. They have forgotten who they work for. They work for we, the people. So when you think about your loved ones, you think about your mothers, your fathers, your grandfathers, your grandmothers, your aunts, uncles, all of those people that went before us. All of those people that fought for our country, all of the men and women that are standing in freedom space tonight around the world, willing to die, willing to sacrifice their very lives for the fresh air of liberty that we breathe. This is so important, people. We have got to get this right. And like I have told the President of the United States, this is not about him. This is about the presidency. This is about our Constitution. This is about our country.
It's about Trump.
We, like my great sister Barbara just said, we fought, my family, we fought for truth. The difficulties that we have had, the only way that I was able to survive is because of you, because of the American people standing up and running to me instead of running away from me. So thank you, America. Thank you, all the digital soldiers out there, all of you. Thank you. Amazing. One of the great things about being an American is our culture. In our DNA, we feel freedom. We bleed freedom. And we will sacrifice for freedom. It is not something that can be taken for granted. We in this country, we're awake. As that young lady that was just out here talking a little bit ago, where she was talking about our various revolutions, the various things that our country has experienced over our history. We cannot ever take anything that has gone before us for granted. This country is awake. Tomorrow, trust me, the American people that are standing on the soil that we are standing on tonight, and they're going to be standing on this soil tomorrow. This is soil that we have fought over, fought for, and we will fight for in the future. The members of Congress, the members of the House of Representatives, the members of the United States Senate, those of you who are feeling weak tonight, those of you that don't have the moral fiber in your body, get some tonight, because tomorrow we the people are going to be here, and we want you to know that we will not stand for a lie. We will not stand for a lie. One of the things that I've learned is I've learned about fighting for the truth. And the one thing that I do know is that the truth will come out. And the truth is known. We know the truth right now. We know what it is. We know exactly what happened. All of us know what happened. Members of Congress know what happened. And so where we stand tonight, we stand on a crucible moment in United States history. And like I said at the beginning, in order for us to breathe the fresh air of liberty, we know, because we the people, we are the ones that decided. We are the ones that will decide. Our path forward, America's future forward, it may not be a Republican Party. It may not be a Democratic Party. It will be the People's Party. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Who's next? Who's the wacko that gets him cut off?
Ball in behind them. Got it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys. See you guys. Appreciate you all coming by. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Amazing to have General Flynn here, right? It's just going to keep going, folks, because patriots are in town and patriots are not giving up. Patriots are fighting. And when I think of patriots, I think about those who have been persecuted for supporting the President of the United States. The deep state came for this man. They tried to destroy his life, and you know my story. They've done the same to me. This man is a fighter. He has fought back. He is countersuing, and he's been there every step of the way. They illegally spied on him. I'm going to bring him up right now. He's a friend of mine, George Papadopoulos.
My mic was off, but I said there's 220,000 people watching this right now. Here's George Papa.
This is what it's all about.
Is it? That saddens me.
Without you, I'm nobody. Without you and your support, my wife and I would have never been able to get through this enormous fight, this upheaval, this disaster that...
I don't want to make you guys sad, but this is where it happens. Now at 54%, Warnock has gone from 1.2% probability to +1. So he's fallen. Ossoff has gone less than 0.5. He was up above 0.6 at 49%. So can they hold on? Especially considering that the day of results are not in yet.
The deep state tried to put my family in isolation.
Now, the probability needles by the New York Times, they're taking that into account. They've been wrong before.
They wanted us to...
Yes, stop the count.
To lie about the president, to undo his administration. I'm not a traitor. I wasn't going to lie. I took it like a man and I fought back.
I've never heard him talk before, but he's a weirdo.
There was a war hero that was just on this stage right here, General Flynn. Let's give him one more round of applause. The general went through hell and back just like I did and others. This entire country felt what we all went through. I see it as a collective effort. All of your prayers, your blessings, your words of support, it means the world to me. That's exactly why I wanted to come here and tell you right now. So thank you for that. We can't forget, though, what Ulysses S. Grant said. There are but two parties right now, traitors and patriots. And both are exposing themselves right now. I love this country. I live and breathe for the foundation of what this country is all about in the Constitution. And in this country right now, we have 2/3 of the Republican Congress that are going to vote to decertify this fraudulent election. 13 senators and counting will also vote to decertify this fraudulent election.
Well, it won't be enough. Not even close.
We should not forget their names and their bravery, but we cannot forget the traitors who decided that they're going to vote against it.
It's all about attacking their own.
The president is right. He calls it the Surrender Caucus. And make sure you primary these guys in 2 years, will you?
That'll work.
This is the grassroots. Candidates from this group right here. This is the group that we need to primary those traitors out there. Get the Patriot Party going. Get the People's Party motivated and going, because that's what this is about. I want to do one thing really fast here, because
yeah,
if
this
it
is
wasn't for my
Papadopoulos.
beautiful wife, none of you would have ever even heard of my name or even understood what we went through and how we fought back. So I just want to bring my wife up here for 1 second, if you don't mind. Simona, please come up here.
No, we would have known his name because he was indicted.
I wanted to say a couple words here. My legal immigrant wife from Italy, not Russia.
Isn't he the sweetest guy ever? I'm the likest girl in the world. And I appreciate a lot Donald Trump pardoning him and, you know, just making us feel better about all the unjust mess he put him through. They told him in honeypot, well, I had a very nice target. Well, thank you all for your support. And, you know, here we have a new star.
So weird, because she sounds kind of Slovenian.
So with that, guys, God bless you all. God bless America. Fight for it. Stay vigilant. Don't you ever let them take this country from you. They will not stop. Fight back. God bless America. Thank you.
No, she's Italian.
Are we going to fight like a Flynn tomorrow?
I hope not. I
Are
hope
we going to
not.
fight like our president?
Yeah.
I'd like to bring up another gentleman who I'm just now getting to know, but he has been blowing the whistle in our movement. He's getting very loud. You obviously know him. He used to be the CEO of Overstock. They have tried to silence him. Let's bring up Patrick Byrne.
Crazy man walking. Is this where furniture comes from, by the way? Hey, we haven't had any furniture in here today. They call the trolls furniture, is what the people in the chat room do.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. I have the easiest job of all. I'm in the background. I'm another ticked off Irishman like that other guy, Flynn, you saw. Boy.
What?
You know what they say about what Irish Alzheimer's is? That's when you forget everything but your grudges. Listen, I did a doctorate in philosophy, so you don't have to. Let me tell you what it all comes down to. There's two kinds of government. There's the government that derives. It's just.
Guys, 53% in, and they both gained. Warnock now up to 1.3. Ossoff now up to 0.8. Huge jump. They must have just had a big dump of ballots in the middle of the night.
The world where people think just government derives its power from the consent of the governed. And that's what we are, that we're the principals, they're the agents. Just like when you hire a real estate agent, he's your agent. You're the principal, he's the agent. You hire him. When you are, if you're a football player and you hire a sports agent, you're the principal, he's the agent. In our world, we are the principals and they're our agents. There's a different kind of government called authoritarianism. Has lots of different flavors. You're tall. Has lots of different flavors, but authoritarianism.
I could hear him.
The most basic thing that distinguishes us is that we believe that just government derives from our consent. How do we know what our consent is? We hold elections that are free, fair, and transparent. It's the most atomic concept of our tradition. The first thing is you hold a free, fair, transparent election to find out what it is we consent to. Authoritarian systems, so that's the other bucket, They don't really care about our consent, so they hold phony elections. If we let this go down, we are crossing that line, and we will never recover. I know what's coming for us. In the early 80s, I lived in China, communist China, when they first opened up. I love the Chinese. I love Chinese history. But I know their mentality very well of the CCP. I know what's coming for us. If we let this go down as it is, you won't get another chance to change it. Your children won't get another chance to change it. Their children won't get another chance. So under no circumstances can we, they have eroded many of our freedoms over recent decades. They've eroded religious liberty. They've eroded freedom of speech. If you ever hear anyone say hate speech isn't free speech, they've eroded freedom of assembly in many ways, or at least to assemble and not be threatened. All kinds of our freedoms have gotten eroded, and we accepted it, maybe more than we should have. But the one thing that we can never, ever accept is to put up with a rigged election. That's the first thing. So I want to thank you, proud patriots. I'm proud to be here among you. I want to tell you, we have a lot of hope for tomorrow. There's a lot of ways this can go. And I want to tell you, you may have heard about a fairly raucous meeting in an office over there a couple of weeks ago. The president has far more power than people understand. There are laws on the books and executive orders that go back that let the president just say that there was clear foreign interference in this election.
No.
We have all kinds of remedies.
No.
So do not believe anyone who tells you otherwise. And the main event is, while the mainstream people are doing everything they can to normalize this craziness, this imposter president that they have created, they're doing everything to normalize it and say that we're the crazies. That's called gaslighting. Narcissists do it. We're seeing the world correctly, and they're the kooks.
Oh, despite the laws.
Listen, God bless you for being here and making this trip, and we're going to be victorious tomorrow. It's an honor to be with you. Thank you.
The next couple that we're going to bring up, folks, they are they're blowing the whistle on a lot of things, and I want to bring them up. It's Ty and Charlene Bollinger, and of course, they are blowing the whistle on cancer. They're blowing the whistle on vaccines, and of course, they're with the United Medical Freedom Pack. Let's bring them up, and they're going to sling some truth at you.
Oh, again, some slinging of truth. It's exciting.
Hello, everybody out there. I'm Charlene Bollinger, and this is my handsome Braveheart husband, Ty Bollinger.
Oh, we've seen them before, too.
And we are patriots. We love Donald J. Trump. We love America, and we love you. There's so much hate going around that it's unwarranted, it's unneeded. We just need a lot of love, and we need a lot of truth. We are filmmakers, and we're about truth. And having General Flynn up here talking about digital soldiers, I can bet you every single one of you is sharing the truth online and fighting fake news every single day and twice on Sunday.
Yeah, and what General Flynn said about the fact that everyone knows that the election was stolen, it reminds me of that Leonard Cohen song, Everybody Knows, right? You could redo that song and insert the contents of this election, and it would be perfect. Everyone knows the election was stolen. The mainstream media knows the election was stolen. Who saw the CNN special from 15 years ago where they did a special on Dominion voting systems to show that they could be hacked?
It wasn't a special.
Okay,
it was a report,
this is the same CNN.
not a special.
CNN stands for Communist News Network, by the way. This is the same CNN
it does not.
that now tells us it's impossible to hack Dominion. That it's impossible for
no, it's not impossible.
To be hacked. This is the same.
It's not impossible, but they were verified.
Told us for 4 years that there was Russian collusion and that the
2016
election was stolen, that Trump was illegitimate. But now,
maybe not necessarily legitimate, but Trump himself admitted that he was helped by the Russians.
Machines, and that there was no way that.
Okay.
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 We don't need lights, right? We'll get that fixed. They can do whatever they want. We're going to keep going. We're here to fight for our president. The next speaker we're going to bring up, she's a former congressional candidate. She's the goddaughter of Alveda King, who is the niece of Martin Luther King. I'm telling you, folks, this is going to be great. I'm bringing up Angela Stanton King.
No, you can't reverse pardons, unfortunately.
We're standing here today.
Morgan.
Who?
They cut my mic, but that's okay. I'm going to keep screaming, and we're not going to give up the fight. I love you all. Save the children and fight for America.
Oh. Okay. What? Oh, tomorrow's going to be wacky.
And they're trying to shut us down. Like I told you, we're not going anywhere. Nope. Folks, the next person I'm going to bring up, she's a fellow Arkansan. She's, of course, the First Lady of the Second Amendment, Jan Morgan.
Was she in the Brady Bunch?
Hello, America.
Okay. And it looks like they cut their lights and their microphones. And she's going to grab the megaphone.
Sorry about that. All kinds of technical issues, but I intend to say what I want to say.
Wait, how are we hearing her?
For the big guy to speak. All I want to remind you of is the Second Amendment was made. It was written in the Bill of Rights for times like these in America. And no matter what happens in the next few days and in the upcoming weeks. It's back on? Oh, yes, thank you. Woo, thank you.
No.
Look at you.
Bad.
You represent the best of America. You are the reason that we fight.
Oh.
And I want you to know, I want to remind you that no matter what happens in the days and weeks ahead, the Second Amendment was written in the Bill of Rights for times like these. We are going to exhaust every legal avenue available, and we still have many, and we will not give up. But if Joe Biden ends up in the White House and tries to send his goons to your home to take your guns, you stand up and you fight. The Second Amendment was not written to deal with issues related to hunting. It was not written to deal with issues related to self-defense. It was written, and it is not your gun permit, by the way. Don't ever say the Second Amendment is my gun permit. No. You're giving the government power over an authority over a right. Your Second Amendment is inalienable. Your right to keep and bear arms is God-given, not government-issued. Rights are not to be regulated or restricted by an authority that does not have the constitutional authority to do so, so don't you forget that. Now, I'm going to hurry off the stage because I know you got some great speakers ahead. I just want to leave you with this, folks. I know it is easy to start feeling overwhelmed when it looks like we can't win, when it looks like all the odds are stacked against us. I want to leave you with this tonight to encourage you to never give up. Because if ever in the history of the world anyone had a right to say, this is too big, this is too much, I give up, it was our founding fathers in that final battle for liberty. Have you read the story? Go back and read it. They were outmanned, outarmed, freezing to death, starving to death, trying to fight the British in the snow. Many of them didn't even have clothes. They didn't have shoes on their feet. And do you know the British said, oh, it's easy to find the colonists. Just look for the trail of blood in the snow where the ice has ripped the skin off their feet. Folks, we haven't seen tough times yet. Those guys, if anyone ever had a right to say, I give up, it was those guys, and they didn't. And we owe it to them to never give up. You reach within the deepest recesses of your heart and soul when you start feeling like giving up. And you find that spirit of the founding fathers, that spirit of every noble soldier who has ever hoisted the American flag on his shoulder and had to face the choice between liberty or death and chose to stare death in the face and spit. That is the heart and soul of an American warrior, and that is the heart and soul of you people, and that's why you're here in this fight, and I'm there with you. I love you. God bless you. God bless America.
Well, that is yelling fire in a packed theater, is what that is. Times like these, that's why we have the Second Amendment.
Do you guys like pastors?
No,
Yeah.
not
me
particular.
too.
Well, my mom was
This
one.
next gentleman has become one of my great friends in life. He's become one of my best friends.
63%
All over
reporting.
the country, opening churches that couldn't get their doors open.
63% reporting, and Warnock is plus 1.4. He's doing better. Ossoff is remaining at plus 0.8.
But I'll tell you a little quick story about him real quick.
No, thank
We
you.
were in the lobby of the hotel.
Go ahead.
I did an Easter egg giveaway at my church.
Good story so
And I
far.
was going to give some kids an egg in the name of Jesus.
Yeah.
And on the day that I was going to pass out, I've got churches in Kentucky and Texas. I was going to pass out those eggs. But what happened when I got ready to pass out those eggs, I got a call from the health department. And they told me, if you give one of those eggs to a kid in the name of Jesus, we will close down your church.
Okay. Yeah. You can't distribute food during a pandemic.
Come on, now, people from that church had to stand and watch McDonald's give out French fries. They watched Communist Coffee or Starbucks give out lattes and brevets. The liquor store served their patrons.
What?
But the church couldn't.
Hold on. Starbucks was giving out brevets? Where was I?
Give a kid an egg in the name of Jesus. How many of you know that that is un-American? That is
The eggs and the Easter Bunny, they have nothing to do with Jesus.
Constitutional.
That's not in the Bible anywhere. Trust me.
That is unacceptable. And it's time for we the people to take this nation back before it's too late. Amen? This is our nation. We are a constitutional republic. And let me tell you this.
Yeah.
America did not start the church, but the church of the Lord Jesus Christ started America. I said the church
Incorrect.
of the Lord Jesus Christ started America. I said the church of the Lord Jesus Christ started this great nation. Made it we the people. Come on. This is the greatest nation on the earth.
Come on, what? What are we doing?
I've traveled the world preaching this gospel.
Yeah.
I preached it in Marxist nations. I preached it in Muslim nations.
Okay.
I preached in the underground churches.
Great.
I've been there when they broke into our meetings, and we didn't know if we were getting out alive. The only thing that separates us from them is the First Amendment. How many are thankful that we still have the freedom of religion? We still have the freedom of speech. Come on, somebody. We still have the freedom of the press. Come on. We still have the freedom to peaceably gather. Come on, somebody give God a hand clap. There is no pandemic clause in the Constitution.
There is,
Governor
actually.
Beshear, if you're watching from Kentucky,
Yeah.
you cannot shut the church down. Nero Newsom, if you're watching
Welfare of the people. It's been decided. It's in there.
church down. Pritzker in Illinois, you cannot shut the church down. Come on. Every church, every business, every school, every gym, every patriot, open.
Okay, churches are protected. Gyms, they're not protected.
Take it if they can. Come on. Come and take it. Amen.
Take the church?
Leonidas, he said it in Sparta. Come and take it.
What?
There was a captain down in Georgia during the Revolutionary War said the same thing, come and take it. And then Gonzales in Texas. Come on, I'm married to a Texan. I think
They lost the Civil War, so
they said come and take it.
yeah.
When did we as Americans start laying it down? When did we as Americans stop pushing back? When did we as Americans?
Oh, I want the
allow
I'll take the
some
latte.
Small, frail little doctor to close down our
I want the
life,
brevet. You
to
can have the
muzzle
latte.
our children. Come on, to stop our economy. to break our banks or our wallets. It is time to tell them to come and take it. It's time to push back. Come on, somebody give God a hand clap if you believe that.
Somebody give God a hand clap because he's so sad. 65% in now. Warnock is increasing his probability to plus 1.4. Ossoff losing a little bit to 0.7.
If we'll repent of our sins and call on his name, he'll forgive you. He's not a God.
I want to get some decaf now. You guys watch. I'm going to go get some decaf.
He's a God that
Tell
says,
me if
"Come
anyone
unto me, all
threatens.
you that are weary, all you that are broken, all you that are hurting, all you that are falling apart. Come on, Jesus is a Jesus that puts us back together. You're looking at a guy that used to be a crankhead and a cokehead, and Jesus set me free in 1998. How many of y'all have God set free out there? His freedom has made our nation free. Now I'm telling you, Jesus is the Lamb that takes away the sin of the world. But he is not just a lamb. I said he's not just a lamb. I said he's not just a lamb. I said he's not just a lamb. Come on, he's not just a lamb. He's not just a lamb. He is the Lion of the tribe of Judah, and he's about to roar again in the United States of America. We're going to take our nation back. God's going to pour out a revival. God's going to pour out his Spirit. The third great awakening is coming to this nation. And I declare it starts tonight. If you believe it, just say amen. Man, I've already said this like 3 times today, but I'm going to say it one more time. I preach in black a lot. Number one, I'm a Johnny Cash fan. Anybody like Cash out there? Cash is cool. I don't care who you are. Second reason I wear black is I've gained a few pounds and it's slimming. Amen? Turn to your neighbor, just tell them you look like you've lost 20 pounds. Tell them that, right? But the third reason I preach in black is because the men who started the American Revolution were a group of preachers who thundered in the pulpits and told men like Adams and Washington and the signers of the Declaration that the British could no longer control us. And I'm going to tell the people and the patriots that have gathered together here in D.C. that wicked men or Nancy Pelosi or Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, China Joe and his defiled son, they cannot control us. It's time to push back. When Paul Revere said the British are coming, he was writing to his pastor's house. See, what it means to be meek doesn't mean to be weak. It means to be powerful, but to be under control. And what these men did is they thundered in the pulpits. And these black-robed preachers, they began to recruit the men that would be the militia and the Minutemen that took back this nation and started this nation from British tyranny. And if you're going to a church right now that's not opened up, I'm going to tell you, you're not with a black-robed preacher. You're with a yellow-robed preacher. You ought to leave that church. You ought to find a man of God. You ought to fall in there. And the church is the key to saving the nation. Come on, the First Amendment still matters. Can I get an amen? The Second Amendment still matters. Can I get an amen? All of our Constitution matters. Can I get an amen? It's time to save the Constitution. So tomorrow, my message to every politician, every elected official, every person in a seat of power is you better not do what some corrupt foreign money has told you to do. You better not do what the powers that manipulate out there, that Jezebel spirit tells you to do. You better do what we, the people, have elected you to do, or you will be done in politics forever. Can I get an amen out there? Let's take our nation back. Here's what I want to say. I've got an organization, Peaceably Gather, and also blackrobe.org. Blackrobe.org. Say it one more time, blackrobe.org. If you need help opening up your church, or if you're a pastor that's committed to the kingdom of God, committed to Jesus, but also committed to America, Come on, if Jesus is our Lord, then our nation is our responsibility. If Jesus is our Lord, our nation is our responsibility. Patriot pastors, you ought to stand up. If you need legal counsel, we'll provide it for you free.
Sorry, I'm just kind of. I forgot to turn the microphone back on. I went to get some decaf, and I was talking to Kevin's daughter, and she gave me some devastating news. Some of you may have heard already. I don't. I'm just gonna rip the Band-Aid off. Kanye and Kim Kardashian are getting divorced. This all seems pointless now. In other words, rural counties in Georgia are reporting 97% turnout of the election in 2020 and lower turnout for day of voting. So things are looking much better for Ossoff and Warnock. So that's fantastic news. I don't know that it can make up for Kanye though. It's like carbon neutral, you know? Democrats control the Senate. Kardashian gets divorced. It's just, can we not just have a win? I still don't think it's going to happen. But the fact that the turnout in a rural county is 97%, that bodes very well for the Democrats. Very, very well. Considering that both Loeffler, try again. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. Purdue and Loeffler are both trailing in the rural counties that I was looking at the report on.
Years. God bless you.
God bless you, sir.
You know, when I first stepped out here, we talked about unity. We said there was no exclusion this week, right? The man I'm about to bring up is a friend of mine. He's a patriot. They have tried, they haven't tried, they have deplatformed these guys all across the world. All right? And it's absolutely inexcusable that the mainstream media and those in power and those in Congress and the Senate have done nothing to stop the censorship in America by big tech. It has to stop, and this guy's going to probably talk about that a little bit too. Folks, my good friend, Owen Schroyer.
Well, I can tell you that the evil occupiers of Washington, D.C. did not expect this.
What?
And I can tell you
Some
that they
people in
did
a park?
everything within their power to stop this from happening, but yet here we are in the rain and the cold.
Okay.
So we salute you, and I can tell you something right now.
Yeah?
President Trump is watching this, and he's very excited at what he
Oh,
sees.
boy.
And he's going to have some big announcements for us tomorrow, I believe.
Oh, but you don't know that, Scarf Guy. So 67% in, and the leads are increasing.
Fears the people.
Sorry, probabilities are increasing.
But for too long now, the people have feared the government. Well, in January 2021, that changes.
For those of you just joining us, they cut off the lights at this rally, this Trump rally in Washington, D.C., like a half an hour ago. They keep shutting off the mic as well. So did the fat preacher guy say anything about threatening people while I was gone?
Because they're scurrying around in secret tunnels to avoid we the people. Right now, as we speak,
I didn't think the Dems had a chance until I found out about the rural counties that are reporting in that the Democrats are actually leading in some of the rural counties. Even before the day of votes might be, and again, they all have, every county in Georgia has its own rules of how they report, et cetera, et cetera. But the fact that even just on early votes, the Democrats are leading in some of these rural counties in Georgia is very good news. And the fact that turnout is around 97%, that's mind-blowing. That means that the Democrats showed up, plus more Democrats showed up. Probably everybody who died between the election and now is voting Democrat, and that's good news.
A pandemic and keep you locked in your home.
But the rural juror is still out.
Beautiful, smiling faces without a mask, not in fear.
Perhaps Trump offered to pay the lights and wrote a bad check.
And the theme is...
He just wouldn't. He would say, "Send me an invoice," and just never pay.
Get behind that. I'd like to see 1,000 more years of human freedom and 1,000 more years of the United States of America.
I'd like to see 20,000 more years of it. Ha! 69% in. Probability remains the same. 69 people. This is the year I was born.
You know, Nancy Pelosi.
Uh-oh. What'd she do? Boo. Boo, Nancy Pelosi. We hate her. Which one is she? With her designer ice cream. Her Dove ice cream. Yeah, lock her up for some reason. I'm not sure what crime Nancy's committed, but she did get a haircut. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know.
I think that would be a good start.
A good start to lock up Nancy Pelosi. Let's go check out what they're saying on the news channels here, kids. First off, we'll check out the real news on Newsmax.
Democrats, but it is not uniform, and we may have some counties that are just outliers that really make a difference here.
Yeah. Bruce, back to you. I mean, when you look at this, are you concerned at all to see, to see the state of Georgia this close? Look at how close this election is.
Yeah, well, I'm a former chairman of a GOP here.
I don't know why the probability, according to the New York Times, is, well, they've got higher reporting in. First off, they've at 69%, whereas Newsmax says 60%. But if it's 50-50 right now, then the Republicans win. So I'm not sure why the probability for New York Times is higher. Let's go to a real news channel. We know this guy. Wait, my mouse is gone. Guys, what'd you do with my mouse? Did somebody hide my mouse? Producer Joanna, did you hide my mouse? It's probably Janice. Janice is always hiding my mouse. Okay, let's go live on one of these here channels. Let's go to MSNBC. Oh, Kanak's on. Let's get a little Kanak up in here.
Shocking for Hillary Clinton to win this county in 20. You used to think of Cobb County just like you thought of Cherokee County. Hillary Clinton flipped it in 2016. Biden won it in a blowout in 2020. Now Democrats in this runoff want to do even better than Joe Biden did in Cobb County. So keep an eye there. Let's take a look in Gwinnett County. Again, a lot to come. We had basically had the mail-in in Gwinnett. Again, with a target here.
Here's why the probability is still high. Because in the heavily Democratic counties, we're only seeing 36% of the results in. So we're getting the rural results. Those will be at 100%. Let me see if I can find a map for you kids.
Here for Democrats in Gwinnett County, Biden was able to get 50.
We're watching yelling preachers. So we're not missing anything at random. At random probably took my mouse.
8.4%. Ossoff is running at 64.7% right now. 0.6 of a point higher.
0.6.
65.3. This has been uncanny. It has been steady from county to county. You have been seeing a Warnock running. Say again. Okay. We got it. Does not affect what I was talking about, but it tells me there's one I can't show you right now because there's a potential accounting error we need to work out. Please forget I was interrupted there, but it was important that I was.
No, show it. Give the conspiracy theorists something to work with. Just show it and then flip it.
because I don't want to give you bad information. DeKalb County, 35% of the vote is in. Again, largely mail vote. We're starting to get the same day vote.
Commercial on CNN.
You can see we checked in here earlier. I believe this number for Ossoff was at 85%. Now it's just a tick above that Biden number. Hard for Democrats to do a lot better than 83% in DeKalb, but they would like to certainly get that Biden number. 84.1. There's Warnock, 0.8 of a point higher than John Ossoff in DeKalb County. Again, more to come here in DeKalb. We'll see. Is it above that Biden number? And I just want to let's take a look here. In Clayton County, 75% of the vote is in. I believe this is about where we were before. Ossoff, 4 points over that Biden number. Warnock and Ossoff actually very close here. This is the closest I've seen them tonight. Ossoff 89.1, only 1/10 of a point behind Warnock, 89.2%. One more we can check in on here. Coweta County, nearly half the vote is in right here. And again, this is in that sort of Atlanta, sort of exurban area here. Here's Loeffler running ahead of the Trump number, but a lot of votes to come. Purdue running ahead of the Trump number. I believe there are still a significant number of mail-in ballots to be counted.
Warnock's probability just jumped to 75%.
Here. So again, we talked at the start of the night about how it depends on the sequence of votes.
Ossoff is sitting at now 64% on the New York Times. Boom!
Counties we're going to do the mail pretty near the front of it. Some counties we're going to wait.
Something just dropped, and Kornacki's not telling us
until the end. So I think those counties.
Do not toy with my heart, Kornak.
Hang on to. They're above the Trump number now. The more Democratic votes are going to be counted up. Are they going to stay above that Trump number or not?
What happened?
Republicans. The name of the game is
who dumped. Is there a toilet leak? Do we have to clear the room?
Biden number. And again, we'll just reset here statewide. 68% of the vote is in right now. That is an advantage of 24,500 for David Perdue. Actually, let's check in. And there is Loeffler. 50-50 and a 2,400.
Rich Mack says Dominion just flipped the votes. So that's what happened. That's why.
Vote edge. Let me just ask my producer here. Was there a county where we just got a significant number of votes, or are we looking at a scattering in 6 or 7 different places? What accounts for that gain that we just saw for the Republicans of about 10,000? Okay, let's take a look at Walton County. Okay, Walton County, we just got 2/3 of the vote in. So
frickin' Walton County. Good night, John Boy.
This is a core Republican county.
Still not high enough.
Away from the Republicans the way some of these other
66% in. She'll probably hit the 74%.
Let's see. Okay, this is why Loeffler just
Kornacki's volume's low.
Warnock statewide. You get 70% of the vote in a place like Walton County. 2/3 of it gets reported out. You can see Purdue is at 70.5. Loeffler's at 70.2.
You guys can hear Kornacki now.
We want to see what happens when the rest of these votes get counted up in Walton County, because even though
sorry guys, I have to turn some volumes down, some volumes way up.
In the short term, that has lifted.
Depending on the browser, depending on the feed. The stupid rally feed was like through the roof.
Loeffler statewide, that has lifted Purdue statewide. If they don't end up hitting that Trump number, that is going to be offset when we get the rest of the Atlanta metro area, when we get Columbus, when we get Savannah. So this is a big dump of vote in a very Republican county, a sizable Republican county. But let's see. Do they climb an additional 4 points? Do Loeffler and Purdue climb an additional 4 points and hit that Trump number when all is said and done? Because you can get 70% in a county if you're a Republican, but if Trump got 74, that's actually bad news for you.
Steve, thank you very much for that.
5,700 statewide. There you go.
Okay. I was just told that we have apparently been told to be on standby for a press conference from the Georgia Secretary of State's office.
Oh, good.
And no, I have no idea what that's about, but I'm going to figure it out. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back on the other side of this.
Thank you for taking me.
Let's go to the CNNs.
So far. Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun.
Vice President Pence and President Trump about Pence presiding over the Senate tomorrow when Joe Biden officially is awarded and counted the electoral votes. Jim?
That's right, Jake. What we're hearing is that this was a tense meeting between the president and the vice president. I'm told by
Pence might not even show up to count tomorrow. I called this.
a source familiar with this meeting that when the vice president told the president that he does not have the authority to block certification of President-elect Joe Biden's victory, that the president told the vice president that it could be politically damaging for the vice president to fail to block this certification tomorrow. The word I'm told is damaging that the president relayed to the vice president should the vice president decide to go ahead and allow this process to go forward tomorrow. All indications are at this point that is what the vice president is going to do. Apparently, the vice president responded to that by saying, that warning from the president, by saying that he doesn't have the authority to do this and that there may be some outliers out there who are saying that the vice president has the authority to do this. But the vice president, I'm told, has been told by the White House counsel's office that he doesn't have the authority to block certification of Joe Biden's victory. And so this played out to be quite an intense meeting. Now, this doesn't mean that Mike Pence is going to go up to Capitol Hill tomorrow and sort of robotically preside over these proceedings. I talked to a senior Trump campaign advisor earlier today who said Mike Pence is not going to be a wallflower, that he is going to go up there. He is going to indicate that he understands the president's concerns. According to this advisor, Mike Pence shares the president's concerns. But at this point, constitutionally, people around the vice president, even people inside the Trump campaign, believe there is not much Mike Pence can do at this point. And so what we're going to see tomorrow, Jake, is essentially the process playing out. The vice president, I think, showing some support to the president, some understanding to the president that, yes, he's disappointed, too, that they lost this election. But Mike Pence is not going to throw himself on the railroad tracks tomorrow from all indications. And he made that clear to the president earlier today, Jake.
All right, Jim Acosta, thank you so much. So what we're being told there by Jim is that the vice president is going to continue with this futile mission of trying to convince President Trump that he is loyal, but he can't undo the election. The truth of the matter is, as we've just discussed before, President Trump demands utter and complete supplication. When he said that he could shoot people on Fifth Avenue and they wouldn't go against him, he meant that as a compliment.
He did mean it as a compliment. And look, what Jim was just talking about, all of this drama that's going on behind the scenes at the highest level of the executive branch ahead of tomorrow is so connected to what we're seeing in Georgia because, we don't know what's going to happen. It is very tight. But as of right now, we're all talking to Republicans who are worried about the turnout not being as high as they anticipated and saying out loud, boy, I wonder if it could possibly be, insert sarcasm here, because the president of the United States has spent the past, 5 weeks talking about the fact that the election was rigged. Never mind that phone call yesterday. We don't know what's going to happen, but it is all connected.
Yeah, and
Anybody know? Sarah, is there a big game on right now? Producer Joanna's neighbors are screaming. Perhaps they're being murdered. Try calling 911, see what happens.
Think about what Jim just reported, which is one of the things President Trump has said to Pence is that it's going to hurt you politically if you don't back me up on this. Well, what's happening?
Let's go back to MSNBC.
Materials, and they are coming here to the Gwinnett County headquarters. There are about 7 different stations running here where workers are turning in those provisional ballots, those data cards, signing off on their paperwork showing how much that they're turning.
Oh, wait, is it national championship? It might be national championship night for the college football.
You'll hear a lot of cheers and claps in here once these workers are finally done because they get to go home. But what happens is that a runner will come and collect that bag and take it back into a secure location so that it will ultimately end up in the tabulation center, which we'll swing around and show you here in a second. And this is where folks are plugging in those data cards and they are tabulating the actual votes that are coming out of these various polling locations and making sure that they've got that count, submitting it to the Secretary of State's office. And I'm going to sort of keep taking you through this building because there's a little bit more here to
Brian
show.
Williams is
so
up?
We talked about those stations where workers are turning things in. I want to show you the line of polling precincts workers that are still waiting to get through and turn their stuff in. The election administrator here tells us that they do this in batches. So they'll see about 30 or 40 people come in at a time, and that this will be going through the night.
I'm stuck.
And there are observers in here, both Democrats and Republican representatives who are able to watch all of this process unfolding. And the last point that I want to make is that the Board of Elections here in Gwinnett County is also here.
So that's Lawrenceville. That's Gwinnett County, basically Atlanta. These are all suburbs of Atlanta. So those are a bunch of people holding a bunch of votes to come in Gwinnett County. Those are Biden votes. Those, oddly, because they just had so many Biden votes left over from the original election. So these are all the fake Biden votes coming in right now. So this should definitely help Biden.
Here, back here in this area, they've got the state results page up, and they are prepared to meet if they need to. We know that there is an update coming from the Secretary of State's office in just a little while. They just called in here to get an update on where things stand here, so we'll likely, and the state office is likely doing that in a number of different counties in order to prepare for that press conference. But in November, Gwinnett County had an issue where some of the ballots weren't scanning, and this Board of Elections group actually ended up being very important because they had to make a decision about how they were going to handle that. And so that's why these folks are here. Brian?
Thank you very much, Priscilla Thompson. Outside that...
if the Dems win, then Mitch will be out in a matter of days.
Location in Lawrenceville, Georgia. This has been a tough season for election workers. We've heard a lot of hooey about alleged misdeeds. Make no mistake, they are public servants. And
yes,
as they always used to say...
The Senate is already sat. So these senators will come right in.
If you think you can do the job better, volunteer at the local level. That's what may...
in fact, there was a plan, if the Republicans had a plan to actually swear in Perdue and Loeffler, even though they're already senators, get them sworn in to be part of the current Congress so that they could participate in the count tomorrow, which, again, doesn't mean anything.
Makes elections go in this country. Now to where the counting ends up on the big board. Steve Kornacki watching the raw numbers come in. Steve, what's been the change since last we spoke?
So, yeah, we can just, I can't even remember exactly where it was, so I'll reset it here. Warnock lead, 3/4 of the vote is now in. Raphael Warnock, the Democrat, has an advantage right now of 0.6 of 1 point. He did have an advantage of 0.6 of 1 point. Now he is down by 0.4 of 1 point. I'll ask my producer just to tell me where that big batch of votes was that just came in seconds ago that put the Republicans back ahead statewide. Well, Forsyth County. Okay, guys. So we got a bunch of votes. Okay, so this is what just happened. We got the bulk of the rest of the vote in, not quite all of it. There's still a little bit to come. But Forsyth County, big Republican vote-producing county, Atlanta exurbs. You can take a look here. Okay, so right now Republicans, Loeffler certainly, and Perdue as well, this is what Republicans want to see in a county like this. They are getting 2
Democrats are still holding on to their probabilities, according to New York Times. I'll check those.
Better. Perdue is outpacing Trump by about 2 points here. Loeffler is outpacing Trump. See by about a...
Warnock is up to 79% probability. Here, I can show you. Here, Warnock, 79% probability. And Ossoff also gained to 66 probability. So this is not how things want to be going for the Republicans. This is a Republicans are dead party if these results hold up. Even though the Republicans are ahead right now, we know what counties still have to come in. Those people standing in line with those suitcases, again, those are Clinton votes. Hillary's going to take this thing.
1.5.
I call it. I'm calling it now. Hillary.
Right here. There are still more votes to come right here. I want to just, we'll try to find out exactly what kind there are, if there's any mail in there. That's the kind of thing that could mess with these numbers a little bit. But if this holds, if you get up to all the vote in here, Republicans in a big Republican vote-producing county would be exceeding the Trump number. So you would see that in Cherokee. You would see that next door in Forsyth County. Those would be good numbers for them. In Paulding County, again, this is another one of those similar ones. They didn't hit it. So, 2 of these 3 biggies that have been kind of trending a little bit less Republican. Republicans look like they're going to get what they need in 2 of them, maybe not quite what they needed out of Paulding County. A bit of a mixed bag, but in the short term, what that does is it puts Kelly Loeffler ahead statewide, 12,000 votes over Raphael Warnock. And that means Perdue is 37,000 votes ahead right now in the tally of Ossoff. This continues to be the story. Ossoff trailing by 37,000, Warnock trailing by 12,000. In other words, Warnock is doing 25,000 votes or so better than Ossoff has been. So in the tally right now, Republicans lead. Now, here's what I can tell you in terms of what is left to be counted in the state. Again, we have more than 3/4 of the vote is in right now. Take a look at where these bubbles are. And I'm going to try to zoom in because they're so big here in the Atlanta metro area. I want to kind of shrink them for you. Here are the 4 biggest bubbles that you see in the Atlanta metro area. What counties account for these? This is Cobb County, is that enormous bubble right there. This is Fulton County, this is DeKalb County, and this is Gwinnett County. Collectively, each one of these individually and collectively, these are core Democratic counties now. Counties where, DeKalb Democrats are going to be getting over 80%. In Fulton, they want to be over 70%. In Gwinnett, they want to be around 60%, and they want to be in the high 50s in Cobb. In other words, every one of these counties is producing big votes for Democrats right now. We think that of the remaining vote in the entire state of Georgia right now, about 45% of it is going to come from these 4 counties. 4 core Democratic counties, about 44% of it. Normally, these counties, I could put these numbers so you could see, about 40, I don't know what I just did, try that again. From those four counties, about 44%. They account for, just in terms of, in a normal election, they're going to account for 33% of all votes cast in the state. In other words, disproportionately, the votes that remain to be counted in the state of Georgia are from the 4 core Democratic counties: Cobb, Fulton, DeKalb, and Gwinnett. They're going to make up 33% or so of all votes that are cast statewide, but right now they make up about 44% of what's left to come. So if you follow, the Democrats have fallen behind here in the vote tally. Again, Cherokee, Forsyth, some of these big Republican exurban counties, we've gotten a lot of the vote in. That vote, we've not still gotten most or all of the vote in some of these big Democratic counties in the immediate Atlanta metro area. And I see that Purdue lead jumping there to 43,000. So that is, I think, the biggest remaining variable in this is the outstanding vote in the immediate Atlanta metro area. Those are going to be good counties for Democrats, and certainly with those 4 counties I just mentioned, that would eat into that Republican advantage. Those counties themselves should erase an advantage of 43,000, but there are other counties that Republicans, some smaller counties, rural counties where Republicans could add to the vote. There are some other places, again, let's put this back up here, the remaining vote. There are some other places, the small size bubbles here in the northern part of the state. These bubbles are Republican bubbles. They're relatively small in size, but these are Republican bubbles. These are Democratic bubbles that you're looking at right here. This is going to be a Republican bubble. This is Columbia County. The question is how Republican, because this is one of those counties that's been trending a bit away from Republicans. Right here where Savannah is, Chatham County, that's going to be a Democratic bubble. We talked about Houston County. That's where Warren Robins is. That's going to be a Democratic bubble. You can see a little bit here in Muskogee County where Columbus is. So you got some Democratic votes that are left there. The smaller, really small bubbles here, the weight of it is probably going to be a little bit more Republican than Democratic. These are rural areas. Some of them are Democratic counties, actually. But again, I think there's between Savannah, Houston County, Muskogee County, there are some opportunities here potentially for Democrats, a bit of a wild card in Houston County. But really, for Democrats right now, in those 4 remaining counties, they want to run up the score. They want to drive up. We want to see how high turnout got for them. As again, the Purdue lead right now is 50,000 statewide, 77% in. The Loeffler lead is 24,000. Democrats are the disproportionate, sort of a chunk of the vote there coming out of the Democratic areas. And just looking here, 28,000 in that race right now. So let's see as these counties come in. Get a very specific sense of what's left for Republicans. And I do think we have flagged this a couple times. Boy, I really do think that difference of Purdue, 56,000 vote lead. Okay, you can see right now that's 1.6 points, 56,000 vote lead in that race versus Loeffler, half of that, 28,000 vote lead over Warnock. There's certainly, you could imagine a scenario here where these votes are counted. The Democrats get a big boost out of the Atlanta metro area, and maybe Warnock is on one side of the victory line, and maybe Ossoff is on the other side. It's looking at this, eyeballing it, not impossible to imagine a situation like that. I just continue to keep that in mind because there continues to be a gap between those candidates. So it's 56,000 is the Purdue advantage in that race. It is 30,000 right now is the Loeffler advantage over Warnock. Republicans have gotten some big boosts from the excerpts of Atlanta. You can just see it's ticking up a little bit more. And again, Cobb, Fulton, DeKalb, Gwinnett. You really want to see what comes in out of there. And as I mentioned, it probably is now worth just reinforcing this. You look at Fulton County, 86% of the vote is in. I believe, and I'm just checking this, there are still some same-day votes to be counted in Fulton County. So the same-day vote that's going to come in Fulton County is the least, it'll still be Democratic, but it could bring that number down a little bit. But Democrats will gain votes in Fulton County from the same-day vote. There are also, and I am going to send a text message to election officials here in a minute and hope to heck they respond to it, but they were talking about potentially getting, there are some outstanding mail votes, potentially getting the bulk of those done late tonight. I want to see if that's still a live possibility for them.
8 p.m.
And if not, there's the potential in Fulton County for, I am going to say,
an hour and 15 minutes from now.
15,000, maybe a little bit more, mail-in votes that would not be counted till tomorrow morning. So I want to get a sense of when they
Trump is watching this, but he doesn't understand how probabilities work. So we should go see what's happening after Kernack here. We'll go see what's happening over on Fox, because that's probably what he's watching.
There are some mail votes left to be counted in Fulton County. Those are going to be an extremely Democratic batch of votes. Don't know the exact number, but are we going to get those late tonight? Are we going to get those tomorrow morning? Are we going to get a little bit of both? But, you know, in an election this close, that becomes a significant variable. Again, you could just check in here. The Democrats want to be north of that Biden number in Fulton County. Right now, Warnock certainly is. Ossoff, you just saw it. You could put it up there again. Ossoff is as well. So Democrats, the opportunity is there. The opportunity, and I'm just checking to see if we got any more. We got half of Cobb County.
Warnock now at 81% probability, and Ossoff at 68% possibility. So things are going the right direction. I really hope I was wrong.
In right now, you know, and again, what's a target for Democrats here? 56.3 is the Biden number. You see, Ossoff is half the vote is in. Ossoff is getting a margin now of 40,000 votes over David Perdue. If that pace continues, and it probably won't, it'll probably come down some, but you can certainly see in the remaining vote in Cobb County, just given the size of it and given the Democrats are going to win this county, it's just a question of how much. You certainly see the potential of Ossoff to outpace Perdue by tens of thousands of votes in what is left to come in Cobb County. That is equally true, more true, for Warnock over Loeffler. Warnock outpacing even Ossoff right now. So that's an example. You see, Cobb County, Democrats can still net quite a bit out of there. DeKalb County, I mean, you know, again, look at this. You got 120,000 votes, about 125,000, a little bit less than that have been counted so far. This is going to be an 80% plus Democratic county. This is going to be an 83, 84, 85% Democratic county. A ton of votes still to be counted there. And then you go to Gwinnett County. Now we're closer to getting it all in Gwinnett County. You can see, though, there is an opportunity for Democrats to squeeze a little bit more out of Gwinnett County. And all of these, in Gwinnett, certainly in Fulton and Cobb, I don't believe it's the case. They are. In DeKalb, Warnock is actually running a little bit ahead of that Biden number. It's Ossoff who's actually a fraction of a point behind it. But, okay, on paper, there are some sources, some significant sources of votes that remain for Democrats. They're sort of very concentrated geographically. Republicans have been just adding from a bunch of different places in the last few minutes.
Steve, thank you very much. We are now in the, in case you need the bottom line there, we're in the refresh part of the night in terms of waiting to get in those final results. It is too close to call. In both of the Georgia Senate races, the stakes, of course, are control of the United States Senate. Democrats need to win both of these if they want their party to control the U.S. Senate. We're going to take a quick break as we continue to watch those votes
Let's go see what's going on
We'll be
Fox,
right back on the other
that's,
side.
oh, it's, okay. Hannity analysis.
Already in tonight at 78% or so that we're hearing, 77 we have in Fox now projected in, which would put us well over the million mark if we went with that analysis, but that doesn't seem to be holding for reasons I can't explain.
Well, look, you're right. There's some things we know and there's some things we don't know, and there's a lot that's still
That is correct, but he does have a marker board
to be decided. The remaining mail-in absentee ballots, we know pretty much how many there are. We don't know how many were received today, but yesterday gave us an indication. So there's a sense that there's 860, and these numbers are 20 minutes old. So 866,000 mail-in ballots have been counted, leaving out 140,000. The Republicans were getting 32% of those ballots, better than they were a little while ago. About half an hour ago, they were at 30. The remaining in person, and we know how many there are there, which is 1,000,004 have been counted, 600,000 are out. We don't know where those are, but we know how many there are. And the Republicans right now, they went up from 51.5 to 52.7% among the early vote. And then the election day.
Wow. Shut up, Carl. Probability for Warnock just jumped to 83% at 77% reporting. Probability for Ossoff, he just crested 70. So we're now at 70 and 83% probability. Do not pop the champagne cork. This happened in 2016 with Hillary. So let's just wait. And these numbers tell us that it's gonna be tight, if those numbers are accurate. But it's Karl Rove with a marker board. So pop the champagne. I could end up being very wrong here, folks, but this is not about me. This is about me being happy.
675,000 have now been counted. We don't know how many more are out there. There were seven.
This is just you got John King with the magic wall. You got the Kernack over on MSNBC switching up all the computers, and then you got this guy with a marker board. Welcome to your audience, Fox.
977,000 people who voted on Election Day in November. We think the number is going to be around that number or maybe slightly.
You know that the Fox audience is not understanding what is happening right now. They're thinking we were ahead. We were ahead at 9:51. At 10 o'clock, we were ahead. And then suddenly the Democrats take over? They're going to say this was stolen as well.
Higher. Right now, the Republicans are getting 69.6% of those votes, doing very well on election day. They were doing better earlier, but now we're getting, DeKalb and Cherokee was not up to 70%, but it was pretty darn good. So where does that leave us? Now, when I did these numbers, David Perdue had a lead of about 28,433. I now see that he's got a lead.
Let's go back to Nicole Wallace.
Stimulus checks, they ran forward-looking, positive campaigns. They were never baited into any of the ridiculous infighting on the Republican side. And I wonder what you make of the historic natures of Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff's candidacies.
Yeah.
I clearly think that.
Let's go check out numbers with John King.
One's going to come in like that. Now, again, it's not a giant pool of votes, but it's 2,000 votes. That's 2,000 votes at 33%. It's a 2,000 vote margin. If it stays that way, to 66 and 100, it's 6,000 votes, right? If you keep that margin all the way up to the top. So assume the Republicans are going to add to their vote totals there. That one just started to come in. And Appling County is very similar. It's a little smaller. You're going to get some votes here. Again, could be 1,000 add for the Republicans, could be higher than that. You're looking at the map. The only other Republican county you're waiting on completely is up here. It's a smaller county, but 56th of 159. It's not tiny. There'll be votes for Republicans there. This very much comes down to Chatham County over here. Again, stuck at 40% for a long time. Be interesting to see. Martin Savage, a couple hours ago, said they were going to try to do the best they can to get most of it in tonight. So I expect that we will soon, or relatively soon, see a large vote report from Chatham County, and then we'll come over here to DeKalb County, get a large vote report here. Those are the two big places right now. If you're Democrats, you need numbers. You need very, very big numbers.
Yeah, DeKalb County, Chatham County, where Savannah is. Those are where the Democrats are looking right now. If they're going to make up these margins, there's still plenty of outstanding votes in those two counties alone for the Democrats.
Yes, there is enough. We don't know the total turnout. That has been one of the frustrations, right? We don't know the total turnout. We do know more than 3 million. So let me come back to that, actually. And let's look at where we are right now. So you're at 3.3, and you round up there. We know that 3.1 million people, a little more than 3 million people voted early. So the question is, we don't know the total election day turnout. So how close to 4 million does that get? That's the question we don't know. But we do know what's outstanding, right? So again, you keep coming around this suburban caller. Gwinnett up to 89%. Fulton at 86%. Cobb County, decent chunk of votes still available to you there. Douglas County is just about full in. You're coming back across Fulton, come down to Henry. So for me, yes, there are some votes to be had in Clayton, but here, Rockdale, come up here to Gwinnett, and this is right there. DeKalb County and Chatham County, if you're the Democrats, they're the biggest pools out there, and you're waiting. You're waiting. This is nail-biting time.
Yeah, we saw Joe Biden come back based on those counties alone.
Exactly right.
He won by about a little bit more than 11,000 votes. We'll see if the Democrats can do the same thing right now. Very, very close. Our special coverage will continue.
If you're at home
Matt
thinking
Gaetz is on
about
here.
your
We gotta
financial
watch this.
plan,
Doesn't seem like a lot of time if you just have that many congressmen voting, and we'll be watching all of it very closely and reporting on it tomorrow night.
So sad.
Congrats, by the way, on the book. You've done very well, Firebrand. By the way,
okay, you guys remember the evil gremlin? Look at Matt Gaetz' face right now. Can somebody name the evil gremlin? What was his name? He had a name. He had the big tufts of hair.
the title definitely fits. I'm just saying, as a friend and older brother. But anyway, congrats.
Thank you, Rachel.
That my faith allows me to call a reverend
Stripe,
adorable.
thank you.
I'll do
At
it.
the stripe, that's right.
You're adorable.
That makes sense.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will permit you to call me adorable, Rachel. I will give you that.
I'm absolved. You are adorable, Rip. Very good. Excellent. All right. Well, the reason we're all taking our reading glasses on and off is because we are all clicking refresh, 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 and watching these results come in. I mentioned moments ago that we'd been told there was going to be a press conference by the Georgia Secretary of State raising eyebrows. Is there something going on that the Georgia Secretary of State needs to let us know about? They did do that press conference. It was brief. It was basically just an update of the kind that we've been getting from Steve Kornacki in terms of what counties have outstanding vote and what counties have essentially completed the task of reporting their votes tonight. So we are continuing to watch this. Again, right now, 79% of the vote in statewide. Tight margins in both of these races. Large Democratic counties in the immediate Atlanta metro area yet to report their full results. Democrats hanging their hopes on that right now as both of these Democratic candidates narrowly trailing as we head into further results. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back right on the other side of this.
Check out Asen's Twitter feed. Let's do that.
I'm a performer.
Let's pause that with Paula Abdul. Oh, they're going to keep the Kornacki cam going. That's awesome. Let's look at Asen and see what Asen has to say. What am I looking for on Asen's feed here? Okay, Asen just put this together. So there's that. Oop, gone. Come on, there we go. So there's Asen. It's nice. Okay. Everyone's saying bye, Felicia, etc. Something about Eric Trump. I already saw that. Okay. And then, oh, that's earlier in the day. So this is really all that Asen's updated so far. So let's go back to, let's go see what's going on with our RBSN brothers. Let's skip ahead from him. Oh, here we go. Jonesy.
God and his un-African. And now, it's my pleasure to introduce a man. It's my honor to introduce a man who was the genesis, in many ways, of this second American Revolution. With a movement that started with one man on public access television will tomorrow turn into millions of Americans in the streets of Washington, D.C. to take our republic back. And that man's name is Alex Jones.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for shouting. Purdue just went to 85%. I'm lying. Warnock just went to 85%. This is why I'm not on national media. People would be having heart attacks.
People unified in resistance to the New World Order.
Okay. What about the gay frogs?
We have only begun to resist the globalists. We have only begun our fight against their tyranny. They have tried to steal this election in front of everyone. And as I told
let's move on. Oh, they turned the lights on.
Because they can't.
Oh, we saw this guy.
After his namesake.
Sammy Davis, we saw him.
It's not non.
Oh, God. It's
so
Roger.
many others. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all better make some noise for the one and only Roger Stone!
Why are we yelling? Roger won't yell.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have 2 words to say.
Zoot suit.
Thank you, Jesus.
Okay.
Because I am living proof that God can do anything.
Really?
When I was targeted for a legal lynching just up the road in a Soviet-style show trial, and when a wicked judge wanted to send me to a COVID-19 infested prison because they did not want my appeal to reach.
Wait a minute. Like 10 minutes ago, these guys were like, take off your masks and hug each other. They can't control us. Now he doesn't want to go into a COVID-19 prison? I don't think. That is 3 words, Marcy. You are correct. Yeah, that's enough of Roger Stone. Let's go see what's going on the real channels. Let's go back to Paula Abdul, and then we'll see who's actually broadcasting right now. Here's John King.
Higher than that we're still waiting to count. So we have a ways to go. Now, earlier I was saying you'd rather be leading than losing. The Republicans, you're up by almost 70,000 votes if you're David Perdue, and you're up by 43,000 votes if you're Kelly Loeffler. You would rather be there. But you also study your state, and you understand, what are we missing? You also remember November. President Trump pulled out to a big early lead in Georgia. It went away as they kept counting the votes. The question is, what's still out, and where is it out? So this is where we're going to look the most. I'm going to start in the southeasternmost part of the Colorado.
We'll listen to this.
64%
We're going to pump his volume up.
County, 24
and
from
we're gonna,
159.
we're back
It's
with
not
Brian
one of the bigger
Williams.
suburban.
Too close to call. Steve Kornacki remains at the big board. Steve, do you see anything developing here that could be called a trend?
Well, we have a very, very big and clear, outstanding piece of real estate. Let me take you through what we're waiting on and how it's going to affect what you're looking at right here.
80% in. We're going to know this thing tonight, guys.
With 80% of all the vote counted up here in Georgia, Kelly Loeffler, the appointed Republican incumbent, with a 43,000 vote advantage over Raphael Warnock. 43,000 is the Loeffler lead.
Where are the votes?
In this race. In the other race, the lead for David Perdue sitting at 70,000 votes here. Perdue, the Republican incumbent, over John Ossoff, a 70,000 vote lead, 2-point margin with 80% of the vote in. We have seen Republicans building and building this number over the last 2 hours or so. Rural areas have filled in, ex-urban areas, all the red you see on this map filling in.
Oh, he's got it.
That brings me to the
Holy
big,
crap, look at this, guys.
piece of real estate. So take
look
a
at where the votes are.
Way. Where?
Hold on. Right. Thank you. Okay. Look at him. This is... Holy crap. Holy crap. This thing is over. The Democrats have won. The remaining votes you can see on his screen. You can see them on my screen as well. That giant blue bubble around Atlanta, that's exactly what we need to see. And all those little tiny red dots, that's not enough. That's not even close. Savannah down south still has votes come in. That's the second biggest area of bubbles. Macon County, a small bubble over there. No, that's the votes counted. I'm looking at the wrong screen. Yeah, this is it. Call this thing.
Is the remaining vote in the state of Georgia. The bigger the bubble, the more vote there is. If you can see, I'm going to expand it right here. There is one bubble that is just clearly much bigger than all of them, and that's this bubble right here. Basically, this bubble that you're looking at is a quarter. It is 1/4 of all of the outstanding votes in the state of Georgia. What is this bubble? This bubble is DeKalb County. DeKalb County, what is it? It is one of the most overwhelmingly Democratic counties in the state of Georgia. You can see with 37% of the vote tallied here, John Ossoff is getting 82.8% of the vote. Raphael Warnock, again, doing about a half a point better, sitting on 83.4% of the vote.
With only 37% of the vote in DeKalb? Turn on the Dominion machines, man. This thing is done.
That is about what a Democrat should be getting out of this county. Biden got 83% of the vote. So what is left to come in DeKalb County here? Again, it's about a quarter of all the vote remaining in the state.
I can't believe it's only 7 o'clock here. I like this. It's way past midnight now. I don't know if I can stick this. It's 7 o'clock. 7:04.
Early vote is left to be reported out in DeKalb County. How many?
They're slow with the vote because they have different rules than all the other counties. Every county has their own set of rules. And there's also a lot more people. So it takes longer to count these things. Plus, they're probably getting like having to kick out Republican poll challengers every 3 minutes.
Early votes are there. It's not quite, but it's a little bit south of 200,000 votes. We're going to say about 190,000 remaining votes in DeKalb County. Again, about 190,000 Democrats we expect are going to win those votes overwhelmingly. When you see 83% here for Warnock, that's about the clip we're talking about right here.
The giant, this bubble right here, that's the remaining early votes, okay? So watch that little bubble down on my screen. I hope you can see it. So we're looking at, that's the mail-in, that's election day, both minor. It's the early votes. Mail-in and early, both will trend overwhelmingly Democratic. Look at those early votes. I don't know why those have not been reported in because those should already be in the system. That's a little bit strange, but if that's accurate, this is hands down. That's why they're saying that right now Ossoff has let's go get those numbers. Warnock is now at 87%. Warnock is now in the likely category, and Ossoff is at 73%.
Democrats, again, this is an 80% plus Democratic county, a huge, huge, huge batch of votes sitting there. Now, what do they do in DeKalb County? Typically, at the end of the night, when they have finished counting everything up, the last thing that they tally and report out is the early vote. And that we believe that's what we're waiting on right now. As a point of reference, in the 2020 general election, back in November, they released their big batch of early vote at 1:35 in the morning. Now, they have been DeKalb and all of the other counties have been on a much quicker pace.
89% now for Warnock.
Than they were back in November. So we don't expect that's going to be 1:35 a.m. this time. But it will be the last big, we think, the last big vote to be released out of DeKalb County. We are keeping an eye on this because the minute it comes in, that bubble is going to shrink and those Democratic numbers statewide are going to move, and they're going to move very quickly. So again, think about that. 190,000 or so votes in DeKalb County. Democrats, you're looking conservatively probably at 80% of them. Okay, and you look at the gap right now that Warnock faces is...
So the northern line, everything above Atlanta, this is predominantly Republican. So nothing coming in from 2 of those counties. But of those other counties, this is where the Republicans make up their gains. We're talking about 98%, 98%, 98%, 98%. 98% in this situation for the New York Times, it means virtually 100. But they keep it. So it's somewhere less than 98%, but there's very few votes. They don't know how many outstanding votes there are. There could be 1%, there could be 2%, there could be 3%, but that's almost all counted. So those votes are already in the mix. This is where she's getting her lead. She is racking up numbers. This is Kelly Loeffler there. In Rabun County, that's what it is. That monitor is just far enough away that my glasses get blurry. 78% there. 80% in Towns County. Union County, 81%. Moving on over to Gilmer County, 87%. Her numbers are in. Right now, the numbers that come in from this point forward are going to come from the Democratic counties. This is very good. This is why the New York Times is saying they have a very high probability of winning. Once you get to 60% probability, you can put some nails in a coffin and that person will get out of that coffin and vote because they're dead. And that is how Georgia politics works.
40,000. You look at the gap that Ossoff faces, it's nearly 70,000. You can make that up in DeKalb County. Now, if you take DeKalb County out of it, where else are we looking at votes? The next biggest outstanding piece of real estate here is Cobb County. A little more than half of Cobb County is in. We've been counting up Same day vote, election day vote in Cobb County. That's the most pro-Republican, the least pro-Democrat. But again, our Democrats going to finish above that Biden number. The remaining vote in Cobb County. Where else are we looking for votes? Republicans may gain some here. This is in Columbia County. You can see it looms larger and larger. Now this number.
Purdue is doing better in those upper counties than Loeffler is. People just don't like Loeffler.
Should come down. You don't have the mail vote in here right now, so there's an opportunity for Democrats. They won't do as badly, I think, in the rest of the vote in Columbia County, but Republicans.
Ossoff is now at 75% probability.
Could get some vote there. You can certainly get vote in these smaller bubbles you see.
Warnock is about to crest 90. He's 89%.
In North Georgia, but a huge, and Gwinnett, I should say Gwinnett County, the smaller bubble buried behind that giant bubble. Same day vote in Gwinnett County. That will make up what is to come here to get that up to 100%. Again, that will, we think, favor Democrats as well. So Democrats can gain some in Gwinnett, potentially some in Cobb. This is a place where Republicans could gain in Columbia. Republicans could make some gains collectively when you add up together all these rural North Georgia counties, some rural counties here as well. But huge, by far the single biggest outstanding piece of real estate. You are looking at it right there. It's DeKalb County. It's the early vote. It's not quite 200,000 votes.
It's
typically
good.
released in
this
one
is
giant
good over
batch.
here.
It is expected to be extremely, extremely Democratic. So
These
when you are
small
staring
counties,
at statewide margins of David Perdue sitting at 76,000 votes.
Those counties that we're looking at right there, those are smaller counties. That's why they don't even have vote in here. But that represents how little vote there is there because the bubbles are so small, just because the population is so small. So the Republicans have a couple of counties to come in, but they're not going to make that big of a dent. 1,000 votes, 2,000 votes.
And you're staring at Kelly Loeffler looking at 48,000 votes. Know that when you get to DeKalb, that is likely to change considerably. And I think Democrats certainly very much alive in this right now.
And Steve, in terms of the expectations for DeKalb, is there any reason to set logistical expectations in terms of when they might get to that vote?
Yeah, so we're trying to find out if there's an estimate coming from the county again in November, and they were slower. The earlier releases of the vote that we've seen from DeKalb tonight, they came in earlier than they did in November, but it was 1:35 in the morning in November that they released all at once that early vote, and that's the early vote that we're waiting on right now. That's what they do. They wait till the end, then they release the early vote. So it was 1:35 in the morning. My gut here, just based on the trend you're seeing in DeKalb and elsewhere, is there's several hours ahead of that. So my gut is we're not waiting anywhere near that long, but trying to get an answer here, see if we can get some information on that. But I think if past is prologue, the way they typically do it in DeKalb is all at once in one giant batch. So I think that potentially could come in and move these numbers in a hurry.
Steve, can you zip down to Savannah for a second? Just tell us what's going on there in terms of what's outstanding there.
Yeah, take a look here. So Chatham County, we got about 70% of the vote in Chatham County. I believe there is some same day, and I can just check here quickly with my spreadsheet. Yeah, there is some same day vote to come in Chatham County. These Democratic numbers, they're a little bit ahead of Biden right now. Will they stay ahead of the Biden number? This was one, Chatham County that we were waiting on days in November. We're at a faster pace in Chatham County than we were. But so there's a possibility here. The bubble you see in Chatham County, it's not a bad-sized bubble here, just relative to the other counties. And if you're a Democrat, you're looking at it, and those should be a gain for Democrats. From Chatham County, Democrats should gain. You can see there's a little bit left on the other side of the state. I can enlarge it. That's Muskogee County right there. You got a little bit left in Muskogee County. This is where Columbus, Georgia is. This is where Warner Robins is. And again, okay, now this one we talked a little bit about earlier. I think it's going to skew a little bit more Republican in terms of what's left in Warner Robins. And again, there's just a few more. Columbia County, I believe I mentioned, that should be Republican. This is Bartow County. Again, this will be core Republican. There are places here for Republicans to still make some gains of their own. I think, depending on the sequence here, if DeKalb came in right now,
they're going to call this
soon. If we just got DeKalb in the next minute, Warnock would zoom into the lead. Ossoff would zoom into the lead.
Warnock just jumped to 90% probability, according to the Times.
And then Democrats would be trying to hang
on
for dear life.
Because they might be reporting the jump right here. We're jumping ahead live.
Say that Georgia is a testament of investment of individuals coming in
No,
from
we got
all around the
Kornacki, but
country
let's
and
go
really
to
knocking on
CNN,
doors and
see if
saying,
they've
Georgia,
reported it.
County, Election Day vote is going to help John Ossoff build his
most of the mail-in has already been reported, except in the bigger counties.
His vote total there, too. He won it 71% to 26%. So while we're waiting for the rest of that DeKalb vote to come in, it is still going to be so overwhelmingly Democratic with more than 200,000 votes potentially outstanding that he can really pad his total. So when you say it's tension time now, John, it's no longer just, oh, we're waiting for Election Day vote to come in because we know here at Republican headquarters that that's going to be a Republican-friendly vote. Now it's like, well, wait a second.
This is just fascinating because the rhetoric for all this time has been, well, look how well the Republicans did in the House. Look how well they did in the Senate. They were supposed to get 4 seats and they didn't get them. The Democrats will have won the House, the Senate, and the presidency. At that point, how do you say it's mathematically impossible for Biden to have won?
This is November. He gets 81%, just shy of 300,000 votes, right? 298,000 votes. Where is he right now? He's at 82%, 83% if you round up, but only 102,000 votes. So you know, if you are the Democrats, there is a giant change to your advantage to come when they report these votes. The question is, when will they report them? How big will that advantage be? And so if you're the Democrats, you're thinking, okay, 86,000, that's horrible. That's horrible. It's horrible when you get up to 83%, but we think we can make it up there. If you're the Republicans, you're crunching the numbers and you're saying, if they make it up there, what's left out there for us? We need DeKalb. We need DeKalb desperately, and we need the rest of Chatham to tell us, what are our basic dynamics here. And then we can wander around to these smaller places where you see 95 and you see 93, and you see 95, and you come down here. So if you're the Republicans, most of your math is done. But I just had an 80% you pull in there. So there's 100 here, 1,000 there. The main question is, what is the baseline? And when that 37 gets above 50 and gets above 60, we'll have a much better picture of where we are.
What about Gwinnett? I haven't seen that in a while.
Gwinnett was up at 89 last time we looked, and there it is. And again, 89, you think they're mostly done, but this is the second largest county in the state. So just as David was noted, when we have a lot of votes left.
8 o'clock,
a lot of votes, 200,000 maybe left in DeKalb County.
Now,
when we get those, we will see
Eastern.
the Democrats either narrow significantly or perhaps pass the Republicans. We'll have to see when the numbers come.
Which is what they were saying from the beginning.
Based on
which the county officials were saying from the beginning. That's when they estimated that the big dump would take place.
The Senate race in November.
Republicans were leading all the way up until 11 p.m., and then there was this big dump, which is statistically impossible.
He's at 193 right now, so 40,000 votes below his November total. Now, turnout doesn't have to be exactly the same. Turnout could be down a little bit because it's not a presidential election, but there's a potential there for more math as well.
Pamela Brown, you're getting some new information on DeKalb County?
Yeah, that's right. I just got off the phone with Gabrielle Sterling, who is with the Secretary of State's office. And here's what I'm told. You're talking about all the numbers, all the votes that are outstanding. Well, he says 171,000 votes, early in-person votes, have not been calculated yet, have not been tabulated yet. So that is what we're still waiting on. I'm also told from an official that we're waiting on about half of the in-person votes today, which would be about 30,000, because overall there were 60,000 in-person votes today, according to the official there in DeKalb, and also the absentees that came in today. What's being reflected in the numbers that we're seeing right now in DeKalb are the early absentee, the vote by mail ballots that came in, and half of the today votes that would skew Republican, and of course the early votes, mail-in ballots, would skew Democratic. But what we're still waiting on, a majority, 171,000, according to Gabrielle Sterling, are those early in-person votes in DeKalb.
It's very interesting, John, because those early in-person votes over the past 3 weeks, let's say, heavily Democratic, we're told.
Right. So you think 170,000 just of those. Pam noted some other votes, too. Some other votes out there, too. But if you just focus on the 170,000 of those, and you know the Democrats are getting 80% or higher. Remember, go back to November. You look at what are the Democrats getting in a county? Then in the early votes, they tend to be even higher than that. So there's your math.
Could swing the election. What's happening in DeKalb County right now, only 37% of the estimated vote is now in. Much more of our special coverage. It's Election Night in America. Continue.
Go back to Rachel, and that's a commercial too. See what's going on with Dr.
Imagine
Laura here.
right now, it's all.
TV Karen, here she is.
What's going on with the rural vote? And is there enough rural vote outstanding to help the
There's
GOP,
not.
given the fact that we got, 100,000 plus outstanding in DeKalb County?
Laura, this is going to be a very close election. We knew that from the very beginning. You said that, Bill has said that, and from my position on the ground in Georgia, I've known that all along. It's all about turnout. And to the extent that
every election is about turnout,
Republicans could focus on turnout and not be distracted by, as I mentioned the other day in an article, all these barking dogs. As Winston Churchill says, you'll never get to your goal if you throw rocks at every barking dog along the way. The problem with the Republican approach here is not the candidates, it's not the governor, it's all these other issues that clutter it up. And the problem is, that's why we're seeing the Republican turnout not quite as big as we had hoped. But I still do think, looking at the maps, that the votes will be there from rural Georgia, which is exactly what happened in our gubernatorial race, Laura. As you remember, just 2 years ago, it was exactly the same scenario, and Governor Kemp pulled it out because of all those rural votes and the military votes that come in later on.
Sarah, your thoughts now, given what you're seeing, how close this is and how wild it is, with the president, of course, criticizing, and that's putting it mildly, the Republican sitting governor and Secretary of State and their handling of the election and the presidential side when we needed turnout for this.
We'll jump away
Senate
from this
races.
as soon as something happens on one of the
Well,
other
it's
channels.
absolutely frustrating, I think, especially for people in Georgia. I was just chatting with folks before I came on with you, Laura,
Here we go.
out in Georgia.
Live picture of the lit up U.S. Capitol dome in Washington tonight. That, the Senate side of the U.S. Capitol, is the prize when we have a resolution of these two Senate races in the state of Georgia that have occupied our time and attention tonight. In our last segment, we were told in no uncertain terms by Steve Kornacki that in these next 40 or so minutes remaining in this hour, we're probably going to learn of a whole mess of votes out of DeKalb County, Georgia. Steve, no reason to think anything else, right? Yo, Steve.
Well, I'm sorry. There's one of those, the audio. Thank you, Brian. Let's take a look here. This is setting up for some finish, and not just the close election, is the entire Senate on the line here. David Perdue, 94,000 and change.
The government.
Again, we got some more.
The government
is
on the line right
County.
now.
You know, Blue County here in the Atlanta metro area, offset by some more Republican votes coming in as well. That's what's happened in the last few minutes. The Perdue lead is now sitting near 100,000 votes, 86% of the vote in statewide. Kelly Loeffler, 64,000 vote lead over Raphael Warnock. Again, DeKalb County, when I'm saying this is setting up for some finish,
Heavily Democratic.
Okay, we did not. So here we go. We just got 17. Is this 17,000? What did we just get? We got 17,000 more votes in DeKalb. This is different than we were expecting. We were expecting all at once. We did not get all at once. So you can see now incrementally they've released more vote. This is a relatively small share of what was left to come from DeKalb. They still have 60% of the vote to
like
come
5%.
in DeKalb. Warnock at 82.2%. Ossoff at 81.4%.
We should watch like an episode of Kids in the Hall when they come back.
94,000 is the lead for Perdue, and Loeffler the lead 67,000. So again, we are still waiting on about 60% of the vote now, 60% of the vote out of DeKalb County.
Watching election results in Georgia. There'll be a big crowd in Washington, D.C. tomorrow, and we will not stand for this landslide being stolen.
In size, so we want to see what is still to come in DeKalb. I'm sorry, say again? And we have a little bit more coming in Cobb County as well, up to 75% of the vote there in Cobb County. And again, Democrats, you see that same-day vote's been coming in. The Democratic number now down close to that number Biden had. They want to be at that number or above that number. But let's find out here if that was the update we were going to get from DeKalb this hour, because I was in the...
And Trump won't fight these numbers because they don't affect him. So he won't even He'll just say that they were terrible candidates and they should have supported him more.
In DeKalb County, this is the...
He went to one rally. Yes, 2, but the other one was 29 days ago. But when he was on the line, he went to 5 rallies in one day. In 2020, he did 14 rallies in 3 days. For these two, he showed up once. One guy wasn't there because of COVID, and Kelly spoke for 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Going to get the rest of it. We still have a ton left there.
So, Steve, are you literally going to go text DeKalb County right now and say,
we're going to go, yeah, maybe pick up the phone here the old-fashioned way, but we'll try to get an answer on that.
Okay. A little peek behind the curtain.
All right,
Steve
you guys
wants
keep
to know
watching.
if that's it. They said it was going to be big. That didn't seem that big. All right, we're joined now once again by our friend Chris Hayes, the host of All In here on MSNBC. Chris, I feel like we are seeing this thing that Democratic activists have talked about for lots of years that you and I have been on TV covering election nights, which is Georgia becoming purple, right? I mean, we've had, I think it's 8 different statewide runoff elections in Georgia back to 1988. Democrats won one of those, and the Democrat who won that one of them quickly became a Republican and is still a Republican elected official today. Republicans have run the table. It's possible they will win both these Senate races tonight, but the fact that it's coming down this close and that it's this down to the wire and that there's this much suspense, they were promising this for a long time before it happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable to sort of chart the trajectory here. This is, of course, a state that gave us Jimmy Carter, that Bill Clinton won in 1992, the last vestiges of sort of vestigial white Southern Democratic voting. And then by 2004, you have Zell Miller, who'd been the popular Democratic governor of that state, who switches over to become a Republican. That's the kind of capstone moment for the Republican switch, right? Newt Gingrich, who sort of leads the revolution in the House, of course, from Georgia, too. That was so much of what built the sort of backbone of Republican congressional majorities when they had them, was that switch of the old South, the old solidly Democratic South, to the Republican Party. And then in 2008, I was down in Georgia because the Obama campaign had actually opened up field offices there. Because what they did was they looked at the map. They said, this state is 31% African-American. If we could drive turnout, if we could register voters, we could be within spitting distance. And even though Barack Obama lost that race in Georgia, they ended up pulling those field offices to concentrate on other states. He came fairly close. 6 years later, in 2014, I was back in Georgia with a state representative, state senator named Stacey Abrams. And her pitch was, look at the math. We have a lot of voters, African-American voters, who are not registered. We have a state where it's hard for them to vote. If we could register them and turn them out, we make this a swing state. That was 2014. It took a while, well, relatively short in historical terms, but several election cycles to get to that very close loss for Stacey Abrams in 2018, where she implemented that vision, lost by, I think, about 60,000 votes in the end. And now here we are. I mean, whatever tonight is, it is the culmination of that work, and I think the kind of official announcement of this as a genuinely competitive battleground political atmosphere, that November wasn't a fluke, that 2018 hotly contested race of Stacey Abrams and Brian Kemp wasn't a fluke. This is the nature of this state now. And it alters a lot about the sort of calculations and trajectories of both national political parties and the coalitions they're assembling.
And it also raises the stakes for Republicans to try to reverse it if they can. And if one of the outcomes of all of the noise about Trump having had this race stolen from him in Georgia is that Georgia Republicans get back up on their hind legs and start doubling, tripling down on voter suppression to try to reverse these things, well, then Georgia is going to be voting wars for a long time to come because the stakes are just that high.
Well, and I have to say, I mean, you wonder about the relationship between the two. I mean, I am not of the belief generally that there's a huge amount of public opinion or political consequences for anti-democratic behavior. I think it's one of the founders' insights that actually has borne out pretty well. But let's be clear here. Kelly Loeffler's position, her official position, is that the votes cast to put her in this runoff, the votes of Georgians, should be discarded. That was Perdue's position essentially as well. Loeffler, though, making that big announcement at the Trump rally that she's going to contest the Electoral College. I mean, at the margins, I think telling the voters of your state that you don't get to say who you voted for, I think may not be the best approach to take. I think that probably turns some voters off.
Chris Hayes, thank you, my friend. Much appreciated. While we have been talking, Steve, did you call DeKalb County?
Yes, we got some more information from DeKalb County. You could just see the bubble here is growing bigger and bigger because we keep getting votes in from everywhere else in the state and just finishing out counties. This enormous bubble is DeKalb County. So we were saying, the early vote, about 180,000 votes or so yet to come from DeKalb County. They'd been saying a big update, a significant update by 11 o'clock, and then we got a very, very small update in the scheme of things a few minutes ago. That small update that we got is not the one that they have been telling us is coming at 11. They still say that sizable release of vote is coming before 11. They did clarify, though, it is not going to be all of the remaining early vote at once. So it's not going to all come at once, the remaining early vote. That has happened there in the past. But you can expect sometime in the next half an hour, we're going to get a significant chunk of that outstanding, and there it is, just proportionally. That giant circle is the outstanding early vote in DeKalb County, which, again, we expect Democrats to be winning at an 80 or 85% clip. And you just see that Purdue's lead statewide sits at about 100,000. Loeffler's lead statewide sits at about 70,000, 180,000 or so early vote.
Yeah, Trump just tweeted, looks like they are setting up a big voter dump against the Republican candidates, waiting to see how many votes they need.
Democrats win in the mid 80% or so. You can do the math. You can see how this is going to get very close.
We're on the edge here. We want to let everyone know that no matter what discussion we're having on the air, we're watching it. We'll go immediately back if we see that percentage number change. Let's bring in two more special guests, and that's former chairman of the Republican National Committee, Michael Steele, and former Obama White House press secretary, Robert Gibbs. Robert, we haven't talked to you yet. Thank you for your patience. What do you like tonight?
Well, I think exactly what Steve's been saying. I mean, these races are extraordinarily close, and the whole ball game is DeKalb County. Lots of vote to come in. I would much rather be sitting in the Democratic headquarters tonight right now than in the Republican headquarters, knowing this is a little bit of what we saw in November, a race that was tracking very close, and then a lot of these early votes that get reported late come in, and you get close results. But I feel pretty good sitting where we do right now.
Michael Steele, Donald Trump's going to speak to a rally tomorrow in Washington in the morning. If this does not go the Republicans' way, what does he have left in his bag to pull out? What does he have left to tell the crowd?
The blaming will begin. He will blame the Secretary of State. He will blame the governor. He will blame political operatives on the ground that didn't adhere to his wishes earlier in the process to, flip the vote in Georgia. He will discount and largely ignore any hand he may have had rhetorically or otherwise in sort of stemming the tide of the vote, the Republican vote. In a state, as I said on election night, the Republican Party should win. This should not be close. This should not be a conversation for us at this point. In fact, Brian, we should be going for beers right about now because the evening would have been over. And the reality of it is it's not, because of what this president has done to the Republican Party. And I'll say it one more time so every Republican will understand. This has happened the way it has happened because you've allowed it to happen this way. And instead of holding the line on the principles that have defined the party, that the base and Republicans and center-right voters around the country, and certainly in a state like Georgia, could lean into, you gave them a reason to lean away.
It's put so starkly, it takes your breath away. Robert Gibbs, but I want to follow up on that point in the context of what President-elect Biden will inherit, regardless of which way these races go tonight. The information stream has been so poisoned by what Michael Steele just described. Mm-hmm. And it's President-elect Biden who has publicly declared his intention to govern for all Americans, including the ones that didn't vote for him. It seems to me that that task continues to get harder. There's reporting that's broken tonight. Donald Trump is now rapidly responding to the New York Times reporting that Vice President Pence told him that there was nothing in his ceremonial role tomorrow that he could do to change the result. His war on democracy is ongoing. We are just getting around to calling it what it is, which is a coup attempt. Is it your opinion that President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris are clear-eyed about what they're inheriting in terms of what the public believes, that millions of them don't believe they won in a fraud-free election, which is the fact? And do you believe that they've been strong enough in calling Trump's efforts what they are, an attempted coup?
Nicole, it's a great question because I've thought a lot about it over the last few days. I think if I was part of the incoming Biden administration, as I was in the incoming Obama administration, I would probably want to play it down and just get to the 20th of January at noon, because there's a lot that's going to happen tomorrow, and your viewers should understand it might be some interesting TV, but the result of tomorrow is going to be the certification of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to be the next president and vice president of this country. Lots of shenanigans. That having been said, I do greatly worry that we as Democrats are letting the normalcy of what is happening become normal. I mean, we're lauding. I mean, the New York Times is running a story, and the president is saying that story is not true. That the vice president is going to play the role the vice president plays in certifying the election. That's a New York Times story. That is a moving of the normalcy goalposts, as we've seen in almost every day of the Trump administration. We're lauding people if they come out and say, I am not going to object to the certification of the presidential vote. Again, that's a moving of the norms. And I have no doubt that a huge thing that the Biden and Vice President Harris are going to have to deal with is the idea that 75% of the American people see them as being illegitimately elected. And I think that is honestly going to take a lot longer than 4 years to fix. That's going to take a lot longer. It may take more than 4 elections to get the normalcy of this thing close to what we might remember it as.
It's such an important point. It's a conversation I'm sure we'll all continue to have. Thank you for being a part of it, Robert Gibbs and Michael Steele. We're going to go back to Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve.
All right, Nicole, we're kind of waiting in a holding pattern here. I'll call up the remaining vote bubbles here. And again, it's just the one that dwarfs everything right now. That is emanating from DeKalb County, overwhelmingly Democratic DeKalb County. We expect, frankly, any minute now, based on what they've been telling us, to get not all, but a big chunk of their early vote to be reported out there. Again, statewide right now, David Perdue's lead over Jon Ossoff sits at 108,000 votes. Kelly Loeffler's lead over Raphael Warnock, 78,000. In other words, Warnock, running 30,000 votes better than Ossoff statewide. That's a very relevant thing to keep in mind as we're waiting on these DeKalb numbers, because both Democrats are going to get a big boost here. But Warnock is 30,000 votes ahead of Ossoff already, just in terms of trying to catch Kelly Loeffler. So keep that in mind. Again, 180,000 or so votes that will be released, early votes that are yet to be released from DeKalb County. I can tell you the early vote. Now, 2 things about this. Democratic County, we've been saying, the early vote is on the more Democratic side. The early vote in DeKalb County back in the November election was 82% Biden in DeKalb County. It was 82% for Joe Biden was the early.
This can't flip back the other direction because I've already tweeted. So I'm not going to go and delete tweets if the Democrats lose.
Vote. That's what we're waiting on right now. If that's a benchmark for you. Now, Democrats felt for a variety of reasons they did a little bit better in the early vote this time around than they did back in November. In a county like DeKalb, it's hard to do much better, but maybe they could even tick that up. We'll see. Could they tick it up to 83, 84%? But in other words, you're sitting on 170, 180,000 or so votes to be reported out, where I think you can certainly expect Democrats to be getting at least 80% of those votes and probably more. And so, again, if you start to do the math on that, 108,000 vote lead for David Perdue statewide. That could certainly be eroded and erased right there. And certainly a 78,000 vote lead for Kelly Loeffler statewide could be eroded and erased right there. Now, DeKalb is not the only place with outstanding vote left in the state. You can call your attention here. This is Columbia County. This is outside Augusta, Richmond County. Now, what's left in Columbia County, if you have a long memory and you've been paying close attention tonight, you might remember the start of the night we said Columbia County is one of these counties that holds its mail vote and its early vote until the very end of the night. So that is what they're doing right now. They are holding on to their mail and their early vote, and that is going to be the last thing released. So what you see in Columbia right now is Kelly Loeffler getting 75% of the vote. This has been the most pro-Republican vote that's been reported in Columbia County so far. The vote that's yet to come is going to be more Democratic. Republicans will probably still win it, but to give you a sense of it, the early vote, the mail vote in Columbia County back in November, Joe Biden got about 40% of it. So I think what's to come in Columbia County, if November's a guide, Democrats are probably going to get about 40% of it. It's one of these counties that's been trending a bit away from Republicans. If it goes really well for Democrats, maybe they get 41 or 42%. That's Columbia County right there. We're also looking at Cobb County here, and I just want to check. I believe we are still, we still have same-day vote coming in Cobb County. Now, this is a little dicey because you see Warnock here leads, in Cobb County, 56.7%. Ossoff leads in Cobb County, 55.8%. The same-day vote in Cobb County, remember, same day, most pro-Republican. We've been seeing Republicans actually getting more votes in these updates, these same-day vote updates out of Cobb County. We've been seeing Republicans getting more votes than Democrats in the same-day update. So even though Ossoff is leading the county and I think will win the county, even though Warnock is leading the county and will win the county, I think there's the potential here for Republicans to squeeze more votes out of what's left in Cobb County than the Democrats. So again, for the Democrats, it's DeKalb County. You can see it here, the bubble. If I squeeze it a little bit, you can see Savannah, Chatham County. There could be some Democratic votes here as well. If you go, that was not supposed to happen that dramatically. If you go over to the other side of the state, here you go, Columbus, that's Muskogee County. There could be some Democratic votes there. So there are some other opportunities here. There are opportunities for Republicans as well. So, I mean, really, to me, this is setting up as how big is that bang that Democrats get out of DeKalb County? What kind of a pad would that give, to Warnock? What kind of a pad could that give to Ossoff? Could they squeeze a little bit more, out of Savannah, a little bit more out of Columbus? And could they absorb the hits that are left from, a bubble like this in Columbia County, again, where I think Republicans will probably get about 60% of that bubble. Democrats will get about 40% of that bubble. And the votes do exist here, certainly in DeKalb County. The votes do exist on paper to get the Democrats into the lead in these races, despite these numbers. I mean, you're seeing a 3-point margin here for David Perdue. We've just been seeing red counties around the state kind of complete their counts and just pad that Perdue margin. And what that means is the bubbles around the states get smaller and smaller, and the DeKalb bubble gets bigger and bigger. And, here we are, 10:40. They said by 11 o'clock, they think, we will have a significant update there from DeKalb County. And I think whenever we get that significant update, these statewide numbers are going to change substantially.
Steve, I want to give my colleagues who are all champing at the bit a chance to ask you questions here as well, but I'm going to jump the line and go first.
She said champing at the bit. That is the correct phrase. I love Rachel.
The second largest bubble of outstanding vote is, as you said, in Cobb County. And while that will likely be a Democratic county in both of these races, excuse me, the remaining Cobb County vote, you think will be the more Republican tilted vote. My question is, how many of those votes are there? How much outstanding vote do you think there is in Cobb County?
That's what we are trying to figure out right now. And Adam, do you have that number? In Columbia County, but Cobb County, 50,000 early. Okay, that's the thing. So the bubble is big here in Cobb County because you have same-day vote that's finishing up, and you have early vote in Cobb County.
Okay.
So you've got two things driving this bubble.
So Scotland is not allowing Trump in? That's awesome.
One of those things is favorable to Republicans. Like I say, these same-day updates. And I'm just looking what we have left here for precincts. There are some precincts left, but there's an early vote here that, should favor, if you just look again, the early vote in Cobb County was 53% Democratic back in November, 53% for Biden back in November. So the opportunity here for Democrats still to gain with early vote in Cobb County, for Republicans to gain with same-day vote. The ball game in DeKalb is basically early vote, and it's early mail vote in Columbia.
Okay. So even though that's 50,000 votes in Cobb, likely to be sort of an even split there because it's early and same day.
Yeah, that could be an even split, and Democrats, depending on how it breaks, Democrats could net votes out of there still.
Joy, did you want to jump in here and ask Steve something?
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking earlier. I want to kind of go back to the discussion we were having earlier about Democratic versus Republican turnout, because that's really been kind of the focus, is who actually, hit their targets in terms of turnout. Now that we're factoring in more counties, do you have a better sense of that?
So, yeah, we were looking at North Georgia during the night, some of those rural counties, and there are several of these counties where I think that Republican turnout was down, 15 or so +%. But I think Republicans did, we paid a lot of attention to Cherokee County. Take a look here. I think this is the final vote in Cherokee County. Republicans actually accomplished their mission in Cherokee County. They accomplished their mission, I think, in Forsyth County. So in some of these places, they got what they were looking for in some of the bigger sort of bedroom community Republican counties in the state. But there are a fair number of these sort of more rural Republican counties where we saw the turnout was down more, appears to be down more than it is in some of these Democratic areas. So I think there is a question here. We got to look a little bit closer when they're all in, but I think there is potentially a question here about that core Republican base, kind of outside of the metro area here. How motivated was it?
Yeah, and can I ask, just to follow up on that, Perdue, because he does have a history, the family has a history, he was always considered the stronger of the two Republican candidates because he does have sort of a deeper history in the state. How is he doing now versus how he did in the important counties to Republicans versus November?
Well, you can tell. I mean, look, where David Perdue in November did the best relative to Trump, and when we say there were split ticket vote, it was Fulton County. So, I mean, you take a look here. Fulton County, again, biggest in the state, Atlanta suburbs. So you're seeing right now, actually, this is, let me just confirm, Adam, is this it for Fulton? We're going to check on that. But if this is it, then what we said at the start of the night, did Democrats in Fulton County get to that Biden number and exceed it? And what you're seeing right now with what appears to be all or close to all the vote in Fulton County is Warnock a little bit more than a point better than Joe Biden's number. So there's Warnock at 73.7, and then in the Perdue race, Ossoff at 72.9, Biden at 72.6. I think this is key because in this county in November, Ossoff was under 70%. He was 69 and change. So Ossoff ran about 3 points below Biden. Or, if you will, Perdue ran about 3 points above Trump in Fulton County back in November. And where you saw the most pronounced split-ticket voting in Fulton County was in the suburban portions of Fulton County.
Yes, producer Joanna, Fulton is the largest county. Then Gwinnett, Cobb County is pretty big. We're waiting on Gwinnett. We're waiting on Fulton. We're waiting on Cobb.
Saw it in Roswell, Alpharetta, you saw it in Buckhead. That's where you saw the most voters who went out and voted Biden and then voted Republicans for the Senate. What you're seeing here
everything around
with what appears to be all or close to all the vote in Fulton County is that not only did Ossoff get to that Biden level that Biden hit in November, he exceeded it. He's a few tenths of a point above that. So again, that split ticket phenomenon that was helping Perdue in a place like Fulton County, you're not seeing that right here. You're seeing Ossoff get to the Biden number, and in fact, you're seeing, I have the marker selected, and in fact, you're seeing Warnock exceed it, by a full point. You saw that, we're still waiting on Cobb County. We saw split ticket voting in Cobb County, but Cobb County, Fulton County, Gwinnett County, there are a few others, but that is where you saw the most split ticket voting. And that's why one of the big questions for me coming into this election tonight, for the Democrats was, are Democrats getting the Biden number in a Fulton County, or are they getting the Ossoff number? It seems like a trivial difference, 72.
Joanna, you don't like me being an ass? That's my brand.
0.6 and like 69.7. It seems like a very trivial difference. But I think that was one of the biggest reasons that Biden won Georgia in November and Ossoff was short of Purdue in the vote count back in November. That 3-point difference in Fulton County added up to a big difference in the vote count. And what you're seeing here is Democrats are ahead of that Biden number. So they're not lagging it. They're actually doing a little bit better than it in this vote count tonight. So that is, at the start of the night, that's why I was stressing this Biden number. If Democrats could get a point or so above that in Fulton County, that'd be a very, very good sign for them. And potentially, we got to look much closer at this, but potentially it raises a question. Those split ticket voters, the folks who turned out back in November and said, I don't like Donald Trump, but I don't want to vote for the Democrats for the Senate. I'm going to vote for the Republicans for the Senate. Those voters existed. They existed in the Fulton County suburbs back in November. Did they look at the last 2 months? Did they look at Trump's behavior? You could come up with your own theory here. It just raises the possibility that they took the measure of the last 2 months and said, well, I can't vote against Trump. He's not on the ballot, but I can vote against his party. I can vote against the candidates he's endorsing. Did those split ticket voters just vote Democratic in Fulton County, in the Atlanta suburbs?
Mathematically, it's also just a really good reminder that we're watching these little wiggles on either side of the Biden standard from November. And in small, relatively unpopulated counties, it doesn't mean that much if it's a point or a tenth of a point one way or the other. But when you're talking about a county that's got hundreds of thousands of voters, you get these Senate candidates outpacing Biden by a point or a tenth of a point or 2/10 of a point, and it's tens of thousands of votes.
It adds up. You got
potentially determinative. Lawrence O'Donnell, our colleague, wants to jump in here. Lawrence, did you want to ask Steve a thing?
Yeah, Steve, there's a mystery number that's been up on the board all night that we're all staring at and trying to figure out, and that is what explains the maybe 30,000 vote difference between Raphael Warnock and Jon Ossoff. Why is Reverend Warnock outpolling Jon Ossoff? Who goes into that voting booth and votes for only one of the Democrats?
It's a great question, and we came into the night with all sorts of theories about if you see it, where would you see it? Was there a geographic explanation? But I mean, I'm just picking a county at random here, a hugely Republican county. Warnock gets 21.3% in Jackson County. Ossoff gets 20%. This is just uniform. It's across the board. It's not specific geographically. It's not that there's a core, Warnock vote in one place and it's just not there for Ossoff. We're just seeing consistently 0.4, 0.5, 0.8, Ossoff lagging behind Warnock, and we're just seeing it across the state. I mean, is it about Ossoff and Warnock? Is it about Purdue and Loeffler?
Yes.
Is Purdue a more appealing candidate to a certain slice of voter than Loeffler is? Is Purdue just able to get a few more votes than Loeffler is? Should we be looking at it that way? Should we be looking at it as an Ossoff-Warnock thing? But I think the thing that has struck me, because it's been so steady and so consistent, I think we first flagged it, when it was about 30.
This is for control of the Senate. Right now, Ossoff is a +1, Warnock is a +1.8. Right now, Warnock is rated pretty likely, which let's go take a look at that. Ossoff is leaning Ossoff, 83% probability of winning, and right now Warnock is just under 95% chance of winning. So really, it's going to come down to Ossoff. We're going to keep it here on Ossoff. Then this is what we'll do. So they've got Warnock at a 95% likely winning. Let me see if I can do this properly. There we go. And stop it. Sometimes it does, sometimes it don't. And we'll make this nice and big for you guys. There we go. So you guys can see that. That should work. Here we go.
% of the vote in statewide. It's been the story. Almost every county we've been looking at. If you've been following along, if you're watching, you see this every time we click on one of these counties. 27.3 in Harris County for Ossoff. 27 point. That's one of the smaller ones. 27.5, 0.2 of 1 point. But Warnock has just been running consistently ahead of him. It seems across the board.
In terms of the relative performance of Warnock and Ossoff, is it look to you, broadly speaking, that they are both either matching or outpacing Biden? It's just that Warnock is doing so by more, or are they on opposite sides of the Biden standard?
Yeah. Halftime, you can give it a shot in terms of posting a URL, and I'll repost it if I can.
Let's take a look. Fulton County, we can revisit right here. And again, my producer was telling me in the last few minutes there are a few precincts we're not quite sure this is all the vote in Fulton County. It's very, very close. But again, the Biden standard 72.6. Warnock it's very, very comfortably close. Above but again, the Biden standard 1.1 points above it. And there's Ossoff. Teetering above it. Yeah. And you were saying, Rachel, 72.9 in Fulton and 73.7 in Fulton, almost a full point in a county that's 10% of the state. Yeah, that can add up. A margin here for Warnock of 205,000 votes. A margin for Ossoff of 198,000. That's a difference of 7,000 votes between them in that county. So, I think we see in the Atlanta metro area. Let's see if we can pull up another one here. Clayton County. Look, Ossoff is above the Biden number in Clayton County, 88.4. Warnock's only 1/10 of a point above him there. Warnock 1/10 of a point above. They're both above the Biden number there. I think the Democrats have been getting numbers out of the Atlanta metro area that they wanted to see. These numbers so far that they've been seeing are right where you would think. If Democrats put out a map, exceed Biden, they've been exceeding Biden where they need to. We showed you a number of these small rural counties with large black populations. We were seeing Democrats 2-3 points above the Biden number in a lot of these counties. The percentage of the vote in a lot of these counties was significant. Black populations. Again, you were seeing Warnock and Ossoff both above the Biden number, but Warnock just a little bit above.
Ossoff now at 88%.
We're both exceeding it there, but Warnock was exceeding it by a little bit more. When I look at this tonight, where was there bad news so far for Democrats? Look, the worst news for Democrats could be if they don't get what they're hoping for out of DeKalb here when that comes in. But otherwise, Cherokee County, this ended up being bad news for Democrats tonight. With what's in so far, Republicans have actually exceeded the Trump number here, and I think they got very high same-day turnout, in Cherokee County, in Forsyth County, big Republican bedroom community county. Again, 2 points above the Trump number there. So Republicans sort of in these exurbs, not all of them, but some of these sort of big population dense, exurban counties, Republicans are hitting pretty good numbers there. So it's not everywhere has been good news for Democrats tonight. But again, they've Atlanta metro in rural counties with significant black populations. Democrats have exceeded Biden. I think you've seen that pretty steadily tonight.
What I'm seeing when I look at that is that there are some parallel situations. I was just going down in my notes through the big population, most Republican counties. And as you're pointing out there, in Cherokee County, in Forsyth County, I'd be just
go to sleep whenever you want. You're not going to affect the race, producer Joanna, but it's only 7:55 at night. But yeah, we should have a pretty good idea with the dump at the top of the hour, if that dump happens.
The counties.
We're going to have to depend on Marcy, and hopefully she's not going to try and live stream it.
With many more votes, where 2/10 or 3/10 above the Biden standard is going to be a larger number in absolute terms when you get down to it. And let us not forget that the Biden standard was a winning number in Georgia, and the Trump standard was a losing number in Georgia. And so it just feels to me like Republicans have to put it together from so many different places right now, whereas Democrats just got to look in one place, because when those numbers come in DeKalb, that's going to be the ballgame.
Yeah, and I mean, again, one way to look at this too, I think, Rachel, along the lines of what you're saying here, is it's a 98,000 vote lead for David Perdue. Again, it's just DeKalb. We don't need to repeat it for the millionth time right here. But remember that Jon Ossoff back in November finished 88,000 votes under David Perdue. When everything was in, Perdue had 88,000 more votes than Jon Ossoff. I don't know how this is exactly all going to shake out here, but I don't think Ossoff is, even if Ossoff loses this, it's not going to be by 88,000 votes. Ossoff has improved since November. I think that's very clear. And Ossoff has improved since November. Ossoff has improved since November. It's also clear Warnock is going to finish 25 to 30,000 votes, it looks like, better than Ossoff in this thing. So Ossoff's made strides. Warnock is outpacing Ossoff. So Democrats made up ground from November. We'll see again with DeKalb if that ends up being enough to put them over the top in the state. But what we're saying about the half a point here, the point here, the 2 points in these rural counties, offset a little bit, but not entirely by what Republicans do in the exurbs. It adds up to, if Ossoff loses this, it's not going to be by the margin he lost it by back in November.
Right, and just to reset, as we come up on 5 minutes before the top of the hour, Steve was advised by DeKalb County officials that they thought that by 11 o'clock, within the next 5 minutes, they would have a large amount of vote that they would be reporting. DeKalb County is the lion's share of the vote that remains. And just for context's sake, DeKalb County is a majority black county. It contains about 10% of the city of Atlanta. In the November presidential election, it was 83-16. Biden over Trump. And so as we wait for a significant portion of DeKalb County, more than 50% of DeKalb County to come in, particularly early vote, and vote that is likely to trend just as Democratic as anything else in that county, that's where Democrats' hopes lie in terms of both of these candidates being able to make up the difference between them and the Republican leaders right now and potentially surpass them. That's where things stand right now, and that's why we are pushing toward 11 o'clock, going tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. We're going to take a quick break right now and come back as soon as we get those numbers in. Stay with us.
And we will
Advanced
come back.
non-small cell lung cancer can take away so much.
Parallel parking.
Nope.
That hot yoga was so hot.
Things being wheeled into the room and so forth, Steve. So I guess we'll find out. But Abrams was she meant business. She wants to win this. Question is, which party wanted to win more?
She's getting a lot of attention and a lot of credit. There are observers in this room, and the Democrats say they made 1.5 million phone calls a day as this election came down to the wire.
Well, in the end, you actually have to not just make phone calls, but you got to make sure people are driven to the polls if they need a ride to the polls. And a lot of Republicans were volunteering, and they had never volunteered before in a Senate race, let alone even a presidential race. And yet they volunteered today to actually drive people to the polls. And yeah, we're learning right now, Steve, that DeKalb County officials are telling us that the vote counting there, I guess, is proceeding, but perhaps not as quickly as they would have liked. And the vote counting is going to go on into the night. Which, again, you're looking at the president's tweets, and he's concerned that there's going to be a dump of votes, and the margin between the Republicans and Democrats is going to magically disappear. So that's what a lot of the Republicans are worried about tonight. Steve.
They are worried about a big vote dump from DeKalb, which could come at any time. Still a lot of votes out there, and voting was going.
Republicans are ahead in both, with 91% of the estimated vote is in. Kelly Loeffler, the Republican, she has about a 75,000 vote lead over the Democrat, Raphael Warnock. In the other Senate race, David Perdue, the Republican, his lead is more impressive, 107,000 votes over the Democrat, John Ossoff, right now. 91% of the vote is in, 9% outstanding, but we're waiting for a big chunk of votes. John King coming in from DeKalb County. Right now, what's still only 42% of the vote is in. I want to go to CNN's Amara Walker right now, who's watching all of this unfold. She got a special guest for us. What are you learning, Amara?
Well, we just heard from Gabe Sterling a few moments ago, who's joining me now, that there are 171,000 outstanding votes, early in-person votes, that
Ossoff just went up to 89%.
Are supposed to be uploaded in DeKalb County at any minute now. However, there's been a discrepancy because the CEO of DeKalb County said, no, actually the number is 117,000 votes that are supposed to be uploaded. Gabriel Sterling is here to clear up that confusion for us. Why are we talking about discrepancy here? Who's correct?
Well, you might have remembered I said that a lot of these election workers have been really exhausted working to the ground. If you look at the two numbers, 171 and 117, the elections director just mixed up the 1 and the 7. And that's what she told him. And we called her and said, what's happening? She goes, oh, yeah, that was my bad. So this is the reality of real time when it comes to dealing with these situations in an election when everybody's been working their fingers to the bone.
Okay, so an understandable mistake. The numbers were interchanged. Do we know when these 171,000 early in-person votes will be uploaded to the system?
If the counties run elections, it's up to them. We talked to them. They're working diligently. They're trying to get them all done tonight. We know it's going to be done. They told us 45 minutes and an hour and a half ago, but as they go through each one of these things, we want to make sure the quality control, make sure it's done properly, so that when we do upload it, it's that one time when we get the actual results in.
And you were telling me over the phone, Gabriel, that historically, that it's usually 80-20 split for the Democrats in DeKalb County. Can you walk us through that?
In this kind of the advanced vote, what we saw.
So that's 140,000 votes for the Democrats.
From November, it'd be something similar to that. So this is going to be a huge boon to the Democrat candidates.
I'm going with about 82%.
And a big hit to the Republicans who have built.
Which is what we've been seeing so far tonight.
Built up a lead over time. But again, there's lots of nickels and dimes in the rest of those rural counties in Georgia that could come in and balance out some of this. And we still see I know the U.S. doesn't care as much. We have a Republican running for Public Service Commission who has a bigger lead than even the two senators right now, Bubba McDonald.
So it could possibly, though, come down to DeKalb County.
This is CNN.
DeKalb County is going to have a really big impact on the outcome, but like I said, there's dozens and dozens of counties out there, and you take lots of counties with a few votes margin versus one big county with a big vote margin, they can even out. So we've got potentially a long night ahead.
Okay, and last question.
Chris, you're a fucking moron.
To you, because I did see Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger walking by, and I asked him, when do you expect for us to know the final results of this Senate runoff? And he said, probably lunchtime tomorrow. Do you agree?
That is a rational estimate given the situation we've seen right now.
Great.
Optimistic.
Optimistic.
Gotcha. Okay, well, thank you so much for breaking that down for us. Wolf, back to you.
Yeah, I just want to ask Gabriel Sterling a quick question, and John King has a question for him as well, if he doesn't mind spending a few more moments with us. In addition to the 170,000 outstanding votes, and we're expected to get those results fairly soon in DeKalb County, how many other outstanding votes, Gabriel, do you think there are throughout the state?
Frankly, Wolf, I don't know right now because I've been having to answer questions every 2 minutes from people. We know there are a bunch out there. On top of the 171,000, we know there's another 12,000 election day votes that have to come in DeKalb County alone. But we have lots of counties that have no advance and no election day votes in, and some of those are Republican counties.
John King has a question for you, Gabriel.
When you say you don't know the total universe, you mentioned in your conversation with Amara a lot of these small rural Republican counties where you think, there's a couple thousand here or a couple hundred there. But you're not certain of the universe at all. It's just helping in the context. I ask in the context of this. You know the math. When DeKalb County comes in, there's a chance there the Democrats can make up the deficits that they have right now. And then the question would be, what else is out there?
John, to be fair, they're going to more than make up the deficits. They will likely take the lead when this tranche of votes comes in. It's a question of how much. The secondary thing we have to worry about and look at is what is out in those rural counties. And you say they're small rural counties. Some of them ain't that small. Some of them will be 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 at a pop that could still be potentially out there. And we have the universe of the advanced in person. We don't have the universe of the election day votes. And that's kind of the unknowable unknown for us until they do those final uploads.
So basically, what I hear you saying, Gabriel, it could still go either way. The Democrats might win, the Republicans might win. We just don't know. It's going to be very, very close. Although you're suggesting that the Democrats will do really well in DeKalb, and they could then, both of them, wind.
The best place to chat is youtube.com/KevinLeeFather. Go subscribe to me there, and that way you'll get alerts when we go live. And the chat's just a little bit quicker. But if you want to swear, you can do so in Twitch. So you can follow us on Twitch as well. At, what is it, Kevin Lee Father live stream? What is it? Someone, Lizzie, are you in here right now? What's the Twitch address?
The question of the timing of this, the release of these 171,000 votes in DeKalb County. Is it momentarily, an hour from now, tomorrow? What do you think?
Lunchtime tomorrow.
Well, our hope is it would be as soon as possible because, like I said, they told us 45 minutes about an hour and a half ago. So my assumption is it'll be sometime within the next hour. I'm hopeful I know this. It will be this evening.
And that could be really, really critical. Right now, 90% of the vote is in. So that means 10% of the estimated vote in the state, Gabriel, is still outstanding. That's a lot of votes out there, but the biggest chunk is in DeKalb County, which is a heavily Democratic county outside of Atlanta.
Yes, that's correct. And it's really sort of an irony because the 60s and 70s, that was the hotbed of the Republican takeover in Georgia.
Things have changed dramatically, the demographics in Georgia right now. What else do you want our viewers to know before we let you go back to work?
We feel like we've had a very successful election day in terms of the election administration. We had smooth election, shorter lines. We saw a lot of good things out of this, and we just want to make sure people understand that these thousands of election workers have been working diligently to bring a free and fair election to the people of Georgia.
We are so grateful to you and all of these election workers, because you know what's at stake? Democracy in the United States of America. People are watching here throughout the country. People are watching all over the world, and they're seeing democracy in Georgia right now, Gabe.
Ossoff is now at 93%, under quite likely.
Real, thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Wolf. And one more thing, go Dogs.
Okay. All right, John.
All politics is local, all sports is local.
Can I just add, go Bills?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
I haven't had a chance to say congratulations, so I'll do it right here. People are worried about the Georgia Senate races, but amen for your Bills this year. Look, what we just heard is very significant, very significant. And he's right. We should give grace to these local officials who are tired. He says a local official just instead of 171 said 117. We'll watch. Let's watch. We've been through an interesting night in an
That's going to be every conspiracy theory for the next 3 weeks that we hear about.
Interesting follow-up to a very interesting election cycle. We'll see if there's another dispute about the numbers, and we'll see how quickly come in. But the idea that if it's 170,000 plus versus that much smaller number, this could be the difference in these races, because Democrats are getting 80% or more. If Democrats get 80% or more of those votes, each of these Democratic candidates could pick up net more than 100,000 votes. Could be 102, could be higher. Depends. Are you at 80? Are you at 79? Are you at 83?
What does what mean?
We'll watch
Michelle?
as this plays out. But you could have a net of 100,000 votes or more just from those votes in DeKalb County. Now, if you're John Ossoff, it's probably not enough to get you past David Perdue,
140.
but it would get you very close, right? It would get you very close. And if you're Raphael Warnock, if you have a net gain of 100,000 votes, well, then you're suddenly in the lead in this race here. So these votes in DeKalb County, and again, for those of you who aren't sure where it is, this is Atlanta and Fulton County. DeKalb County,
It's down at the bottom
big,
here.
Fourth
It's
largest county in
really
the
simple.
state, just to the east of Atlanta.
YouTube.com/KevinLeeFather.
These votes are now absolutely
YouTube.com/Kevin Lee Father.
critical and essential
I'll
to
show
the
you guys
Democrats.
Chatham County.
You can see the math for a Warnock passing,
Here it comes.
and you can see the math for Ossoff if he overwhelms them, getting there, but more than likely at least getting very close.
I gotta
and then
get
the
it.
question is, what's still out? And as Mr. Sterling
Hold
just
on.
noted, when it gets that close, number one, it means we're going into the morning and we're counting on, at least in that race, the closer race. And number two, that then you're saying, okay, so what are we missing?
There it is.
Number one, overseas and military ballots, Georgians who live
This is down in the
overseas,
corner
Georgians serving
of
overseas,
Georgia.
those ballots have until Friday to come in. So if it's very, very close, we have to wait on those. And then otherwise, you're looking. So again, we're waiting for this. When will it come in? There's clearly some tension between the local officials and the state officials in Georgia. And then you're running around and looking
Savannah,
where there
right
are
here.
votes. Gwinnett County, the second largest, you say 95% is in, but this is a big county. So with 5% still out, Democrats having a pretty significant advantage, Democrats could pick up some votes here as they come in. Fulton County, 95%. Again, they are mostly done, but they're not
Warnock
completely
needs better
done.
numbers than
And this
that.
is a place where Democrats are getting 74% if you round up for Mr. Warnock, 73% if you round up for Mr. Ossoff. So there are smaller numbers. It's not like DeKalb where you have this giant
those
pool
numbers
of
are in
votes still
anyway.
to come
That's
in,
95%
but you have
in.
some more to come
Fine.
in. Then
Doesn't
you move
matter.
out to Cobb County again at 94%. So there are places where Democrats can pick
Yes.
up hundreds.
One of the poll workers or one of the managers there transposed the numbers. That's exactly what happened. So they reported 117 left, which then, wow, that makes it really tough for the Democrats to leap over the Republicans at that point. And then they said, no, actually it's 171, which then makes it very likely that the Democrats leapfrog. And so this will be, where did they magically get these 60,000 votes? So that's what's going to happen now. 51,000 votes? 54,000 votes.
Potentially more than that outside of DeKalb, but DeKalb is what we're waiting on right now. And then, as Mr. Sterling noted, then you're going around the state. What about the Republican counties? Where are there places where Republicans are going to gain? So what are you looking at? Reliably Republican counties like Forsyth? Well, they're up to 99%. So if you get something there, it's going to be pretty small.
Nothing.
You move over here to Cherokee County. These two counties were absolutely critical. Democrats were ahead early. The Republicans came back, but you're at 99%. You come up here Pickens County, 58th. They're not, as he said, I said they're small. Not all of them are tiny. There's a decent amount of votes here, but you see 11,000 votes. In the Atlanta suburbs, we're talking about tens of thousands of votes, sometimes more than 100,000 votes total. It's a smaller total here, but something we pick up. A place like Gilmer County, again, 61 of 159. But only 74%. So there are some Republican votes here. A couple hundred votes there, a couple votes.
Oh, my God. Thank you, Chris.
This gets really close. This is what we're going to be going through late into the night.
Chris just used Venmo or YouTube or something to send in $50. Thank you for the election coverage. You're very, very welcome, Chris. 50 bell rings for you. Everybody cover your dog's ears. Okay, that's enough. Just pretend that there's 50 of those, Chris. So you're awesome. Thank you so much, Chris.
Into the early morning, and potentially, Wolf, given our track record here for the next couple of days. I'm just moving across the top of the state just to see at 95% here. This here, Whitfield County, was the site of the president's last rally, and you see 71% for Senator Perdue, 71% for Senator Loeffler. If you go back to the presidential race, 70% for President Trump. President Trump, again, he lost Georgia, he lost the presidency in 2020, but if you follow the last couple of weeks of the campaign, where he did rallies, his people came out to vote, and it looks like in Whitfield County, which is 100%, it looks like they did at least get good numbers for the Republicans there. The question is, where else? And so as we wait, 114,000 votes there, 81,000 votes there. When will this come in, and how much of a gain will the Democrats make?
Guys, thank you very much to Tracy Brown as well, who became a new patron yesterday. I have not updated the crawl. I could probably do that right now, actually. We're just waiting on numbers right now. But instead of updating the crawl, I just want to give a shout out right now to Tracy Brown, our newest. She's a member of the... where does she sit? Patron of the Farts. So thank you very much, Tracy, if you're watching.
That's the defining question in both of these races right now.
At least we clarified the 171,000 votes that are about to be released versus the 117,000 votes.
Let's go to Fox, because they're probably going to be on this already.
They made a mistake in DeKalb County, and as a result, they released the wrong number.
And look, we're called human for a reason, and these officials are working incredibly hard.
An official there telling reporters about what's left wrote down 171,000. Well, minutes later, said that he transposed one number, and it wasn't 171,000 votes left, it was 117,000 votes. Well, that's a difference of 54,000 votes in an area that's 80% Democrat. That is a huge difference as far as what's out there when you look at around the state. So this is kind of just in the past few minutes what we're hearing from DeKalb. Now, is there enough in the rest of the state? Right now, Republicans are performing at about 69% of the day of vote. They underperformed, though, in the mail-in ballot in the early vote. And so they're doing the math, going around the state, cobbling together what's left in the counties. David Perdue, if we put up, I think you have the race boards. David Perdue in this race is outperforming where he performed before. He's also outperforming Kelly Loeffler by about 33,000 votes at this point. It's changing every second. But she is in a little bit more danger because Raphael Warnock is outperforming John Ossoff by about 20,000 votes. So as you're looking at it right now with what's left on the table, it is possible that this could be a split and Perdue could squeak out a win. It's also possible that Kelly Loeffler could squeak out a really narrow win and Republicans win too. But it's more probable right now that Democrats are poised to win 2 Senate seats. And I don't think you're going to be able to call this. Already we've heard Chatham County, which is Savannah, has stopped counting for the night. So I think we're going to wait until tomorrow until you get down to what could be 10, 15, 20,000
that doesn't make a difference
in each one of these races.
They're already at full count. So
I mean, it's been
fine.
a nail biter for weeks now. Watching the polling, it's been razor thin margins the entire time. And so far tonight, that seems to be holding true.
Savannah's not a big deal. They're almost done with their counting, and it's not that large of a county.
Tracking the Fox News voter analysis, talking to voters there on the ground about what motivated them, why they voted, the importance of who controls the Senate in these two races. What's the factor? 98% said that was the factor for them. 2% said it wasn't. And Brett, now we know that
Americans want a government that
functions. What happens with these two races, with the potential of
let's go look at Kernack.
Republicans can be elected legitimately.
Oh, Tracy's in the room. Thank you, Tracy.
Jamel Bowie wrote in his piece today.
I saw you said thank you to me as well. Thank you. Thank God for putting us both here to serve each other. Let's watch Kernack work.
Essentially saying your votes are invalid on their face because you are more and more and more.
Yeah, and I think that hurt Republicans, at least with sensible people, saying, wait a minute, you're going to object to the vote, but it's the vote for you? You're going to object? You think that you lost the... who knows? Who knows what the individual reasons were? But if I was, for example, if Biden had lost and kept claiming that it was... and I voted for... I'm not a Democrat, but I voted for Biden just because I hate Trump that much. That even though I'm in California, my vote really doesn't make a difference. I was happy to cast my vote for Biden because that would irk Trump. If it's only 1/8 million%, that's what I wanted to do. I was happy to do it. My prediction, I was wrong earlier. Democrats are going to, I've already said, they've taken this thing.
Voters of color turn 18 and start to vote. How do you think they're going to feel? The Republicans,
the Republicans
in the end, will be
just didn't show up
responsible
for
for
this.
the end of the Electoral College if it ends.
The jujitsu move by the Democrats tomorrow would be like the surprise non-defense against the objections and be like, oh,
do it.
Knock
You're
yourselves
right.
out. Exactly. Knock yourselves out.
Get rid of the EC.
Joe Biden will be the next president, but you're right. This Electoral College thing, woo, gotta go. That would be the jujitsu move.
I have the role here of gently going to, maybe as a standoff, going to Steve Kornacki, who I've been watching during our conversation, at one point get on one knee in front of the board.
It's the shank of the evening.
I'm not rushing the process, and I'm seeing DeKalb still at 42.
Right.
But I also have reason to believe you know of some new number?
Yes, the DeKalb County website has just posted an update. Now, I'll tell you right now, this may populate in our system as I'm going through these numbers. So these numbers could kind of go berserk here in a second. There it is.
There it is.
Okay. That makes the math a little easier. This is not all of the...
awesome! 200,000 up, baby!
But this is most of the early vote.
Go to Warnock.
In DeKalb County. And you can see here now a 200,000 vote margin for John Ossoff.
What's Warnock going to be?
DeKalb County, 82.5% of the vote. Let's check Raphael Warnock, 82.2% of the vote. A 90,000. Oh, this is going to. This one still.
This is going to jump. This is going to jump up.
We'll come back to that.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
200,000.
Yeah, let's go back to Ossoff. Wait for the other one to jump up.
Statewide tally. Now Ossoff trails by 2,140 votes.
Warnock is now listed as very likely at above 95%.
We're talking about that Purdue lead growing and growing and being over 100,000. With that update, again, that's not everything. There is still a little bit more to come from DeKalb County. With that update, Ossoff has almost entirely erased what David Perdue's lead had been.
Yep.
And let's check now again if we've got the Warnock Loeffler vote here in DeKalb County. There it is. Okay.
And there it is.
Warnock now 83.2%, a margin of 204,000
Go for the state.
Now, remember,
Go for the state.
He was already doing better statewide than John Ossoff. Raphael Warnock has taken the lead.
Boom! Look at the
statewide
Dominion
in Georgia
machines
right
do
now.
their magic.
He leads by 32,000 votes and change. So, with that update from overwhelmingly Democratic DeKalb County, what you just got in there was early vote and what you just got in there was early vote.
Are you telling Steve
again,
Kornacki?
Not all of it. There is still some more to come. That's most of it. But what you've got here is that has put Raphael Warnock into a 32,000 vote lead statewide. That has brought John Ossoff within 2,140 votes of David Perdue statewide. Let's reset now in terms of what is still to come in. These things just got very, very close.
Here it comes.
And that is not at all
Oh.
That was 2 hours ago.
Okay. Are the size of those bubbles proportional?
Yes,
Okay.
that's exactly. Boy, that I nearly had a heart attack looking at that.
Yeah.
What happened there was we had over 100,000 votes, about 131,000 votes just suddenly come in, and so it's resized these counties.
Still another 40,000 votes.
Literally in real time here, Purdue just added 15,000. I'm going to ask my producer, what just came in the last 30 seconds? The DeKalb, they put the wrong number in for DeKalb.
Oh,
what? Fraud! Fraud!
Bardo. There was a problem with the Bardo County number. Okay. The numbers sometimes get entered wrong. They had entered them a little bit incorrectly for Bardo County and for DeKalb.
Ossoff just jumped up above.
Is this the correct number?
He's now pretty likely.
This is the correct number. So it is 19,629.
Pretty likely?
That is the statewide
He's not
lead
very
for
likely.
David Perdue
He's
right
pretty
now.
likely.
Raphael Warnock's lead over Kelly Loeffler is 20,010 votes. 20,010 for Warnock, and again, a deficit here of almost 20,000 votes for John Ossoff.
Okay, but very likely Warnock and Ossoff, pretty likely. He's pretty likely. What?
30,000 vote swing, a difference between those two candidates. So again, we say, where is the remaining vote now? And you can see with all of that DeKalb vote getting reported out, these bubbles just dramatically change size because that was overwhelmingly the lion's share of what's out there. But you still see a circle. I'll circle the circle. You still see a circle in DeKalb County. So there is more from what you just saw. There is more of that to come. Not a ton, but there is some more to come from DeKalb County that will be overwhelmingly Democratic. So Ossoff and Warnock will still get some more out of DeKalb County. There is also a little bit more now from Fulton County, and we took you through this a few minutes ago. What we think we're dealing with in Fulton County here is the mail vote. So again, they were about 10,000 or so mail ballots they had coming into Election Day in Fulton County that they were not able to process and get reported out earlier tonight. So we are waiting on those 10,000 or so mail ballots, plus in Fulton County, whatever came in today, in the mail today, in drop boxes today throughout Fulton County. It could be 15,000 or so more mail votes to come in Fulton County. Again, those will be overwhelmingly Democratic, probably at a 75, 80% clip. We are waiting here in Cobb County on some early vote here. So again, there's an opportunity.
That'll be
Cobb
Democratic.
County. It's not a ton, but there is an opportunity in Cobb County for the Democrats to get a little bit more. Two more here we are waiting on. Newton County. This one is close right now, but it is. We have the same day vote, we believe, has basically been processed in Newton County. So it is still, I believe that is the early vote. Is that right? Check me on that. The early vote to come in Newton. Okay, I want to double check on that. But again, we talk about those Democratic counties in the Atlanta metro area. Newton is typically one of them. You can see right now Ossoff is a little bit under the Biden number. Also, we have some vote from Henry County. I think this may be same day vote in Henry County. So again, we want to see what the same day vote should be less pro-Democratic, should be more Republican, but are Democrats still gaining votes with the same day vote to be counted, or are Republicans going to gain some votes there? But it's these Atlanta metro area, really 5 counties here in the Atlanta metro area, and I believe Henry just reported. There you go. I think you're basically looking at Henry County right now, and you can see Ossoff. Okay, so Ossoff is going to finish up here in Henry County a point and a half above
22,000
the Joe Biden number
and
from November.
Go to the
Raphael
state.
Warnock about 2 points above the Joe Biden vote from November. What does this do to the statewide picture? We just took one of those counties pretty much off the board. Warnock's lead here again is sitting at. Let me get this off the screen here, too. Warnock's lead here is sitting at 19,000, and Purdue's lead is sitting at about 20,000. So we've got those. It's now 4 counties, really, 4 big places there in the Atlanta metro area.
Okay.
This bubble, give you deja vu for the November election, this bubble around Chatham County where Savannah is, that is getting larger here. We think there are about 20,000 votes left to come here.
That's fine.
Now, point of clarification, a minute ago I said, they went home in Chatham County. We're not getting anything more tonight. They did go home, but apparently they did a lot of work before they left that is going to be released after they leave. So what we are now hearing from Chatham County is that there is a release of votes that is imminent here in Chatham County that could be the rest of the votes in Chatham County after everybody has left.
Chatham County's fine. Chatham County, before, at almost all the votes counted, Chatham County was 57%, 57.8% for Ossoff. So that's fine. Don't worry about Chatham County.
So somebody stayed to release the vote, but apparently we are waiting on that. So these are the biggest pieces of real estate that are left here. There's also, here in Richmond County where Augusta is, I think we are waiting on a little bit of the mail vote right there.
It's
There's
16,000
here in
votes
some other
right
places.
now for Purdue. Is
but there
what we're
are
actually
still,
there we
I
go.
think the key here, when you look at this and the totality of this, there are still Democratic votes to come here. And again, I think the votes, remember when we were looking at the Atlanta metro area here a minute ago and there were 5 big circles and then suddenly there were 4 and we said, oh, looks like Henry County reported. Well, I said, what that did was it cut Purdue's lead down to 15,000. It was sitting there at about 20. Now it's down to about 15,000. That's what getting rid of one of those bubbles did right there. And what it also does here in the Warnock races, now it has him sitting, I think this might update here in a second. Warnock should move correspondingly. So again, Atlanta metro area, we got 4 sort of sources of votes right there we're keeping an eye on. Chatham County, Savannah, now, based on what we're hearing now, I think we may actually get some votes out, about 20,000 maybe out of Savannah sometime in the near future. So we could get, and I think there might be more to come in Houston County, where Warner Robins is, Robbins Warner, excuse me.
Come on.
We've got. I'm just trying to, okay. We've got more vote to come in here as well. I was trying to get a clarification here if we know exactly which type of vote this is, but there's more here as well. Warner Robins, excuse me. So that is, and I'm just looking here, it's down a little under 15,000, 14,922.
Steve, can I ask you to go back to where the outstanding vote is, the bubbles graph again? In sort of south central Georgia there, due west of, or due, sort of west-southwest of Savannah. What's that bubble there?
Here you go. Yeah, you could take a look here. Coffee, this is one of the, this will be a source of Republican votes. So you take a look here.
A lot of vote there. Still.
Yeah, and this is one where, now I think the number, let's see if this number comes down just a touch, but yes, I think Republicans stand to gain votes in Coffee County. This is on my list here. Coffee County, I think, is the biggest, maybe the biggest source of outstanding Republican votes.
And how about just due south of Macon there?
One second.
Sorry.
Yeah, this should be Houston County.
Okay.
So again, what I'm trying to get clarification on here is exactly what type of vote we're waiting on here. Is this same day? Is this mail early? Because this is one of those counties where there's a disparity here.
Right.
This is the same day is going to be Republican, but I think Democrats are going to be winning when you're talking about mail and early vote in Houston County. So I'm trying to get some clarification on that. There's also a bubble here in Dougherty County. Now again, this is where the city of Albany is. This is heavily Democratic. This is in that region of Southwest Georgia we were talking about, where we've been seeing, it looks like, African American turnout. Democrats were saying they think they're going to get it up. We've been seeing Democrats do a touch better in these counties. So, Albany, sort of the capital of that
Less
region.
than 10,000
we are
votes
waiting
now.
on some there. We are also still waiting on some, and I want to get some clarification on this. We're still waiting on some in Columbia County.
We are live.
We talked a little bit about this.
The New York Times, the numbers are a little bit ahead of Steve on the big board. It's down to less than 10,000 votes now, 9,500.
A little while ago, we got a giant batch. I think Savannah just came in. Yes, Savannah just came in.
Okay.
The bubble, Adam, have the numbers all been updated for Savannah before I go to the statewide vote tally? Okay, let's take a look at the. Okay, Chatham County just came in, and what that did is it reduced David Perdue's statewide lead over Jon Ossoff, now inside of 10,000 votes, 9,120 votes. The remaining vote in Chatham County, so they went home and they were true to their word. They released the remaining vote. The remaining vote was Democratic, and it cut about 6,000 votes off that David Perdue lead statewide. It also padded. Seeing these bubbles you're seeing here, Houston County, again, I'm trying to get some clarity on that. And again, there are some opportunities here in North Georgia, for Republicans to make some gains there. But, look, if you're Raphael Warnock, you might be feeling, I think each Democrat's feeling encouraged right now. I think if you're Raphael Warnock, you might be feeling extra encouraged because he's got that 30,000 vote pad right now over Jon Ossoff, and the votes coming out of the biggest bubbles, the 4 biggest bubbles that remain on the map, figure to be Democratic votes. So figure from this collection of bubbles right here, figure to add to Warnock's lead. As we say, there are some of these other bubbles that could also add to Warnock's lead. Then there are some bubbles here that could eat into it. But that's it. If you're the Warnock campaign, that is a pretty encouraging.
What's up there in north central Georgia? Yeah.
Yeah. Take a look. So Gilmer, I mean, it is overwhelmingly, Republican vote right here. Now, I believe what they have left to count here is the mail vote. So I think this is one of the counties that waited until the end to do the mail vote. I don't think it's going to be hugely Democratic, but I don't think it's going to be as Republican as what you've seen so far. But still, that should be a gain for Republicans in terms of what is still counted there.
So a lot of small-ish counties with small-ish numbers of votes to come in that might help the Republicans. Again, in terms of the Democratic hopes and dreams here, it's bigger counties that have larger numbers of ballots outstanding.
And we just, Adam, I'll put you on the spot. I think we just got another significant update. Can you tell me what just came in? We got more. Okay. Oh, did we get the? I think what we just got. I said, how many ballots, Adam? 12,000. But was that precinct or was that mail? Okay, that may have been. Remember, we were talking about.
Here we go.
To most
50-50. Ossoff plus 1%. Ossoff just took over the.
To get to at least some of the rest of it after 11 o'clock. That may have been.
No.
We just got.
Oh, he just dropped it.
12,000 votes in.
Oh, he had the ball for a
second. That's the mail vote I've been describing to you.
Plus
or if that's same-day vote. But what did that do to the statewide
now he's down by 0.04%.
There to the Warnock total. He now leads by about 31,000 is Warnock's lead statewide. And Jon Ossoff is knocking on the door right now. He's within 3,696 votes of David Perdue with that update from Fulton County that just came in. And we're just kind of expanding these circles again so you can get a sense of the scale of it. That second bubble from the left is Fulton County. That's where we just got a big batch of votes. What you just saw happen in Fulton County, something on that scale is going to happen again. I don't know if it's going to be tonight or tomorrow morning, but that remaining bubble is going to be Democratic vote to some degree. We're not sure exactly which, but that should be Democratic
3,700 votes.
The DeKalb bubble starting to get a little bigger again. The remainder of that gigantic batch that came in and that really sort of reshuffled these races. Newton County, Cobb County, that's the biggest source of it right here. Zoom out here statewide. I didn't want to zoom out to the whole country. We've only got one state. And again, under 4,000 votes, 3696. That's what Ossoff is chasing. Warnock.
DeKalb has 8% remaining.
Right now is trying to build a lead in these remaining counties, especially in the Atlanta metro area, that Loeffler will not be able to catch with the scattering of what's left. I should just leave this thing up because this is the most important that we have right now.
And right now, Warnock would be outside the automatic recount.
Can we speak generically about what the requirements are
Cobb
for
County
decision desks? And we have
Democrats,
no contact with ours. They have no contact with us until and unless they make a call. Let's talk generically, however. A decision desk at a news organization makes a call when they and their algorithms have made a determination that of the remaining vote, it would not be enough to reverse a current trend, correct?
Yeah, I mean, if you know, and I this is where I get very dicey because I'm afraid that if I say the wrong thing, they're going to come out and arrest me.
That's why I'm asking generically what the process is.
But I think, yes, I think so. And I think what Rachel just said, though, may be key here as well, just in terms of the threshold of 0.5%. The recount threshold that, if you're within 0.5%, you can request the recount. So this one is sitting here, now, it's 0.8 of a point, but the other race right now, well, is sitting at 50-50. So if it falls within that threshold, you've got the possibility, of a recount. And I imagine that would factor into the decision to some degree as well. But I mean, I can remember Pennsylvania. If you think back to election week, Saturday of election week back in November, we were watching that Biden lead grow and grow and grow very smallly, one incremental vote update at a time. And I think it hit about 34,000 votes. I think that's what the Biden lead hit in Pennsylvania. And what was that? It was he led by 0.5% at that point. He led by 0.5%. It was very clear what the trend was, and I think that was the threshold that the decision desk here, and it seemed like everywhere, every outlet used to call the race. A lead had been opened up, and it was extremely clear that, yes, there were votes to come, but those were going to be Democratic votes. There was, as you say, it was just there was no conceivable way that those remaining votes were going to erode what Democrats had built up, what Biden had built up at that point.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break and take a breath, and obviously those watching have seen the plot lines and the storylines develop. As we've taken pains to point out, there's still a lot of raw vote out there. Our live coverage of these dual Senate races in Georgia continues right after this.
That's commercial. Everybody's on commercial. See if I can find anybody who's covering this. Everybody is going to commercial. Here we go. ABC.
Portray him as anti-police, anti-military, and anti-Israel. And a number of black Americans
they got Purdue up by
here in the Atlanta area in particular
on
were
ABC.
offended by that. A group of black pastors got together and wrote an open letter to her saying that she had crossed a line.
Yeah, they got Purdue 456
no
votes.
doubt played a role in this election. I know a lot of black voters
Warnock up by 34,600.
in this region who were offended by that line of attack. And when you look at DeKalb County, which is the county that I live in, it's majority black. The numbers that just came in, that may have played a role in that county's totals and for the voters in that county who are majority black, who absolutely identify
New York Times
with
just
this
caught up.
reverend. And and there's also something else to say. We still of course have votes to be counted. We don't know where this is going to wind up, but Reverend Warnock, he appealed to a lot of constituents here. In his commercials, his dog was a star. He made his puppy part of his campaign and said that, they're going to say that I hate puppies too. It was really well done and appealed to a broad section of voters. And I personally am not surprised that we're seeing a split and that there could in the end be a split.
But what do you think also, Steve, about the role of the WNBA players who really opposed her stance as far as Black Lives Matter? Of course, she is an owner of the WNBA team there in Atlanta. It seems like she got a lot of pushback in the black community as well.
The top number in the box is Purdue. The bottom number is you know what? We should make that. I can make it even bigger. Hold on. We'll get rid of a couple of things here. And okay, my mouse is going nuts. First you hit my mouse at random, and now it's going nuts. Come on back. I'm trying here. Give me a second. So the top number. Okay, Republican and Democrat right there. So that may switch when the lead is exchanged. We'll be able to tell. So just rat and pelican is how you can remember that. Okay.
She did, and there are a lot of people in the black community who found it a little rich that she would argue that Reverend Warnock was more out of touch with Georgia voters than she was.
Everything it can to roll out this vaccine as quickly and safely as possible. Shannon?
Aisha Hasmi in New York, thank you very much. And breaking tonight, with the spread and severity of COVID-19 pushing the state of California to the edge, a new order just out from the state public health director is forcing rationing of hospital care, things like elective surgeries. The state says the new health order is designed to help preserve hospital capacity to make sure that COVID and emergency care patients can get the care they need. Good. All eyes turning to Congress ahead of tomorrow's Electoral College certification battle. Senator Marsha Blackburn is among those pledging to object. She joins us live next.
Okay, well, we won't be watching her. We're going to watch it flip. Here we go.
Everyone remembers the
35,000 vote lead over the Republican Kelly Loeffler. 34,692 vote lead. Raphael Warnock over Kelly Loeffler. The stakes here are really significant, really enormous for the next few years as the Biden administration getting ready to take office. The balance of power right now in the United States Senate, 50 Republicans, 48 Democrats in the Democratic caucus, 2 independents who caucus with the Democrats. The 2 contests tonight will determine if the Democrats were to win both of them, and it's looking pretty good if you're a Democrat right now. If they were to win both of them, it would be 50-50 in the new administration. The new Vice President, Kamala Harris, is the president of the Senate. She would break the tie. The Democrats would be in the majority in the Senate. Chuck Schumer would be the majority leader. Mitch McConnell would be the minority leader. The stakes clearly are enormous, John King, as we're watching this. And the votes outstanding right now, only about 3% of the votes outstanding, 97% of the vote is in. But the votes outstanding pretty much in Democratic counties in areas where the Democrats have built up significant leads.
Yes, and the places where you're looking at Republican counties, they're at 93, 94, 95, 96. They tend to be smaller. So yes, there's some net gains for Republicans out there in those smaller counties, but what we have watched play out in the last 30 to 45 minutes is very indicative of what's so fascinating about this race. Why did the race just change in the last couple of minutes? Because of Newton County. Again, Newton County here. Let me come back a minute statewide. This circle around Atlanta, metropolitan Atlanta, the suburbs around it, this is one big, giant suburb. Republicans traditionally much more competitive than we're seeing. In the presidential election, President Trump is toxic in the suburbs. And now we're watching in Georgia tonight, can the Democrats keep their support in the suburbs? Well, you're a little far out here from Atlanta, but in Newton County, you see what just happened. We just got up to 89% of the vote right here. Wolf, I just want to walk through the math because we've been talking throughout the night about, so you're at 94, 95%. Where does it matter when you bring in those final votes? Well, you just mentioned how close this race is now. This is what happened when we got more votes in from Newton County. So you got 99-82 for the Democrat, John Ossoff. Forgive me for changing your back, turning my back. That's 73%. And then you have 3,600 and 27%. And so you have a net gain there, 6,500 votes, bang, and John Ossoff comes back, and you saw a very similar dynamic just in Newton County in the other race as well. So what happens? John Ossoff was behind. He closes. He closes significantly, right? You're down close to 7,000 votes. Suddenly you're down 456 votes. And if you're Pastor Warnock, you add 6,000 votes to what is your lead now, and you're stretching it out. And so then you're saying, how many more of these are there, right? How many more places can you go where Democrats are going to see a net of hundreds, if not 1,000 or more, and in this case, 6,000 or more? So you go through. That was in Newton. We're only up to 89%. So we still have 11%. So you're likely to see, again, Democrats are getting 58% on one, 57% rounded up. That's 58% on the other. So in the early votes that are being counted, these absentee ballots, they're getting higher than that. But even if they just break with that, even if they stick with that, the 57, 58%, it's a giant net gain. So you move in here, Rockdale County, Democrats are getting 72, 72, 73 if you round it up. Again, not a ton of votes still out, but votes out. Votes out in a place where there. So more votes to come there. And here, then you keep coming in here. This was the game changer, and it has the potential to be the decider, if you will, as we go on. You're at 93% in DeKalb County. We're still waiting for more votes to come in. And there is a potential here again for Democrats to have a significant net when the rest of the ballots come in DeKalb County. And we've watched this in the last 30 minutes. Yes, Fulton County is up to 95%. Most people would think, well, it's not going to change anything. No, it's the largest county in the state. It's 10% of the statewide population. It is absolutely critical to Democrats in any statewide election. And as the votes, the late votes trickle in, every time we get more votes, the Democrats.
Richmond, still some there. Columbia County, still a little bit there.
I do like the remaining
North
vote
Georgia, still some there. We've even got some, Coweta County is still a little bit to come right there. This could be Republican. So there are still some opportunities here for Republicans. But the biggest bubbles on the map, the biggest remaining bubbles on the map are in core Democratic areas right now.
Now, Steve, I have to ask you if we have any human intelligence on what to expect in terms of those remaining bubbles. and where, whether people are going home or whether that work is continuing and whether they're giving any updates on when to expect it.
Yeah, trying to get some clarification on that. And this is why I keep checking this phone I have here, because I've been texting election officials in Fulton County. So I had been in contact with them today and prior to this election. Pardon me, what they had talked about in Fulton County was having at the end of the night, having to deal with some extra mail votes. As I was saying, it could be potentially 10, 15,000 of these mail votes. And they have to convene it's a bureaucratic thing, but there's a committee that they have to convene to get the mail vote reported out. And it was a question of, were they going to do that tonight, late tonight, report it out very late tonight, or were they going to wait until tomorrow morning to do it? So I've been trying to, I believe that the outstanding vote.
A committee?
So what happens is they take the mail votes, and when they put them in the machines, a certain number of them cannot be read by the machines. And the title of the committee here is the vote review panel. So the vote review panel convenes, and the disputed ballots are adjudicated. And then they just what I was told by election officials was, theoretically you could run all the numbers through and report out what you got. But then you're going to have to change the numbers once you review the disputed ballots, or you can just wait. You can just wait till you have the committee meeting. You can, okay, we're not going to, so you understand what you're going to count. So is it going to be a meeting late tonight? Report it out late tonight? Is it going to be tomorrow morning? I've been trying to get an answer here. Obviously, they've got other things to do right now, so I'll let you know if I get any clarity on that.
All right, but Fulton and DeKalb, we are waiting on.
And did we just get the rest of Cobb? Adam? And it was, there might be more in Cobb. Okay, we did just get an update from Cobb, and it was a same-day vote in Cobb. There was some same-day vote left in Cobb. Okay, this is a little bit of the uncertainty with these bubbles.
Purdue just jumped a couple thousand votes ahead, so 35,
so
3,600
you don't see
votes.
a bubble there in Cobb right now, but there may still be some more vote in Cobb. But what we just got out of Cobb actually did increase Purdue's lead over Ossoff, 3,500. Warnock's lead cut to 32,000. But we're just going to get some clarity here on Cobb and exactly what just happened.
Okay, so right now, as it stands, 32,613 votes is the lead for Warnock in this race. And the Purdue lead over Ossoff is over 3,000, less than 4,000. It was just moments ago down to less than 500, but that is still pinging around. And as Steve said, Brian, as we've been sort of trying to both track the news and the intel that we're getting from Steve, of course, we don't know when these numbers are going to come in. So it's a matter of just waiting on them as they roll.
Well, a couple of things. Number one, what's the over and under on Adam having his own spin-off show by certainly summer of 21? After the airtime he's deservedly enjoyed tonight. There he is, a modest man. His back to camera. Number two, let's bring in two very special guests, one of whom has had her name on a ballot in the U.S. Senate race, Claire McCaskill. And there he is. Lawrence O'Donnell is with us. I'm going to skip the privilege of our former Senator Lawrence just to hit you with a question I'm getting hit with tonight. I believe I know the answer, but I want to hear your explanation. In a 50-50 theoretical pie-in-the-sky 50-50 U.S. Senate, who gets to be majority leader, who's determined to be minority leader?
Well, that would go to Chuck Schumer because the new vice president would break the tie in the 50-50 Senate.
Giving the Democrats, in effect, 51-50.
That's what this is all about tonight, is getting the Democrats to 50 in the Senate. Kamala Harris gets them to 51 with that tie-breaking vote. That's how you get Chuck Schumer as majority leader. And that's how you get all Democrats as the chairs of the
Purdue just pulled a
committees
little bit
that
ahead.
would be running the confirmation hearings on the Biden cabinet. And that will be a very different world than what would happen if those were all run by Republicans.
You wouldn't believe how many people have texted me with that question, and that underscored to me that we have done a less than stellar job in explaining that in advance. Claire McCaskill, I want to take a measurement of your level of optimism as we go into this hour, watching these numbers fluctuate and knowing that this is in a dynamic environment, a toxic political environment that any result other than 2-0 for the GOP in Georgia tonight was likely to be attacked as being fraudulent?
Well, if the Democrats are somehow ginning this up to win by fraudulent means, why am I sitting on the edge of my seat and chewing my fingernails? It would seem if we were going to do this, we could do it a lot easier than this.
That's pretty good.
Obviously, that is the president doing what he does best, lie. He's lying. And the people in the Senate who are going to help him tomorrow are lying. Now, here's a scenario that is very interesting. It appears to me that Kelly Loeffler will lose her Senate seat tonight.
Do we have fighting going on in D.C.? Does someone want to post that link somewhere?
Guess who is supposed to be the person objecting to the certification of the Georgia
Hey,
votes
thank you,
tomorrow?
Phil, for the Super Hearts.
None other
33
than
Super
Kelly
Hearts.
Loeffler.
1, 2, 3.
So imagine
Appreciate it, Phil.
her
Thank
job
you.
tomorrow.
Welcome, by the way.
Having lost the Senate race, which it appears that she is going to do, and then this is a woman who has been programmed in this campaign. Her answers have been clearly, scripted. She's been very kind of focused on socialism, and I'm conservative, and Marjorie Greene, the QAnon congresswoman, is my best friend, and I want to get to the right of QAnon. So now she is going to have to go and be eloquent, explaining why the votes in her state shouldn't be counted after the voters in her state have rejected her. This is an interesting moment in history.
Lawrence O'Donnell, same question.
Well, tomorrow, what we're going to see is even more of a circus than it would have been without this election happening tonight, especially if you get 2 Democratic wins tonight. That is going to take a lot of the energy out of what the Chaos Committee is trying to do tomorrow in the Senate. There's also a possibility tonight. There is a possibility that we will get 1 Democratic win out of Georgia and 1 Republican win. Now, if that happens, Donald Trump will be put in the position of saying the Democratic win was fraudulent and the Republican win was not in votes conducted on the very same day with the very same voters. But as we sit here tonight, it still looks better for the 2 Democrats at this hour than it looks for the Republicans at this hour in Georgia, with, as Steve says, so many votes still to come in from Democratic-leaning precincts.
But, Lawrence, as you have taken great pains to point out every night, this whole questioning of the election results has, by definition, involved people newly reelected or elected to their offices saying, look, my position on the ballot was fine. That was all on the up and up. It was the top line of the ballot where the fraud took place.
Yeah, the very same ballot that they were all on, they're going to be challenging tomorrow. But Brian, the drama that we're seeing tonight is so much more important than anything that we're going to see tomorrow. And to consider Raphael Warnock's position with us tonight, the first time he was on my show, I had to learn what his name was about 2 or 3 days before he was on my show. John Ossoff, we've known about. He's run for Congress in Georgia before. He's an experienced candidate. This is Raphael Warnock's first time as a candidate for anything, and he's running statewide in Georgia, and he's running right now at this moment ahead of a Republican incumbent senator. This is a star tonight in Democratic Party politics. No matter how this turns out, you will probably, if you're on the Warnock fundraising email list, you'll probably be hearing from him for the next 2 years, because he's going to be running for this seat 2 years from now if he wins it, because it's to fill what's left of a 2-year term. He'll have to run for re-election in 2 years. If he doesn't win tonight, he's obviously the person Chuck Schumer and Democrats will want to run for this seat 2 years from now. But he looks like he's in a strong position to be winning this seat tonight. as of where the votes stand right now.
And Claire, final question, especially for the viewers who have come to politics perhaps by life necessity over these past tumultuous 4 years. Explain to people, even if the Democrats walk out of Georgia tonight, say, again, theoretically, 1-0, how much of a sea change in American politics that represents?
No, it doesn't mean a thing.
It is a big deal.
No.
For a Democrat
Not
to
unless they
win
get both
a
seats.
Senate seat in Georgia.
Nope.
I'm feeling somewhat nostalgic tonight because I remember the last time the Democrats took control of the Senate over the Republicans, and that happened to be the night that I got elected to the Senate in 2006. And those were the days my state was purple. Now Georgia is officially purple, and it will be in play now for decades to come for both parties. And that is a big incursion into the Republican red South that I know Mitch McConnell is worrying about tonight, along with the other things he's worrying about tonight.
To Claire McCaskill, to Lawrence O'Donnell, our thanks. A break in our coverage. As you've been watching, Steve Kornacki remains at his post.
Yeah, I hate the speculation. Let's see if we can go find some more coverage
and
somewhere.
Fluid consultation
let's do
with
this.
the
Let's take a look
aforementioned
at
Adam.
the
numbers are changing.
rigmarole
We're on
going
top
on.
of it. We will be right back with the very latest.
Let's see. I can do it this way. Do it. There we go. And then go back.
What the?
We'll go back. We'll
sell
make
us
this
your
silent.
car today?
And we'll make it small again. So this is it says live coverage. It looks very familiar, but this is the Proud Boys against the police or somebody in downtown Washington. Let's see if I can turn it up and turn the volume up. Here we go. Let's turn the volume to about there. See what happens.
Give him a hand job.
Give him a hand job. Let's see if I can go live. Is this not live? This is as live as you get.
Give me your shit. Over here.
Okay, watch again. Oh, this isn't live. Does anybody have a live link? Hold on. Let me see if I can get a live link out of this. No, that's just a 2-minute video, not a live link. This is the GOP election party. They're not happy. Okay, can't listen to too much yes, but yes, owner of a broken heart. That's awesome. They know it's done. Let's see what else is going on. Let's go back to our friends on the TV shows, and it's a My Pillow ad on Fox. Zoe's Extraordinary Playlist is on NBC. I don't know what that is, but I see all kinds of ads for it. Let's go down to ABC and see if something's picking up there. KCAL is not reporting anything. There's some kind of basketball thing, and here's ABC Live.
Policy, agriculture policy. You want to talk to the people of your state about their concerns. Donald Trump demanded of the Republican candidates that they go with him, storm the democracy, demand on no evidence that any court has found reliable, no evidence that any Republican elected official responsible for certifying the election in Georgia found reliable, that somehow the election was stolen, just like he said the Iowa caucuses were stolen when Ted Cruz won them, et cetera, et cetera. And that took them off their game. It's like a sporting event when the other team forces you to play a different game than the one you wanted. And that, in the end, I think it's such a close election that they weren't able to talk.
Quiet. If anybody else comes up with another Proud Boy link, let me know. Any other links coming? There must be. They're probably all over Facebook. So if someone's good with Facebook and wants to find those, they'll be trending on Facebook under the video section.
About their agenda.
Also, Parler. I got to bet Parler does live video. I don't know for sure.
To talk about Trump's agenda. And when Joe Biden came to Georgia and he said, you have two senators who aren't loyal to you, they're loyal to Trump, that was important. And the whole story, it seems to me, however these races turn out, begins to turn the page on the presidency of Donald Trump. We heard it tonight from Lieutenant Governor Duncan in his interview with Lindsay earlier, where he said this is a pivot point, and our party, he said, the Republican Party has to be bigger than one man. And I think one of the issues that Donald Trump is going to have tomorrow.
Yusuf says 6 in the morning here in Denmark, but can't rest before Trump is all gone. It's going to be a long day for me. Yusuf, it's going to be a long 3 weeks for you, because he's going to continue to cause havoc and burn this country down until the 20th.
Terry Moran, we thank you for that analysis. I want to bring in Nate Silver right now, the editor and founder of 538. Nate, this is really when we start to rely on your expertise in crunching some of the numbers. You have a feeling that both these races are going to lean a certain way. I want you to just, as simply as you can, walk our viewers through it.
Yeah, I mean, Democrats will probably win both these races. Warnock's already ahead by what's now a somewhat, not comfortable margin, but like a meaningful margin. And the outstanding votes are all in very blue areas. So DeKalb County alone, about 20,000 more early votes in very black precincts. That will probably net John Ossoff maybe 15,000 votes on their own. That would be enough for him to pull ahead and Warnock to pull further ahead. There can be tabulation errors and irregularities, things we don't know about, but there's not like a kind of conventional path back for Loeffler. Certainly, she is, I think, pretty much toast.
50-50.
And you need something irregular to go on for Perdue to hold on, I think.
So, Nate, but on that point, and for our viewers, I keep looking to my right because that's where we have our big wall, and I can see the numbers up close. We have Senator David Perdue up 2,000 votes, but we still think there's about 80,000 votes outstanding, that 2%. Plus, we have the votes that are being counted today, and maybe those provisional ballots going ahead. We don't know how those will break either. But you've seen enough in the data and the numbers and the history, if you will, to feel that the Democrats are in the position right now to be a little more comfortable than Republicans at this hour.
Yeah, because it's a finite math problem at this point, right? We know where the votes are. Sometimes there are surprises, but they're in very blue areas, and they're the bluest type of votes, which are early votes in a lot of places. And so it's just like they're going to be close elections, right? Loeffler might lose by 1 or 2 points. You know, I wouldn't totally I'd still have some nightmares if I were Ross about who knows some irregularities somewhere. But the math is pretty doable at this point. Georgia has very good reporting on where the votes are outstanding. They keep people very much up to tabs on that. And so there's not as much guesswork involved as there was, say, in Pennsylvania or Arizona in November. We have really good info from Georgia on where the outstanding votes are, and we have a good idea about who those are likely to turn out for.
Yeah, and I want to go to Rick before we kick it back over to Lindsay. Rick, but everyone's going to be careful about how they call these races because it's still very close. The networks, the wire services, news organizations are going to be very careful because it's still very close. And even though people may think it's going to lean one way, there's been so much made about Georgia that no one wants to get this wrong.
That's exactly right. I'll tell you, our standards are that our policy is not to make a projection in the race that's going to land within 1 percentage point, and certainly not within that half percentage point that we've been talking about tonight as grounds for a potential recount. So we're looking at the numbers. Our team is very much dialed into the vote that's outstanding. We're seeing the same things that everyone else is, and I think the analysis that Nate pointed out is correct. It looks very good for both Democratic candidates. That's not a secret here, but the process has to play itself out. We know that it took a couple of days to get a final picture out of the presidential race. It appears that the election officials in Georgia at the state and local level have been working overtime to try to rectify some of the delays before, because this is a lot more vote than we expected coming into the night. The fact that it's midnight and we have 98% plus is something of an achievement, but these are very close races. We're still talking about very narrow margins that could land in the mandatory or the possible recount territory, and there's still outstanding vote that needs to be tabulated.
All right, Lindsay, as we wait for that final 2%, I'll kick it back over to you.
All right, thanks, Tom. I'd like to bring in Yvette Simpson back into the mix. And Yvette, throughout this whole election, we've really seen the Republicans attacking the Democrats, calling them radical liberals. In fact, so much so there were some college students that started playing a drinking game every time that Loeffler said the word radical liberals. According to the exit polls, it sounds like that was an effective strategy, but maybe according to the votes, perhaps not. Of course, there are a number of factors that have gotten us to this 50-50 race result in both of the races at this point. But
I just saw the results from the World Junior Champions hockey game. George Conway tweeted them. Nobody ever talks about World Junior Hockey on Twitter. I block everybody who talks about hockey. George Conway, who's never mentioned hockey before, just retweeted the score.
To play, progressives joined alongside him because we needed both seats. And so if you think about the fact that Raphael Warnock has been an unapologetic
this whole night is
from
ruined.
day one, and he is in a significant lead right now. And so some folks would say he probably carried Ossoff in some of the places where he wasn't as strong and is part of the reason why
I wasn't
Ossoff
even
is doing
thinking
as well
about
as he's doing now. So I think that that's a fallacy. I also think when you think about in those final weeks, we came down to real solutions for people in this pandemic, and you started to hear Ossoff and Warnock talking about $2,000 payments for people in the pandemic. A progressive proposal started with progressives back in March. I don't believe that Georgia or any state, frankly, is a state where progressive values can't win. And I think if you talk about real issues, if you talk about where people are real people, I think it can be unifying. And I think the fact that you've got two Republicans who were bolstered by Trump, who stood with Trump, are now finding themselves not in the strongest position that they want to be. I think the fact that the fact remains that progressive values can win everywhere. And progressive candidates can win. And so I'm excited that we're seeing that result tonight so far.
Yvette, thanks so much. Sarah Fagan, I'd like to bring you back in here. When you think about the position of this moment that we're in with ahead of tomorrow's certification and the seeds of distrust that President Trump has sown as far as democracy, especially in Georgia, do you feel in some ways that President Trump has sabotaged his own party?
Hold on. Let me look for it.
I think that the results are going to ultimately show that. There'll be many factors as to why. In fact, that's what happens here. But the biggest fact, I think, will be the distraction. Rather than talking about Bernie Sanders being the budget chairman.
Those are not live links that I'm looking at in the group chat thing. But cool. Let me go back to this screen. And now, Kevin Lee, but I wonder why. Here, move forward.
Why is your only unread DM from me?
Unread DM? Oh, did you send me one?
You avoided my. It's obvious.
Oh.
There's just a big unread DM and it's from me.
I usually only go to DMs if someone says, like, go to your DMs, and I look for the one that they say.
You're a liar. You should be a, what's it called? Politician.
I don't know. No, hold on.
Card check coming to the Senate.
I want a live link. I'm trying to figure out how to let her hear what's going on at the same time. You're blocking the vote. Don't block the vote.
Block the vote. Democracy is dead.
Come sit on this side over here.
Oh my God, that's what I tried to do.
Yeah, hold on. Well, here, I'll sit in the. You sit in the fancy chair.
That's right.
I'll sit in the fuzzy chair. Okay, go.
Wow. How many people are watching this? Is this a popular one?
There's a bunch of people watching right now, like 50 people, and that's just on YouTube, and then probably a bunch of people on. Oh, now I'm blocking the vote.
Yeah, I don't know what you thought.
Well, I meant no. I know what I meant. I meant go over there. There.
Okay.
Now
That's good. I don't want to be on camera.
What's wrong with this chair?
All right. Well, nobody wants this big fat delay, so just let me hear it.
Roy sent it to me. Hold on. Sent it to me where? Sent it. You guys are all like, oh, it's there. It's not there. Where did Roy send me something? Okay. Go back to
potential
let's go back to our friends
tax
at
increases, minimum wage, which many people agree with, but
the size of the Bush tax cuts. Not that there were tax cuts, but that they were too big and they were too irresponsible. And that was the straw that broke his back and made him cross the aisle. And we've seen it once or twice. We saw it once since then, actually, that moved the Democrats up closer to 60 votes. But that's the interesting, suspenseful pressure that could occur if you only get one victory in Georgia tonight. But, you would look at...
Okay, I got the link.
Could Susan Collins follow in the Jim Jeffords shoes? That's probably doubtful. This it's hard to see who that person might be on the Republican side. But whether you control the Senate with 50 senators plus the vice president, or 51 elected senators, you get all the same powers of the majority.
You know what? We're not all
I'm
this
gonna
together.
sneeze.
You know, I had this vision because you know they're always
starting off well.
Racist. Imagine get the mega vote, a whole bunch of black people, white people, all together, locked arms, and saying now what? I mean, that's kind of what we're doing now, right?
Thank you.
I mean, I was kind of hoping we could do it without getting to that point.
Spreading COVID. Spreading COVID.
Yes, sir. Let's do it. You better believe tomorrow. All right, we'll be on. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Matt. Everybody, thank you for the blessings. I'm going to sanitize my hand now that I just sneezed all over it.
What's going on?
I think we might have found Mega Me here.
824 thumbs up. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much for sharing.
824 thumbs up. You guys suck.
These guys absolutely rock. 9 hours of streaming. Is
9
this the
hours of
channel
streaming.
within a channel?
9 hours of streaming. I suck.
Hey guys, I'm using my personal channel to help grow Everyday Mother's channel to help her out because she's doing great. Oh, they just booed somebody away.
Yeah, boo. Oh, it's Fox News. They
Bert
just booed
Grammer,
Fox News.
where's? I don't know.
I am.
You're in the wrong channel, Bert.
Cool. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Stop the steal. Stop the steal. It's a fun chant, though.
T, I appreciate you, man.
Hold on, I'm looking around. It's coming back. It's coming back. Yeah, Purdue hasn't changed. 1888.
Stop the steal! 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 See, this is what happened. Stop the steal!
That's what happens.
They're not keeping him here. They're not keeping him here. They're not keeping him here. He can leave. Fox News sucks.
Fox News sucks. Come on, everyone. Fox News sucks. Fox News sucks. Fox News sucks. Fox News sucks. Fox News
Fox
sucks.
News sucks.
It's safer for Fox News to be over there with BLM.
Oh, we're booing something. Maybe the police.
Banhammer.
You better not pout. You better not cry. Goodbye. Na, 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 na.
See, that's what happens when you turn on the American people. When you turn on the American people, that's what happens. America first! America first!
America first. America first. America worst. America first.
America first! America first! America first! America first!
Where are all the women?
America first!
Where are all the women? I don't see a single moving woman.
America first! Unite! America first! Unite! America first! Unite!
That guy's got a serious monitor, too. I want that monitor. Look at the size of that monitor. And he's got a little phone there, sitting there. I don't have a monitor that big. My life sucks.
So everybody in here is awesome. You guys rock, man. Each and every one of you guys rock. It's because of you this kind of stuff gets pushed out, and we get to share this out with everybody that can't be there. So thank you very much for being here.
Sorry, guys, I didn't realize how loud that was for you guys. Now he's got his shirt off. And he's drinking his Red Bull. Oh no, I think it's a Bud Ice. It's their streets.
These guys rock, man.
All right, well, we know whose streets it is. And let's pull up, see what's going on with Kernak. And some volume.
Some of these places that promise to deliver, good votes for Democrats here in terms of what's left. Warnock with an opportunity to build on that, and potentially we will see.
Oh, we need another
his
dump.
goal right now certainly would be to land in a place where not only is he ahead of Loeffler, but he's out of that recount zone when it comes to the vote with Loeffler, out of that 0.5% zone.
Steve, it seems to me that, I mean, that's a lot of detail, but it seems to me like you are
I am so jealous of you,
telling a
Rick.
very coherent story here, which is when you talk about the bulk of the vote that's still to come in. DeKalb County, that vote's going to lean Democrat. Fulton County,
I have a
that
tablet.
vote's going to lean Democrat. Chatham County, Savannah, that vote's going to lean Democrat. Provisional ballots, which we won't know about tonight, but ultimately those will likely lean Democrat. And other than that, there is a smattering of other vote likely to come in, but sort of just dregs, not numbers, not ballots that are expected to come in significant numbers, even if they do lean Republican. That sounds like a very unbalanced future in terms of what the rest of the ballots are going to be. Right?
Yeah, the hesitation here is just that I don't have an exact accounting of those smaller counties and exactly how many are left. So I would like to get sort of a cumulative total there to see exactly. But I think the expectation here is there aren't major sources of outstanding vote here in big red counties, and especially to the extent you have outstanding vote in these red counties, it doesn't look like it's the same day vote. And that's kind of the magic formula for Republicans. Get a Republican county and get the same day vote in it. That's where you kind of hit the jackpot as a Republican. There is one other category. I should point out there is one other category. And again, this is not one that comes into play tonight. There are military ballots as well. And we're trying to get exactly what to expect in terms of the military ballots. But there could be, about 15,000 or so military ballots.
I just need to see
that could also
Ossoff.
factor in. Not something that would happen tonight. But yeah, I mean, again, look, there's almost two different stories here. I mean, look, will the Democrats win both races? But given how limited the number of votes are that are left in this thing, these races are kind of in different positions here. I mean, Warnock right now is trying to build a lead. He's trying.
Yes, I know that other YouTuber has more people watching than I do. I have better people. I mean, he's got a bunch of maggots watching. But, if I was broadcasting violence, maybe people would watch me too. See if I can get Kevin Lee Daughter in here to come fight something.
But that's where that 35,000 or so vote difference between those candidates comes in.
Okay, so we're going to take a quick break right now.
Okay, and while they do that, we're going to go back to the other channel. And
maybe a week or two ago, so I just started with your platform, but thank you for being here.
Network.
Thank you. What's your name again? I'm Jenny from Red Pill Rage.
Jenny from Red Pill Rage. I like it.
Yeah.
So you got a YouTube channel?
Live riots in America.
I have BitChute, I have Parlor. Catch me on redpillrage.net. Catch me on iTunes, Spotify. I got a blog. I got a podcast. I got videos.
Everyday
Starting
Mother.
at the end of this month, I'm at a Roku and Amazon TV channel. Completely SJW free entertainment.
Nice. What's the hookup?
I would love to have you. I would love to. Let me get digits. How's everyone doing tonight?
It's live.
He's picking up.
They're screaming to fuck somebody, but I'm not sure who.
Put the numbers up. I can't say I'm live.
Yeah, don't give out your number. Just type it in. Just type it in.
Are we recording?
I'm holding it. Oh, no, I'm good.
The lead for Purdue just shrunk to 1,208 votes.
All right, this is, and I'll put my website there so you can reference me. When you come to these events, and I know you've been doing a lot of them, You always forget who you meet. You
Not sure what
remember
we're watching
faces,
here.
but you don't remember their names. That's the drawback of our.
No, when it comes to monitor, it's the size, Yusuf.
Shout out to all the independent journalists trying to bring you the truth that CNN will not give you.
Or Fox News.
Or even Fox for that
They
matter.
just hate Fox News. They hate Fox News now.
They just ran Fox News off. All right.
Thank you very much.
You're cool.
Awesome.
They will turn their back on you so quickly.
What's going on, Bob?
There's many on the other side that do the same thing, by the way.
Okay. I need to make it to San Antonio.
We get the same thing on the other side with all the lefties going like, I can't believe Chuck Todd is still on television. He's a journalist and he's fairly impartial.
You guys rock.
Are you live right now?
Sleepy-eyed Chuck Todd.
Connection with her, right? You get my number from her. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, we'll make it. Come over here.
I know, actually, Rick, I actually looked at that. It's probably cheaper for me to buy. What I want, though, so I could buy a TV, if I had money, or I could even get a TV. I mean, there's TVs out there. But what I'd like is a widescreen monitor, and that way I can have 2 full views of my broadcast. And I'll show you guys. So this is what it looks like, my broadcast right now. But I can go into studio mode, and I get one window that's live over here, and then a preview window over here. But the trouble is neither of these windows is full size. If I had a wide monitor, I would have 2 full-size windows, so you wouldn't necessarily see me dragging things around all over, because I most of the time I just stay in the one screen view, and I just keep going back and back and back and back and forever. But that's the difference that a widescreen monitor would make. Really apropos of nothing, but we're just kind of talking about it right now. And Kevin Lee daughter left, so I'm going to go back into my comfy chair. Okay, thank you, Chris. Yeah, I've got even more stuff planned, but just time is a factor. Can't wait till after the 6th. I actually was going to put together an explanatory. I was going to say exploratory and also explanatory, and it just came out as exploratory. So I was going to do an explanatory video of how the whole process tomorrow is going to work, but I think at this point it's kind of late in the game. The trouble is if I do that, you know what? I'll make it work. I'll make it work. Georgia didn't win yet. There's still votes to count. It might not be called until tomorrow. Rick says, I've been looking at widescreen dual monitors for gaming. Which monitors are better than gaming? PC gaming in a TV is terrible since the refresh rate is trash. Yes. So that's the trouble is the widescreen monitors, they're basically used for gaming, so they really have high refresh rates, which drives up the cost. I would just like a widescreen TV. I don't need high refresh rates for what I do. And years ago, I started SimCity, let's say 3, maybe SimCity 2000, and then I got up to go to the bathroom, and it was 2 weeks later. So I can't get into gaming. I can't allow myself to do that because I would be that gamer that's just all the time gaming. And unfortunately, I have people that want to spend time with me. Yeah, let's go check out James Carville.
He spoke and he lost. He couldn't even help him carry Whitfield. I mean, he carried Whitfield County, but he didn't help him one lick. I mean, people are just going to have to get over it. This guy is a loser, and he's done. He'll cause inconvenience, but that's it. Democrats are going to win both of these races, and it's a great night for the United States.
Bave, Rocket League is so cool. I have played Rocket League with Kevin Lee's son, and it is a blast.
But there's just 2 guys talking. What will the lessons be to you?
First of all, I think that the attack on Warnock Church, it backfired. I think when political archaeologists unearthed this, they're going to see that there was enhanced.
That's a wonderful offer, Producer Rich. How? What resolution is the Vizio? Is it a 1080?
Turnout in non-metro Atlanta. And I grew up in rural Louisiana. I have some idea of the importance that the black church plays in these communities, and I think that backfired on them, and that contributed.
You be quiet, Rick. If I get a 35-inch TV like Producer Rich is offering or whatever, can I? Is that what? I suppose there's got to be settings. I have like a super duper. Wait, who's got Rick or Rich has it? Let me double check. They're 4K if you want it. It's great. Wait, who's okay? Again, we've got the Rich and Rick thing going on here, and now I'm getting confused. Rich, you have a TV and you're checking on the resolution. Rick, you're saying 4K if you want it. It's great. Rick, are you the one with the TV? I thought that was Rich. This is more important right now than the election. Screw the election. Nobody cares. By the way, the number on the side here, that right there, those numbers are updating live, so we're not missing anything by pausing. What's his face? Rich, I might take you up on that. You're local. Rick, if you're local too and you have something else, then let me know. I'm just saying the Vizio has a 4K TVs. Yes, they do have 4K TVs. Do I have a 4K Vizio? No, I have a Samsung. And I have a 1080 Vizio that it's not mine, but it's in the house. I could experiment with that and see if it's going to work I guess, you know what, I bet with my video card, I could make two monitors happen on one or something, or spread it or something. I don't know. Ruth Ann says, my daughter streams on Twitch. She just did a 24-hour charity stream over New Year's Eve and raised $1,000 for children's Pally. I'm guessing that's palliative care. I don't know. A charity that provides, you're going to tell me, a charity that provides games and systems for kids in hospitals. That is awesome. Tell your daughter she gets 2 dings. Rick, you're in New Jersey. Okay. Yeah, no, but I can give you a good idea on setups for streaming. Okay, I'll talk to you later about that, Rick. But let's get back to the election for now. Producer Rich, I'll talk to you about that TV as well. Someone had talked to me as well about a widescreen monitor, so I'll do some research and see if a TV can be used for what I want to do it. No, my because I do video editing, my video card is great. It's got 4 monitors off of it. Right now I'm using 3. So, but what I want is my main monitor to be to be wide like that, like I was showing you. I need both screens at the same time so I can prepare things on one, and then not that anyone's complaining that, oh, you're like resizing things on the one screen. I don't want to see that. No one's complaining. It's more professional. It's a wish list. I have so many other bills to take care of. I'm in a very fortunate position that I have people that are nice enough to me that I am here. And I have a little room that this is my studio. They basically learned, like, just don't open the door. Because they know, like, there's a lot of stuff in here is what I'm saying.
A good bit to the victory of both of these 2 candidates. And my friends in Georgia telling me that the turnout is with some Hants and those kind of counties, and I guess it would be from like Columbus to Augusta, what they call it,
1,200 votes.
Georgia, where they don't carry a lot of these counties, but there's a significant vote, and I think it came out and that blew up right in Kelly Loeffler's face, and probably blew up in Purdue's face too.
Indeed, that's a point Joy Reid's been making tonight. And what about the point we were discussing earlier, that a big argument against both of these candidates was the corruption subject, at least broadly.
You guys want to hear a story about something that made me cry?
That if they didn't profit off a pandemic, it's apparent they cut their losses on a pandemic, which American citizens were free to do, but those who got early inside briefings were a little bit freer than the rest of us.
There's a recount. A recount can be done if the margin is less than 0.5%. so 0.5%. That recount is not automatic, but you can request it, and it doesn't cost you anything. So, yeah, at random. There you go. Okay, so, but yeah, it's not automatic. Thank you, at random. I don't really have to be here. I'm just going to let at random explain everything. So earlier, here's the thing. I've always been able to cut onions, and they've never really made me cry. Some people they do, some people they don't. That's fine. There's no judging. Tonight, cutting onions made me cry. It was a red onion, and I was cutting it, and it made me cry because I did that. I sliced the end of my finger off right there. I didn't actually cry, but it did hurt. But I used a little liquid bandage on it, and I'm starting to really love this whole liquid bandage thing.
Yeah, I think the whole thing's disgusting. I think that corruption is the #1 issue in American politics right now. And I just hope and pray above everything else that the president-elect nominates an attorney general who is a very, must enforce the federal criminal law. I think that's very, very important to begin to restore some faith in our process here. That's a terrible.
I was just using a steak knife. I don't use the good knives anywhere near my hands. Just a steak knife. So if I get a little nick, it's just a poke. It's fine. You literally can't even tell. I mean, you can see. I didn't slice the top of my finger off. I just gave it a little tiny nick. There it is, like that. But you can't even see. You can see the shape of it. I didn't actually take anything off except the very outer layer of skin, and it was a light enough cut that it took a while. I'm like, is it gonna bleed? Is it? It's fine.
And I really hope.
That's my story, because this is election night. Hey, if you're just joining us, welcome aboard. I see a lot of people watching right now. This is the live stream. We've been going now for 5.5 hours. We are watching the election results in Georgia right now. Warnock is ahead. Purdue is ahead of the Democrat. God, it's 5.5 hours of broadcasting. Ossoff. And everyone down in Georgia voted their Ossoff. And he's just behind by, 1,200 votes right now. So we're looking for the results to come in that will flip that. And then I think we can check. I don't know that the candle trick works, producer Joanna. I've been lied to before, but I do know that bread in your mouth tastes good. So that's what I do. It doesn't have to be when I'm cutting onions.
Hope that President Biden has a very...
Well, if Ruth Ann can't stand Carville, we'll get rid of him. We'll go back over to, let's see what's going on CNN.
Voted in Georgia in November. We're definitely over 4.5 million.
4.6 million people voted compared. For a runoff, that's really
huge.
Good. And let's not forget, Chris, this is happening as we're going into a joint chief.
The worst thing Trump has left us with, his legacy, is everything he's done. The best thing is he's made a whole bunch of people care about politics that never cared before.
A session of Congress where Biden's electoral victory will officially be certified. And then you have all these folks, these Republicans, who are going to try to stop it, but they can't really legally. The president has been pressuring the vice president to stop it, which he can't really do. He doesn't have the power to do. We're in the middle of a pandemic. What else could we have going on right now, especially when it concerns politics in this country?
See what happened in Pennsylvania today?
Yeah.
That's what you could have happening.
Yeah.
It could look like one of those scenes.
Refusing to seat a Democrat.
One of those scenes from Eastern Europe where all of a sudden it's like a Donnybrook in the middle of an official breeding. I'm surprised they didn't start throwing punches at each other today. That's how sad and savage what's going on is right now. Right now. So you're hoping that with change, with a new year, comes a better way. We're not seeing it yet. But enough about where we think we would be. How about where we are? We have a key race alert for you right now. Let's get the latest on the race. All right, here we are. Obviously, you know who the players are now. Let's take a look at the wall. You have two different setups here, right? You have Loeffler, who was seated by the governor to replace somebody who left because of a health check, right? So now she's in there against Raphael Warnock. Warnock is, of course, royalty in Georgia in terms of his family. Ebenezer Baptist, his father, created that church with Dr. King. So, a lot of legacy there. You look at the race, 50.4 for him, 49.6. There has been word that Warnock The Reverend is seeing this with such optimism. He may come out and speak. If he does, we'll bring that right away. Now, the other race, David Perdue. He had a lot of stink put on him because of his stock jockeying. And that's an interesting contrast. You know, Trump people are supposed to be about anti-elite. You don't get more elite than this guy. And yet he was seen as going to be very strong. It's 50-50, a statistical dead heat there.
Babe, if her ex built her system, that means he's available. He's on the market. Would he be interested in a almost 50 bachelor?
With John Ossoff, the man who calls him.
There was something I wanted to show you guys of why Trump lost, and I think this is it. I don't know. I don't have it labeled. I'm going to pull it up. We're going to check it out.
Are going to go without unemployment pay for a week.
Yeah, this is it. So this is a single mom in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Also in the state of Nebraska and other states, it's not.
Somewhere in here, it's about 1.5 minutes long, it looks like. Somewhere in here is why Trump lost. Andy, thank you very much. $5.49 euro. $5 plus 5% for a new display. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Andy. Andy, good morning. Good night. Very nice of you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
That simple of a process if you end unemployment and then just to pick it back up. From what I understand, this could be a more of a lengthy process to renew benefits because of that. So I'm not sure how that's going to work, and I haven't received instruction from my state unemployment website yet on how that's going to work.
And so did you supported President Trump in 2016?
You know, in 2016, I voted for him. I grew up in the 80s when there was lifestyles of the rich and famous. You know, he had the Trump Tower with the gold, and he was kind of famous. And I thought, oh, you know, I don't like him. I think he's not well liked. I don't like a lot of things that he has to say, but maybe he's a good businessman. Maybe he can do good for our economy. Also, at the time, I didn't pay much attention to politics. I certainly do now, and certainly will going forward. So I kind of listened to my mom at the time and went ahead and voted for him. Within shortly after he.
So duck out of here, and we'll see if we can find Warnock here. If he's
a journalist, a media.
Yeah, here we go. Thank you for the heads up.
Martin Luther King Jr. and Congressman John Lewis.
Let's go back to the beginning of Warnock. We can't. Hold on. They changed the title, and now I'm not recording it. Hold on. We can do that on CNN, because CNN should be recording.
But the other day.
Let's go back to the beginning of Warnock. Thank you for the heads up.
That with change, with a new David.
It'll happen. Okay, they've let John King go home. That's nice.
Yeah.
Come on. He's right here. There he is.
My roots are planted deeply in Georgia soil. A child who grew up in the Caton Homes housing projects of Savannah, Georgia. Number 11 out of 12 children.
Ruth Ann.
A proud
Ruth Ann gave me money?
graduate of Morehouse College.
Okay, sorry. Let's pause him for a second because I don't want to miss. Someone said Ruth Ann just gave me some money. Ruth Ann, thank you very much. $20 super chat. Awesome. Thank you. You guys don't have to contribute to the video screen fund. I mean, I love it. Thank you very much. PayPal or Venmo works better than Super Chat because Super Chat, YouTube keeps coming the money, but I love it. I love it nonetheless. So that's awesome. And that's US Smackers. So that's about 1/12 of what Andy gave because he gave euro. So, but what's going to happen is the stock market's going to take because Biden won. And so that $20 becomes like $500. So awesome. Thank you very much. That's economics. It's confusing stuff. I don't want to mansplain how the economy works, but trust me. Thank you both.
And the pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church, the spiritual home of Martin Luther King Jr. and Congressman John Lewis. A son of my late father, who was a pastor, a veteran, and a small businessman. And my mother, who as a teenager growing up in Waycross, Georgia, used to pick somebody else's cotton. But the other day, because this is America, The 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton went to the polls and picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. So I come before you tonight as a man who knows that the improbable journey that led me to this place in this historic moment in America could only happen here. We were told that we couldn't win this election. But tonight, we prove that with hope, hard work, and the people by our side, anything is possible. May my story be an inspiration to some young...
Thank you very much, Pumpkin Pie. I appreciate it. Wow, this is like Super Chat heaven here. You guys are awesome. Thank you, Pumpkin Pie.
Person.
And that money might be able to be used for, if Richback just gives me a monitor, I got to look into it. I don't know. I might need like a widescreen. I'll figure it out. Honestly, I don't even know if this program does that, but it should. I'll look into it. I got to watch some YouTube videos or something, but thank you very much, everybody. Babe, $13.99 Canadian. That's another nickel in the hopper. So thank you. I'll buy some metric monitors because those are better. So I don't want 1080p. I have to double that, which is 2000 is 2160, and then add 30, 2192. It's very difficult converting US to Canadian.
Who is trying to grasp and grab hold of the American dream. And so, Georgia, I am honored by the faith that you have shown in me. And I promise you this tonight. I am going to the Senate to work for all of Georgia. No matter who you cast your vote for in this election, in this moment in American history, Washington has a choice to make. Awesome. In fact, all of us have a choice to make. Will we continue to divide, distract, and dishonor one another? Or will we love our neighbors as we love ourselves? Will we play political games while real people suffer? Or will we win righteous fights together, standing shoulder to shoulder, for the good of Georgia, for the good of our country? Will we seek to destroy one another as enemies, or heed the call towards the common good, building together what Dr.
I'm sorry, Steph, you don't get a stimulus check. Remember, I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry, but it has to play into it that Mitch McConnell blocked us all from $1,400, blocked me from $1,400, blocked Kevin Lee Daughter from $1,400. That's $2,800. That's a lot of monitors. We got bills right now. We're like, well, you know, we really can't afford food, so $2,800 makes a huge difference to a couple. We're a couple of people because, you know, 2 people is what I'm saying. But yeah, so that probably flipped a few votes. So Mitch McConnell did this to himself.
King called the beloved community. Here's what I know. I know that we can beat this pandemic with science.
2,800 is 2,800 chocolate bars. Amanda Juliet is right. Or 16,000 chocolate bars from the back table at Grocery Outlet.
And good old-fashioned common sense.
Well, here's the deal. Now, okay, so there's the okay. We'll finish him, and then I'll tell you why we're all going to get that $1,400.
I know we can rebuild.
Thank you very much, John Switch. Wow, super chat night. John Swift, thank you for $14.99 USD. Thanks for all the coverage and perspective. You're very welcome. Thank you for watching. This is now all the people that aren't in the chat room but are watching anyway. They're all coming out of the woodwork now. So you're always welcome to chat. You're always welcome to send me super chat. And when I say you're always welcome to chat, specifically super chat. But thank you very much. This is fantastic, guys. We're coming up on 5 hours and 28 minutes, and this is this keeps me going, and I appreciate that. So yeah, we'll get a monitor. On our next episode, I'll be telling you about Lamborghinis and why I need one for the broadcast.
economy.
By the way, and I'm sorry, but you guys are kicking that other channel's ass right now.
By
Or I
respecting
should
the
say, off.
dignity of work and the workers who do it. An economy that honors those whom we now call essential workers by paying them an essential wage and providing for them essential benefits. And so to everyone out there struggling today, whether you voted for me or not, know this: I hear you, I see you. And every day I'm in the United States Senate, I will fight for you. I will fight for your family. To our supporters, our incredible campaign team, and to my family, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And to every Georgian who marched with us, organized with us, prayed for us, fought for us, believed in us, or shared their story and their pain with us. Thank you for all of your love and support. In the words of Dr. King, who grew up just a few blocks from where I'm sitting right now, we are tied in a single garment of destiny. We are caught up in an inescapable network of mutuality. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. I remember my dad in this moment. He used to wake me up every morning at dawn. It was morning, but it was still dark. It's dark right now, but morning comes. And scripture tells us that weeping may endure for the night, but joy comes in the morning. Let us rise up, greet the morning, and meet the challenges of this moment. Together we can do the necessary
when a
work
preacher says that.
and win the future for all of our children. Thank you. God bless you, Georgia, and God bless these United States of America.
All right, there you have
Sounds
the
like
Reverend
victory speech
Warnock.
to me, right?
It absolutely sounds like a victory speech. Now, CNN is not calling this race. The race has not been called by anybody, but the Reverend feeling that his margin...
I actually like the interaction between these two.
...is secure. If we put it up on the board for you right now, at the most recent count, he is outside the statutory 0.5% margin, where if it were in that, his opponent could ask for a recount and it would be awarded. Now, this is still preliminary. You still have votes coming in, so we don't know. But he
50.4 to 49.6. But also, and we're going to hear from Kelly Loeffler in just a moment. She's also saying that she has a path to victory. But I think we need to focus on him since he spoke. You said that he was basically royalty in Georgia, talking about his roots down in Georgia, saying he grew up in the Savannah housing project, tied to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Right, Ebenezer Baptist Church.
Ebenezer Baptist Church. John Lewis, even doing a quote from Dr. King, we're tied in a single garment of destiny, from a famous Dr. King speech. So there he is. He says he's a son of Georgia.
Okay, while we're talking about that, so if the Democrats control the Senate, we will get more money. And here's why. Because you've heard about the filibuster. Filibuster, you have to have 60 votes in order to pass anything in the Senate, because one senator can stand up and read green eggs and ham and screw it up and delay the votes, and you have to do cloture, which is like more than 60 votes, and that shuts down the filibuster. But at the beginning of every Senate session is something called reconciliation, where you can pass budgetary items with a simple majority, 50 votes. The Democrats will have 50 votes plus the Vice President, Kamala Harris, as a tiebreaker. So whatever amount of money the Democrats decide that we should have, that's a budgetary item that can be passed. America just got a whole lot better tonight, and I'm so happy that I was wrong. So, although it might turn out that I ended up being right, but I don't want to get into it. Did Trump's base not show up? That's the question, and we won't know that for a few days until we see all the polls, the exit polls, and get all the numbers.
He expects
Good. Have a safe night. Michelle, welcome, Kim. So Kim's just getting in here. Michelle's out of here. Good to see you.
When he was no doubt the strongest of all the candidates with the deepest ties to that state.
Right.
I don't know if he can get rid of some of the tax cuts, but that's interesting because there was so much stuff in the tax package that wasn't part of reconciliation. So it'll be interesting to see how they do that. I mean, you can try anything, right?
He certainly has the lineage there, and he was portraying himself as a true son of Georgia.
So does Purdue. Not as deep as as him.
Look, they, what is the reality? The reality is they both have a very strong case to make as being there. Ossoff and Loeffler have different positioning, but this is very close for a reason on all fronts, right? This is a very divided state within a very divided country. It was interesting for me to hear Warnock talk.
Somebody want to look around, see if there's a live feed of the counting or something in Georgia of the State Farm Arena or something? Like, is there a live feed that shows us that at least they're doing something? Are they going to announce anything else tonight, or are they all done? Let's go see if Kernak's got some information. No, it's a commercial. Okay, we're staying with CNN. Go.
About trying to bridge. Now, I know that you hear politicians say that, but it's a little different right now. Him reaching out to people, if you voted for me or you didn't. Here's what I believe in. And what he was talking about wasn't just the pandemic being science and common sense, which is true in Georgia everywhere else, but that he wants to fight for things for that state specifically. I think we're going to be hearing a lot of that.
Yeah.
He doesn't say Democrat, Democrat, Democrat. He says Georgia, Georgia, Georgia.
It's very similar to the vice president-elect's message back in November, but he said, they told me I couldn't win. I will work for all of Georgia, as you said.
Totally forgotten why.
I hear you. I see you. I will fight for you. That's his message. And that appeared to be, at least at this point, we have not called it, but possibly, probably a winning message in Georgia.
Now, just in terms of timing, we have the Wizard of Oz here, Harry Enton, with us. Why is he not going out prematurely?
Joe can undo everything.
Where the votes remaining are mostly in Fulton County and the Atlanta suburbs. And based on what's remaining, I actually believe that margin is going to widen, not just in the special race with Warnock, but also I think Ossoff is probably going to gain considerable ground as well. I wouldn't be surprised if the final margin in the special Warnock's lead ends up being 1.5 to 2 points. So I don't think it's particularly early. Obviously, we have not called the race, but at this point, it looks pretty gosh darn good for Raphael Warnock.
Do you think that? When do you think we will know for sure?
Oh,
God, I mean, we
still have what, 17,000 ballots.
We still have a ton of votes to be counted, but it should be in the Democratic areas. It's going to be a lot of African-American, deeply African-American precincts. And Warnock knows the math. The Democrats know the math that's out there. Now, obviously, we need to be as cautious as we possibly can be. It's better to be right than to be fast. But the fact of the matter is, I would much rather be Raphael Warnock than Kelly Loeffler.
Let me just say that I lived in Atlanta for 7 years.
What?
No one can hear you.
Yeah, I know.
In Fulton County. Voted in Fulton County, lived there.
Sorry, guys. I'm losing it.
It is heavily Atlanta, right? Heavily African-American, very liberal, inside the perimeter. Once you get outside of Fulton County and the surrounding counties, then it becomes very red. Even still, with the high number of African-Americans and liberals in the Atlanta area, this is surprising to see Georgia turn red. And there are people, Stacey Abrams, has helped a lot, could end up being the hero. But also, we shouldn't forget about LaTosha Brown, Black Votes Matter, the Harvard Institute
Here we
of
go.
Politics.
Here's Kernak.
Purdue race tighter is we got the mail vote in Coffee County.
Those of you asking about the race itself, this is the race right down here, right next to me. So you can see Democrat, that's Ossoff on the bottom. Republican, that is Purdue on the top. Those numbers update automatically. So right now, it's down to, holy crap. So just about less than 1,000 right now. About 901 or 898 and 99. Yeah. So it's close, but these updates update automatically right here, these numbers. So when you see these columns flip, or you see this number below here go to more than 50%, That's happening real time. I'm not messing with that.
So Coffee County is a small county. It's a heavily Republican county. David Perdue is going to get 69% of the vote out of this county. But the mail-in vote was just tabulated. That was the last outstanding piece of the vote here in Coffee County. John Ossoff won 54% of the mail-in vote in Coffee County. So we just got a batch of votes from a very, very heavily Republican county, and the Democrat gained because it was just mail votes. That was what was left to be counted there. And Raphael Warnock, by the way, in the other race, also got 54% of the mail-in vote in Coffee County. So this is the kind of thing we're saying. We're talking about where the outstanding vote is. There's a scattering of counties like Coffee County. They may look red on paper. They may be red overall, but we're down to having mail-in votes to count from these counties.
My head says 919 votes right now separate the two.
And so even in a county like Coffee, where Republicans are getting upwards of 70% of the vote, the mail-in portion, which is what's still to be released, that Democratic here. Democrats gain more votes than Republicans out of Coffee County. So again, what does that do to the statewide picture? It has John Ossoff within 919 votes of David Perdue. It has Raphael Warnock up by nearly 36,000 votes statewide over Kelly Loeffler. Where are the outstanding votes we're looking for? We've been talking about this. DeKalb County.
If military votes maintain what they did in the previous election, in the bigger counties, they do tend Democratic by a wide margin. Don't know what it means for the whole state, though, but I can look that up.
It's a little bit less than 20,000 votes here. Early votes. Not sure if we're going to get those tonight, tomorrow morning, when we're going to get those, but close to 20,000 Democrats we expect are going to win, 80% plus of those. So again, 80% plus for Democrats of 20,000 votes. You can imagine that Warnock lead could be over 50,000 when those are counted. If that was the next thing counted, it could put him over 50,000. That could certainly put Ossoff ahead of Perdue, the kinds of votes he'd get out of there. Where else are we waiting on votes here? Fulton County, I mentioned we got a couple hundred in just a minute ago. What is left in Fulton County, it looks like up to 7,000 mail-in votes. Not sure on the exact number.
Ruth Ann, this is the New York Times feed right here, right next to me. So yes, it's 919 votes.
Here trying to get final clarification, but as many as 7,000 mail-in votes in Fulton County. It sounds like, I was talking to them just a few minutes ago, it sounds like we are not going to see those votes released until tomorrow. And tomorrow morning, it might be even to the early afternoon, it sounds like. But it's about 7,000 mail-in votes. And again, that's a heavily Democratic vote. And the third sort of big outstanding place is Chatham County, Savannah, mail-in votes. About 3,000 of them there. So again, that'd be a Democratic vote we certainly expect.
Any race separated by less than 1,000 deserves very close watching. In fact, don't look away. In fact, our live coverage continues at the top of the hour right after this break.
Everybody's on commercial, except This Is Us.
So if I made it so easy to pay off my student loan debt.
They were able to give me a personal loan so I could
might as
pay
well
off
go
all of
watch
my
the other
credit
channel
cards.
right now. Let's go check out the other YouTube channel.
Talk to someone like yourself, I would have been more than happy to have been here 2 days prior so that I could get the full feel instead of just this. I was expecting, because we have the Antifa hiding behind the police.
Yeah.
And it's a bunch of good people,
Right.
including yourself, who are not hiding behind the police.
Right.
Because we are right.
He's drunk. He is fucking drunk.
He's drunk. He's commentary guy is right. I don't know who commentary guy is, but I actually like him.
He is so drunk.
Well, how
how do you get people who
the camera is definitely hooked on
How
me.
do you get people who believe that the people who are over here are Nazis and racists and whatnot to truly believe that we do care about everything? And we care about people. We care about people's lives. We care about...
I have no
We care
idea.
about people doing well. We actually want to help people do better. Right? Wouldn't you say?
Look at the uplift.
Right.
Look at the uplift.
Oh, I've seen it.
When
I've
the
been Trump
orange
rallies.
man bad
Yeah.
became president. Look at the uplift for everyone. When the orange man became president.
Yeah.
Everyone had uplift. And then, of course, they came up with the COVID.
Oh, COVID. I thought
they
it was
came
doing
up with
cocaine.
Now we stand here.
I thought cocaine as well.
In your side.
Okay, watch what Wayne just died.
And I'm going to get up on national.
It's a live stream. I don't cut. I don't do anything.
Right
If
on.
anything, I pull the whole clip out and show everybody the conversation that we had.
The stream will watch when Wayne just died.
Hopefully, my audience understands the person.
The
that
phone
we're
died, guys.
I know. You seem
Right.
almost impossible to understand, but I get you now. I get you.
What I'm concerned about, though, is why the fuck does brother get a sandwich? I don't have a sandwich right now. If I had 1,000 followers right now watching, would I have a sandwich? COVID.
The stream died.
Yeah, he's controlling it with his little phone there. You see the little phone he's got in front? It's probably way small
That
for you
was
guys.
the most unusual conversation I'll have today.
Yeah. He's a cook. I was a
you
cook
guys,
in the Air Force.
I gotta look at the chat. And you know what? Hey, God, are there any good comments that we need to talk about after that interview of sorts that I'm still trying to work through in a way, but...
Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome to 2021. This is three human beings just sort of watching each other, not really having anything to say. One of them very jealous of a certain other one with a sandwich. I can go make myself a sandwich, guys. This isn't the end of the world. I'm fine. Oh, look at the cops. They're riding bikes. Yeah, bike riding cops.
The Apple earbuds are awesome, except for when they get old and they only last like 20 minutes. I remember when they used to last for hours in your ear.
Okay, he's complaining about his Apple suppositories. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back and check out the TVs. No, that's actually a pretty good podcast or a live streaming production. I have to figure out a way. There's a way that I can control everything that happens on my screen with my tablet. And so I'll be able to make things pop up and move around and stuff like that just by pressing the button instead of doing it all manual. I can do some of it now, but I have to use a mouse anyway.
50-50 Senate with the tie-breaking vote in the Senate cast by Vice President Kamala Harris, making Chuck Schumer the majority leader, making Democrats.
I don't want to make Kevin Lee's daughter make me a sandwich because she is gluten-free. And bread has gluten, and I don't want her anywhere near that gluten.
Loeffler John Ossoff is in a virtual tie
But good idea.
in his race at this hour against incumbent Senator David Perdue. Raphael Warnock addressed his supporters about 30 minutes ago.
Hey, Linda.
I remember my dad in this moment. He used to wake me up every morning at dawn. It was morning, but it was still dark. It's dark right now.
No,
but
they're
morning
just saying that
comes.
Raphael Warnock
And Scripture
leads.
tells us that
They haven't
weeping may
called it.
endure for the night, but joy comes in the morning.
Kevin Lee's daughter thinks he's not getting paid, but her $600 deposit goes into my account. So she ought to think about what she says.
Let us rise up.
Reverend Warnock was delivering a victory speech in a race that NBC News has not yet projected a winner. NBC News has not yet projected a winner in either of these Senate races, but all of the numbers outstanding in this race, in both races at this hour, look good for the Democrats, good enough that Stacey Abrams is beginning to celebrate the outcome in Georgia. Stacey Abrams has activated the Democratic vote in Georgia in a way that we have not seen in decades. We haven't seen this turnout of Democrats of this makeup ever in the state of Georgia. And tonight, Stacey Abrams tweeted, "With new votes joining the tally, we are on a strong path, but even while we wait for more, let's celebrate the extraordinary organizers, volunteers, canvassers, and tireless groups that haven't stopped going since November across our state. We roared, a few miles to go, but well done." And joining us now at the big board is Steve Kornacki with the latest on the vote counts in Georgia. Steve, what do we need to know now?
All right, Lawrence, well, we are getting down to the final votes here in Georgia. So Raphael Warnock, you mentioned right now, he leads by over 35,000 votes statewide. One of the stories tonight has been there's been a persistent gap between Warnock, the Democrat, in one race, Jon Ossoff, the Democrat, in the other race. Warnock is running more than 35,000 votes ahead of Jon Ossoff. You see, Ossoff is trailing Perdue in the statewide count by just over 1,300 votes right now. So it's a situation right now where Ossoff is looking to the outstanding votes to leapfrog Perdue and to try to get ahead in this race. And there's a question here of wherever this thing lands when all the votes are counted, is it going to be within 1/2 of 1%? If it's within 1/2 of 1%, there's a recount provision. This thing could then go to a recount. That could delay it a little bit. But again, that's the story in the Ossoff race. In the Warnock race, Warnock right now is looking to the votes that are outstanding to try to build on this lead that he already has over Loeffler to keep this potentially out of a recount zone. So where are the remaining votes? What is left to come? This is the biggest one right here. This is the biggest source of votes right here by far that's left. We got about 20,000 votes, a little bit less than 20,000 votes in DeKalb County. And you can see just as how the votes have come in here so far, Warnock's getting 83.2%, Ossoff's getting 82.5%. This is one of the biggest Democratic counties in the state of Georgia. There are just under 20,000 votes to come in. They are early votes. They are the votes that were cast by people. They're not mail votes, but they were cast in person early. They went to the polling place a week or two ahead of time during the early voting period. It's a Democratic county, and that's a Democratic group of votes. We expect those 20,000, almost 20,000 votes to be at least 80% Democratic. So you can see a clear opportunity here for Jon Ossoff with the remaining votes in DeKalb to leapfrog David Perdue, a clear opportunity for Raphael Warnock to build on that statewide lead he has. Another outstanding source of votes we have is right next door in Fulton County, biggest county in the state. It's where Atlanta is. It's more than just Atlanta, but what is left to come in Fulton County? Mail votes, probably about 7,000 mail votes. They may not be reported out until tomorrow. But again, heavily Democratic county. The vote by mail tends to be extremely Democratic. So you can expect those remaining mail votes from Fulton County should break pretty heavily for the Democrats as well. Also, we believe this has been a source of considerable confusion tonight, but Chatham County, which is where Savannah is, we think, and they have communicated to our decision desk believes that there are about 3,000 more mail votes that are yet to be counted in Chatham County. So again, that would be, and the folks at Chatham County, we know the election officials are done for the night. So we believe there are about 3,000 mail votes that are left to be counted in Savannah, in Chatham County. Probably not till tomorrow, it would appear, or I guess later today at this point. Are we past midnight? But again, mail vote in a Democratic county, that should be a pretty Democratic vote. So those are the three biggest sources of outstanding votes on this map. We're just trying to get a sense here where else there could be votes. Scattering of sort of smaller counties, maybe some Republican counties. Is there a small amounts left here or there? We're trying to get a sense if there's anything else. But those are the three biggest sources of it. Beyond that, you're going to have, and this won't be counted tonight, this is days from now, military votes would be counted up. Provisional ballots would be counted up. Now, there were about 10,000 provisional ballots back in November. Be a little bit short of that you could expect this time, probably about 8,000 or so. That's a group of votes that went Democratic about 2-1 back in November. So there will be some more votes after tonight, but you see what is left here, and the opportunity exists, certainly in what we know is left, for Ossoff to leapfrog Perdue and to try to build a bit of a pad there. And the opportunity in terms of what's left is there for Warnock to really build some distance between himself and Kelly Loeffler, already up by 35,000. Again, just imagine what that batch of votes we're talking about from DeKalb, what that could do to the margin for Warnock.
Steve, let's just add this statistical reference for the audience. Joe Biden won Georgia by the famous 11,779 votes. So Raphael Warnock is running well ahead of that margin right now. When you look at that map, Steve, do you see a way for Senator Loeffler to leapfrog, as you put it, Raphael Warnock?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We are trying to take stock here of, are there missing pockets of votes here that are not accounted for right now? Because it gets very confusing in Georgia with the vote, because you can know that all of the election day is counted, and sometimes it's a little unclear where the mail vote still remains uncounted. So we're just trying to get a sense, outside of the three I took you through, are there any other significant sources of vote? There is nothing we are aware of right now on the scale of what I just described to you. And you've been in contact with the decision desk here, trying to see, as they work their way through it, if they see anything else. But there is nothing we are aware of on the scale of those three pretty big Democratic vote-producing county places that are left here in this election, except, as I say, there are 17,000, we think roughly 17,000 military ballots. They do not, the state of Georgia does not end up releasing the individual totals of military ballots. It just gets poured into the total. That'll be take place a couple of days from now. Also about 10,000, probably a little bit short of 10,000 provisional ballots. Outside of provisional ballots, military ballots, it's those three I took you through. So again, on paper there's opportunity. There's more than ample opportunity here for Warnock to build on this, maybe significantly, and for Ossoff to get ahead in this thing. One thing we don't know, as I say, though, is are they going to come in tonight? Are we going to get any more of these votes reported out tonight, or will this be tomorrow morning, maybe even into tomorrow afternoon? Some flashbacks here to November in Georgia, where those final batches of votes did take a little time.
Final quick point, Steve, on decision desk calculations. If they can get clarification, and I'm not trying to invade their processes, but if they can get clarification on exactly how many votes are outstanding and where they are, get a real number on that, match it up to Warnock's lead, see that there's a mathematical impossibility for Senator Loeffler. Is that the moment when they make a projection, and is that possible tonight?
No, I would say, again, not only to speak for them and all those caveats and everything, I know that the basic idea here is when they reach that level of certainty, that there is no mathematical way for the candidate who's trailing to catch up. When I think one of the provisions there to keep in mind too, we say is that the recount provision. If the margin gets outside of that 0.5%, then that is usually the standard. If there's no mathematical way, that is typically when the decision desk calls a race.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. We'll be coming back to you, and you'll be calling us back when we need to come back to you. Joining us now from Atlanta is Greg Bluestein. He's the political reporter for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Greg, what do we know at this hour, and what can we expect to discover tonight?
Yeah, I just got an update from my AJC colleague, Will Nobles, who reports that DeKalb is continuing to tally those ballots. We're not sure on an ETA, but DeKalb is continuing to tally those ballots early this morning, so they have not quit for the day or anything like that. It's a slow-going process, but as you guys mentioned, those ballots that are still outstanding to DeKalb should be the margin to, put Kelly Loeffler, Reverend Warnock further ahead of Kelly Loeffler, and might make the difference between, will almost certainly make the difference between John Ossoff and David Perdue.
Are Republicans telling you that they see any path in the vote count that remains to be counted for the Republican candidates?
I mean, the candidates themselves and Senator Perdue's surrogate and Kelly Loeffler just was out here saying that they still see a path to victory. They're hinging their hopes on provisional ballots and military ballots. But as you guys mentioned, the provisional ballots went overwhelmingly Democratic in November. I think the best chance that Kelly Loeffler might have is maybe finding some way to force them to recount territory and then hoping for the best from there. But really, even Republican strategists privately say there's really no clear path for her. David Perdue's situation is a little bit better, obviously, because he's got a little bit more support, but even his situation is he's in dire straits right now as well.
Greg, what's the local perspective on why Senator Perdue is doing better in this campaign than Senator Loeffler?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think part of it is the fact that Senator Perdue is a more well-known quantity in Republican politics. He won a race in 2014 outright against Democrat Michelle Nunn after a very heated Republican primary. He's been in office for 6 years.
Okay, guys, what the hell? I go away for like 5 minutes and the Democrats lose votes. I can't leave you guys alone. It's yogurt. I have yogurt is what I have. No, I did bring the bread in, but that was just a ruse is not the right term for it. What's like a scheme where you have, it's a distraction, it's a red herring, but there's another name. There's a French word I'm thinking of.
He's a rock star when it comes to in Republican circles here for years. Senator Loeffler is...
That's not my big bowl, though. But I did grab like the biggest bowl that I could find. Not a facade. No, it's a French word. Not a decoy. Decoy is not a French word. Although decoy would be.
Newer to the political stage, she faced a really heated challenge from Congressman Doug Collins, beat him by 6 points, but there's still a lot of supporters who might have withheld their support for
AP hasn't called anybody.
When she was appointed to the office, she didn't win it herself by Governor Kemp. So I think that might, those factors might play into why she got a little bit less support than Senator Perdue.
Greg Bluestein from Atlanta, thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate it. We're joined now by Yamiche Alcindor, White House correspondent for the PBS NewsHour, and Maria Teresa Kumar, president and CEO of...
The plastic bowl was also a decoy. See, I just took my regular bowl and I put it inside the plastic bowl. And out of the plastic bowl, I'm eating my daily dose of bran covered by some kind of Teflon material, I believe. It's supposed to be good for you. I didn't actually put any food in the big bowl. The big bowl was just a resting place for the little bowl. Like a Russian bowl, if you will. A nesting bowl.
Voto Latino, both are MSNBC analysts. Yamiche,
what else
the
is going
Trump
on?
White House looks like they're going to be waking up to a new United States Senate tomorrow.
That's right. And the story of tonight is really a story of two things. One, years and years of work.
Oh, here we go.
Out. The machinery scanned those ballots properly and correctly. The secondary thing that's opened up on that is a signature matching, which we reminded the counties is a public process. So we had counties literally pulling their stuff out into the lobbies to allow people to watch them. Tonight we had some counties that weren't being as transparent as we might like. So we worked with them. They also had to go to a court, or the Republicans had to do that in Fulton County, and it set up some extra parameters. But we've tried to assure there's enough transparency and enough of a public process. And I know the Republicans, Democrats both really loaded up on observers for this time. So I anticipate, people should have faith in this because we've been transparent. We have a paper trail. We did audits that show that the machines tally exactly as the votes were cast.
And have you had any reports that any of the counties were giving the observers a hard time this time around?
There's a couple of reports of that. I mean, Fulton, there was an argument about the distance at which they could stand to watch some of those things and some opaque barriers. They went to court this afternoon. The Republicans, they got a consent order to basically allow for closer inspection, take down the opaque barriers, which they shouldn't have had those opaque barriers to begin with. But there's a few things here and there. But at 159 counties, you're always going to have some people who are going to be siding more heavily on the security side than on the transparency side. We want to err on transparency when it comes to public watching this process move forward.
Now, your boss, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, is planning to go to the Georgia legislature in the coming session and asking for a photo ID component to be added to the absentee ballot process. Is that correct?
Correct. And we de facto have done that through the request process in the portal, which we already established. But what we want to move to is something essentially you can put your driver's license or social security number, like some states already have, to use that as your unique identifier, because the issue with the signature match is it is subjective. When you have a unique PIN ID, that is not subjective. It is objective. It is binary. Either the number matches or the number doesn't match, so we know you are who you say you are.
Does that suggest there's a gap there, or is this redundancy? Which is it?
This is more of a redundancy thing, A, and B is a confidence thing, because these signature matches have been attacked so much, and we've always thought it was subjective. We've been talking about this for over 2 years, but you can't get everything at once you want in a bill. Our big thing we had to get in HB 316 from 2019 was changing over to this particular type of ballot system, which we haven't had in 20 years in the state.
Now, there is an online means of supplanting the signature match. Tell us about that portal.
The secretary had us build out an absentee portal for online requests, and using that you can use driver's license, first name, last name, county, and year of birth, and those are 5 identifying points that shows you are who you say you are. The way we would then take that same kind of data, you could do that on a paper form. You could put that in a way to protect the personal private identity. And then you have to do it also for the ballot return. Right now, the ballot return is only being done with signature match. If we can find a way to keep that inside a security fold so people can look at that and then say, yes, this is the right person, separate the ballot from that, and you have a unique identifying PIN the same way you do for the request.
Realistically.
I've got the Kellyanne goodbye queued up right now, but I don't want to play it until we're done listening to this, because this is actually like real news.
When do you expect for this runoff election to be officially done with?
Well, the law calls for the counties to be able to do their certifications by the second Friday after this election, which is 10 days. And the state has 7 days after that. Our hope is that all the counties will get their stuff done faster than that, so that we can certify the election faster than that. We would hope to have it done by the beginning of the week after the counties are done certifying everything.
You have dozens and dozens, you meaning the Secretary of State's office investigations division has dozens and dozens of investigations underway, some of them in concert with the
At random is correct.
GBI into allegations involving election fraud or other allegations, correct?
Correct.
And you may come up with more out of this. Do you anticipate that there will be, based on what you know of where some of those investigations are going, do you anticipate that there will be recommendations made to the Georgia Attorney General's office for any charges out of those?
I can't know for certain, but at the end of the day, that is a state election board decision. Our investigators, working in conjunction, will bring these cases to the state election board, and they will make the decision as to what they should do. Oftentimes, it's a letter of instruction, but if it looks like actual criminality, they can refer it to a local DA, the Attorney General's office, and in some unique cases, to the U.S. Attorney if there's potentially a federal issue that has been broken.
If somebody had told you in October...
Here's the deal between Trump and Pence. Trump has people telling him, no, there's these laws and you can still win. It's still possible. As we were seeing in the little march on Washington or whatever they were doing before when they turned the lights out. They think that there's ways to win. And then, well, show us these laws. Oh, they're there. Well, just if they're laws, then they're publicly available. Oh, you'll see. Just wait. Just you wait, lib. It's always that. They're never real. When I come up with, I will say, here is the law. Okay, that's why. That's why we're done here. But, so Trump honestly believes that Mike Pence has some kind of power because he's the vice president. But the vice president isn't even the one in charge of the counting. It's the president of the Senate. And so that's not even necessarily a vice president of the United States, because if the vice president isn't there, then it becomes the president pro temp, the second in line in the Senate, which at this point is Chuck Grassley. But if Chuck Grassley isn't there, then they just appoint a substitute for the day. It's a meaningless position. All you're doing is saying, okay, count the stuff from Arizona. All right, now count the stuff from one of the other 20 states that starts with an A.
You know, that your Republican boss, who is
Ruth Ann, go to
was a
bed.
Trump contributor, right, would have this relationship with President Trump, that you'd be standing here tonight dealing with this kind of outcome, what would you have said?
I would have said something really bizarre must have happened. But in fact, something really bizarre didn't happen. We had an election in this state, in a very competitive state. Let's remember, 2 years ago, Stacey Abrams came within 50,000 votes of beating Brian Kemp for governor. This isn't a shock. Cobb County and Gwinnett County flipped. And one of the things we saw with the outcomes tonight, and this was noted by somebody on Twitter earlier, over the last 2 months, we've seen the President of the United States attack Governor Kemp and Secretary Raffensperger more than he ever did Reverend Warnock or John Ossoff.
You have formerly been in the campaign business, is that right?
In the past.
What was going on inside you when you're watching what's unfolding? What's been unfolding?
Well, it's been, as you've seen from most of my press conferences, it's frustrating because if the president hadn't taken the actions and steps that he had, starting with calling on having the senators have to ask my boss, Secretary Raffensperger, to step down, that started this whole cascade of events that led us to tonight. And I'm watching it going, this is just a circular firing squad, and y'all have the president. This made no tactical sense for me from that part of my brain. And I didn't understand it then. I heard some.
Carlos says the legislature makes it very easy for Pence to put aside the contested states. No, that's not true. Let me finish reading what he says here. He has full authority according to the Constitution. Tomorrow will be big. No, he does not. It's not. First off, it's not. None of that is in the Constitution. That's not the way that it works. This is from the Electoral Count Act of 1887 because in 1876, 4 states sent in dual electors. And after that fiasco, after they did an election commission of 5 senators, 5 congresspeople, and 5 justices, they said, we're never doing that again. Let's come up with a procedure so that everybody knows exactly how this works. And they did. The Electoral Count Act. Here's what happens. There will be a contest of the states in writing by a congressperson and a senator. Then this chamber separates, so the House goes this way, the Senate goes this way, and they have a discussion. They have a debate for 2 hours, up to 2 hours, and each side gets roughly an hour, and it has to be chopped into 5-minute increments in the Senate. That's in the House. In the Senate, both sides get an hour. An hour will be given to not Chuck Grassley. An hour will be given to Chuck Schumer. An hour will be given to Mitch McConnell, and they can divvy out that hour in 5-minute increments as they see fit. In the House, the 5 minutes can be yielded to another member on your side. And in the House, they'll sometimes determine, what side are you on here? Do you want to object to these votes or not? Both houses vote. In the Senate, they will not vote to uphold the objections. In the House, because they're democratically controlled, they will not vote to uphold the elections. They come back, the objections fail. The vice president or the president of the Senate can do nothing about that. The results are read, we're done. And I can show it to you.
Justifications of they wanted to keep some of the Trump base really ginned up. And I was like, well, you don't do that by attacking your own team. And it never made sense.
I mean, I've seen heard some speculation about whether, some rural counties, for instance, didn't turn out as much as some might have expected or hoped for. But have you seen any hard data that backs up whether there was or was not a lower turnout in some Republican strongholds?
I haven't been able to look at the data directly because I've been so focused.
Carlos, if you're still in here, this is 2005.
Separately and decide upon the vote of the state of Ohio to which objection has been filed.
This is Dick Cheney.
The Secretary of the Senate will report the action of the Senate.
Secretary of the Senate comes out. Going to jump ahead.
Ordered that the Senate, by a vote of 1 aye to 74 nays, rejects the objection to the electoral votes cast in the state of Ohio for George W. Bush for president and Richard Cheney for Vice President.
Okay.
The Clerk of the House will report the action of the House.
States
Clerk of the
ordered
House.
that the House of Representatives rejects the objection to the electoral vote of the state of Ohio.
Pursuant to the law, Chapter 1 of Title III, United States Code, because the two houses have not sustained the objection, the original certificate submitted by the state of Ohio will be counted as provided therein.
There you go. All he does is conduct the proceedings. He doesn't get to decide things. That's not. He just read you the law. Just rewind this and you can find the law yourself. It's all out there. Good times. Let's go back to whatever the hell we were watching. Oh yeah, we were watching Sterling here. He's important. Here we go. I wish we'd gotten the beginning of this because this would have been good information.
Data in and making sure it's right and proper for me to really sit back and do an analysis of it. Now, I've seen other people whose judgment I trust to say that we saw some of the Republican areas sort of their turnout was not as high as it should have been going into this compared to the Democrat turnout. The Democrats kept their...
No name, that's not true. Joe Manchin will still vote 80% with the Dems. And when it comes to... And here's the thing. We don't know how Joe Manchin will vote on the majority of things because Mitch McConnell hasn't allowed any Democratic legislation to go through. For example, Judge Merrick Garland. Nobody got to vote on him. He couldn't even get hearings because Mitch McConnell has been in charge. So now that Mitch McConnell is not in charge, Chuck Schumer or whomever will be in charge for the Democrats will be allowed to put things through. And then we'll find out how the Democrats or Joe Manchin will vote on things. That's the way it works.
Their energy level up. The Republicans kind of kicked it back up in the last week, but they lost a lot of ability in the front end. And the Democrats did a very good job of banking their votes early.
It's got to be frustrating for people who don't have the time to look through this because there's so few sources of actual information that'll just explain it cut and dry for that. And you've got 74 plus million people saying like, oh, no, totally. Yeah, no, that vice president can flip. Oh, yeah, no, that's that. And why? Why do people do that when they don't know? Why can't they just look it up? Why don't they just ask their chat room and somebody in their chat room will look it up?
As a political insider, as a political professional, is Georgia now blue or purple or?
Purple.
I think Georgia's in a changing state as it has been forever. As we pointed out, one of the interesting things about this, if we're going to get into the...
Mitch will not be the majority leader anymore. If the Democrats win both these seats, which it really looks like they will at this point in time, Mitch will be done. He'll still be in the Senate. He will be the minority leader, like Chuck Schumer is for the Democrats now. Chuck Schumer will take over as majority leader.
History of wonkiness is DeKalb County, where we saw this tranche of giant Democrat votes. For those of us who've been around for a long time, that was the hotbed of the Republican insurgency in the 60s
and the Senate's ridiculous too. They should not have that much power vested in the majority leader. They should, if there's 40 votes on something, to take it to a vote, it should be put towards a full vote. So much more business would get done in the Senate if they just switched to that and got rid of the filibuster too. It's ridiculous.
70s and into the 80s. So things change. It's always in the state.
Right. If the VP could flip a vote, just think about it. What the Founding Fathers would not design a system, since they were escaping from a monarchy, they would not design a system that would create essentially an autocracy. Because the vice president could just keep making Now, back in the day when the Founding Fathers wrote the Constitution, after they miserably failed with the Articles of Confederation, it was pretty typical for the vice president and the president to be from two different sides. They liked that balance. Now it's always the same party, but that's another. In fact, it'll be weird tomorrow when they're reading like so many votes for Donald Trump and so many votes for so-and-so. It's Mike Pence. I knew that. I knew that off the top of my head. Because there's no difference now, but there used to be a real difference between vice president and president.
Of flux, and you always have to be keenly aware of that and making sure you're identifying new people, selling your values and your ideas, and not just playing to the base all the time. There's always going to be a changing demographic of people on the ground, and you always have to be fighting to get new people in.
Well, I guess one thing hasn't changed. If the system functions right, one vote is supposed to count.
And every vote has counted in every one of these elections. I think we've proven that through the series of elections this year. And the elections workers who had to fight through a new election system, paper ballots, new rules, COVID, recounts, retallies, audits, they should be commended and thanked by every Georgian as they see them out there doing that work. These are their friends and neighbors who have run really great elections under really dire, stressful circumstances.
All right, so I have a suspicion that we have not done our last interview this week about election security, but I appreciate you being so patient and transparent with Channel 2's viewers and with us, and sticking around at this hour to continue to give us information.
Well, thanks,
thank
Mark.
you very
It's always
much.
a pleasure.
It's Gabriel Sterling from the Georgia Secretary of State's office. This is Mark Winnie reporting live, and frankly, I don't know whether to say WSB tonight or this morning at this point.
It's all right, Mark. We get it. Thank you, and thank you for your access to Gabriel tonight. We're actually going to take a quick break. Our live Team 2 coverage continues next.
Ashley Home Store. Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1.
Oh, they're making a call. It's too close.
Are counted. We fully expect that Jon Ossoff will have won this election to represent Georgia in the United States Senate. The outstanding vote is squarely in parts of the state where John's performance has been dominant. We look forward to seeing the process through in the coming hours and moving ahead so John can start fighting for all Georgians in the U.S. Senate. Let's go to Steve Kornacki at the big board and see what his numbers are telling us at this hour. Steve, what do we need to know?
Well, we can show you right now, David Perdue is 1,322 votes ahead of Jon Ossoff in the count. That's 50-50, the tight 1,300 in a state as big as Georgia with 98% of the vote in. In the other Senate race, Raphael Warnock, now with a lead of nearly 36,000 votes over Kelly Loeffler. So again, one of the things we've been seeing tonight, Warnock has just been outpacing pretty consistently. Has been outpacing Ossoff. So Warnock right now, with the vote that's left, is just looking to add to this lead to try to get it up and away from recount territory. Ossoff is trying to leapfrog David Perdue and build a lead of his own. What's left? So again, we are waiting on about 19,000 votes here in overwhelmingly heavily Democratic DeKalb County. Are they going to come tonight? Are we going to have to wait until tomorrow morning? You've been hearing some of the updates from reporters there. I saw Priscilla just a minute ago saying maybe an hour or so. We'll see. The other major piece of outstanding real estate here, I just talked to the director of elections in Fulton County, and he confirmed it's 7,500. There are 7,500 mail-in votes that are yet to be counted in Fulton County. All of the election day vote is done. All of the early voting is done. There are 7,500 mail ballots that still need to be counted. That should be an overwhelmingly or a heavily Democratic group of ballots. However, he said he does not expect that they will report out the results from those ballots until tomorrow afternoon. So there's a bunch of different processing issues. They want to report all 7,500 of them out at once. Don't expect that till tomorrow afternoon. So there are about 7,500 votes here in Fulton County. They should be heavily Democratic. We will not see those, we expect, until tomorrow afternoon. DeKalb, we think maybe that could be tonight. Maybe that could be in the next hour or so. Fulton, not till tomorrow. And the third piece of outstanding real estate we believe we know about here is in Chatham County, where Savannah is. Our decision desk believes there are about 3,000 mail-in ballots that are left to be counted there. We know the election officials have left for the night. So that is something else we would have to wait till tomorrow on. So really, it is DeKalb here that we are waiting on and seeing if that.
Andy, if one of the Democrats loses, then the Senate remains in the Republican hands. So both Democrats have to win. This has to be a sweep tonight, or the Republicans hold the Senate. If the Democrats sweep tonight, then the Democrats control the Senate, and both of the branches of the Congress, both houses of Congress and the presidency, so essentially all legislative power. Now, in the Senate, you really have to have 60 people in order to pass all the laws after something called reconciliation, which is budgetary matters. But there's been talk of the Democrats voting, because the Senate really only has 9 rules written down It's insane. But I'm not even using hyperbole here. I think it's actually 9 actual rules that the Senate has. The Senate decides their rules at the beginning of their session. And those rules are just kept until they're changed by the next session. Sometimes no rule changes are made, but they can decide they're not going to have the filibuster anymore, which people on both sides want to get rid of anyway, because it just holds things up, and it's a ridiculous rule. One person should not be able to hold up the legislation for the country. But we had the filibuster. Anyway, so that's that. And Ruth Ann is surprised by something. I don't know.
That one comes in tonight because, Lawrence, if DeKalb comes in tonight, that is by far the biggest remaining pile of votes that are out there, and it's going to be so heavily Democratic, it could have a very significant impact on these 2 statewide races. Certainly the Ossoff campaign sees an opportunity.
Rick, the Senate Republican and Democratic floor leaders are already elected. That was done back in November or December. It's already done. So basically, both parties, like Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell, are both currently elected as leaders. It just depends on when the senators are sworn in, it can switch. So the 2 senators have to be sworn in, and then we're good. And the switch happens at that point. But all of the positions, the whip, the pro temp, all of that is already set in stone. Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer were both elected anonymously. Nobody voted for them unanimously.
Not just to catch Purdue, but to build some distance.
Yeah, that's exactly the point the Ossoff campaign is making in their written statement. Steve, thank you very much for that update. Really appreciate it. We'll be coming back to you as necessary. Joining our discussion now, Jonathan Alter, columnist for the Daily.
No, unfortunately, Trump's going to be able to say, we went to sleep at night and Ossoff was behind, and then in the morning, magically, Ossoff is ahead. The GA senators can be sworn in tomorrow. So the calendar for the Senate in January is wide open. The actual calendar for the Senate doesn't happen until mid-February, usually just after Valentine's Day. So I don't know what it is today. It's like sometime the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th. And then that's when the Senate actually begins work. But the January calendar is open to scheduling. So you would have to go to the Senate site at senate.gov, I think, or congress.gov, and you could look at the actual schedule there. Let's play the Kelly Goodbye. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, sorry guys, I'm getting kind of wonky. It's been, this is 6 hours and 25 minutes of broadcasting for me. And it's 3 o'clock in the morning in my head. Here we go. This is thanks to Ruth Ann for sending this in. Let's see what happens. It's unavailable. Is it still on Facebook? Let's grab it. And volume. Okay, nothing. Hold on. Must be at the end of this. Okay, it looks like people have left. So it's before that? Here we go. Somewhere here. See if I can jump. No, I can't jump in this video. I'll get it. It's only coming in one of my ears, too. Here we go.
Late night. There are a lot of votes out there, as y'all know, and we have a path to victory, and we're...
Hold on. I'm going to see if I can pump up her volume, because this is as loud as she is right now. I think I might be able to use my volume adjustment to make that happen, but I'm going to need your patience. And I can't see... Oh, hold on. Okay, and make this small, and I'm going to pump her volume way up here because it's really quiet. So everybody, if you're wearing headphones, take them off for a second here. Oh, you know what I can do is I can bring her volume down. Keep your headphones on. I'll bring her volume down and pull it up. Here we go.
I love you guys. Thank you so much. And I want to thank each and every one of you. Every
That's without even a fancy monitor, so...
phone call, every door knock, every conversation, every yard sign. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. You know, it took every single person in this room to get where we are right now. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. We got lots of thanks to go out, but we got some work to do here. This is a game of inches. We're going to win this election. We're going to save this country. That's right. That's right. We're going to win Georgia and save America. But you know what? It was very clear. Our election was a choice. It was a choice between the path towards socialism.
Radical socialism.
It was very obvious. My opponent campaigned on a platform of high taxes, socialism, government control of our health care, stopping our school choice for our children. My campaign's about saving our country, fighting for the American dream. You know, that's right. It's about...
So saving our country from what? Because right now Donald Trump's been running it.
This generation and future generations. So, you know, it's worth it for this election to last into tomorrow. We're going to make sure every vote is counted. That's right. Every legal vote will be counted, and I'm not going to stop working. In the morning, in fact, I'm going to be heading to Washington, D.C. to keep fighting. That's right. We're going to fight for this president, so I'm asking for every single Georgian, every single American, stay in the fight with us. We are going to keep fighting for you. This is about protecting the American dream. I'm never going to stop fighting for this country, for the American dream, for each one of you, so that every Georgian has a voice in Washington. I work for you. I don't owe anyone up there anything. We're going to get this done. God bless you. Thank you so much. God bless Georgia. We're going to get this done. Thank you.
All right. Well, that was something. So thanks for that, Ruth Ann. That was a lot shorter than Warnock, but I have no problem with that. Let's go back to live here. I don't think we're going to get anything else now because it's coming up on 1 a.m. there. Wait, 11, 12, 1, 2. It's coming up on 2 in the morning there. And I'm out of gas here, guys.
Beast, he's author of the new book. His very
hold on, let's go
Jimmy
live.
Carter, A Life. And by the way, that life...
There we go.
Who doesn't love obsessing over network security?
All our techs are pros. They know exactly which parking lots have the strongest signal.
Here we go.
I just don't have the bandwidth for...
Fox News.
Do you think that it's like this has been played out for quite some time now, kind of hard to like muster up the energy and reserve it takes to go to the polls and vote yet again just 2 months, you know, after this was supposed to be done?
Yeah, and especially for so many voters in Georgia.
Go take some Excedrin, half-ton, get some sleep. Peace out.
Who were so disappointed in the outcome of the November election, and who are very suspicious about all of the questions that have been raised about the November election. It's really, really tough to try to get those people to get to the polls again. And I think also
that's what it was. This is Charlie Hurt, a right-wing nut, admitting that it was all the questions that have been raised about the last election. That's why they're losing this election. Well, what did you think was going to happen, Charlie?
That in years from now, we will look back at this, and perhaps one of the big mistakes was that the Purdue campaign, the Purdue campaign should have put this away in November. That's the way, ideally, this should have worked. Obviously, Loeffler had a.
Well, you had one of your own guys, Doug Collins, running against her, so that was really the issue.
Taller order. She had there were some 20 people in her race, so it was going to be a whole lot tougher for her to do that. But Purdue should have probably put this away in November, and it would have at least spared. And of course, that would have changed the entire dynamic, because if Purdue had won.
Yep, 3,500. Another batch just came through.
Then we wouldn't have.
Oh wait, that's us. I thought that suddenly. No, it changed. Yay! It's yay. Ossoff is ahead. See, Democrat. Republican, Democrat, Republican. He's up by 35-60. Yes! Oh! 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 Yay! Okay, good. Let's see.
We spent the last 2 months talking about how the entire future of the republic hinges on
Okay,
this.
let's hear Connect confirm it for us.
The dramatic effect that these updates from DeKalb County are having. So Warnock still, there is vote to come from DeKalb County that will push that lead out further for him. There is still, as we said, 7,500 mail ballots to come from Fulton County.
Was it Tracy? I'm so glad that Tracy put in there, yay! And I'm like, why is Tracy happy? Oh, Democrat!
Expect that to also benefit Warnock, potentially votes in Chatham County, Savannah, the opportunity for him to build that lead north of 50,000 and putting it into a place, Lawrence, we were talking about this a little earlier, the decision desk is looking for, does a candidate get to a place where there just is no...
It was you, Rich, and it was, I actually saw, and Ruth Ann is doing it now, but several people said yay, but I think it was Tracy that I actually saw the yay from. I was like, why is Tracy happy? I know she's new around here, but it's kind of weird that
realistic way that the opponent, the trailing candidate, can get back in it. And Warnock is putting this race in a position.
And it could have been Yusuf too.
Position now where there's not a realistic path for Kelly Loeffler, and also he's clear critically 50.5 to 49.5, a full point ahead. He seems clear right now of that 0.5% threshold that could trigger a runoff. If the
old news, get rid of it.
Candidates was a half a point or less, that's recount territory. It's a full point, and again, growing. It's a full point and growing. That is why Raphael Warnock is now projected by NBC News to be the next United States Senator from Georgia. How about the other race?
Yeah, Warnock's been called. There's a projected winner for Warnock.
That same update from DeKalb County has changed the leaderboard in the other Senate race. John Ossoff has taken the lead over David Perdue
35-60
because of that big batch of votes we just got out of DeKalb County. The lead for John Ossoff now statewide in Georgia.
Hooray for Dominion!
Sits at 3,560 votes. Again, it was the exact same story in the Ossoff-Perdue race. We got a third of the remaining vote, a third of the outstanding vote in heavily Democratic DeKalb County. 90%, more than 90% of the vote that just came in was for Ossoff. It vaulted him into a lead over David Perdue. We have been tracking this all night. Ossoff has been right on Perdue's heels for hours right now. We said we expected when he got that DeKalb vote, he was going to have a shot to take the lead. He has taken the lead. Now, this is where it's important. What I was just talking about with...
Okay, President Trump just tweeted, if Vice President Mike Pence... Sorry, guys. Talk about Trumpslation. If Vice President Mike Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency. Many states want to decertify the mistakes they made in certifying incorrect and even fraudulent numbers in a process not approved by their state legislatures, which it must be. Mike can send it back. He cannot. I should just take that little recording when I explained it to Carlos and put that up there.
Warnock, in the possibility for Warnock to really put that over 50,000 potentially. The possibility exists here for Ossoff now to expand on this lead because, again, what we just got, I'll call it up on the screen here, what we just got from DeKalb County was a chunk of the remaining vote in DeKalb County, but it was not all of the remaining vote. It was about a third of the remaining vote. So again, there is still, this is early vote, it looks like it's about 90% Democratic. There are still plenty of more votes to come from DeKalb County that John Ossoff, you expect to win overwhelmingly. He just gained, nearly about 4,500 votes. The margin just changed about 4,500 votes, nearly 5,000 votes. That could, with these further updates from DeKalb County, that he could climb up to 10,000. He could climb over 10,000, maybe significantly over 10,000 with what is still to come from DeKalb DeKalb County. On top of that, again, 7,500 mail ballots to come from Fulton County. Not going to get them till tomorrow. Not going to have the numbers released till tomorrow afternoon, but 7,500 mail ballots. Vote by mail is heavily Democratic generally. Fulton is heavily Democratic. Again, you expect from that 7,500, Ossoff will continue to build the lead. So he could get that well north of 10,000 with what's left in DeKalb. He could add further to it with what we get out of Fulton County when they release those mail votes tomorrow. Also, Chatham County, where Savannah is, we think there are a couple thousand votes there as well. So again, the opportunity for Jon Ossoff, I think one number that might be interesting to keep in mind here, Lawrence, is you mentioned this before. Joe Biden's winning margin in the state of Georgia over Donald Trump last November was a hair under 12,000 votes. And maybe use that as a bit of a marker here as you watch the remaining vote come in from DeKalb, from Fulton. Is Ossoff going to get above that Biden margin from last November? If so, how significantly is he going to move above that margin here? So again, opportunity here for Ossoff now to build some kind of a lead with the vote that's yet to come. And again, for Warnock, I pressed the wrong button there, but for Raphael Warnock, he's now trying to just run. I'm in Alabama. I don't know what the heck I'm doing here, Lawrence. For Raphael Warnock, he can just run away from Kelly.
I so feel Steve right now. I'm with him.
Leffler now.
We're all Karnacki right now.
He's the winner, and just the question.
Or I myself, I'm a little bit knackered.
And here is how high is that margin going to get for Warnock?
Steve, thank you for that important update, the most important update of the night so far. And so there we have it. History made in Georgia tonight. NBC News is projecting that Raphael Warnock is the winner.
That's
in
one.
The Senate election in Georgia, beating incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler, now 40,000 votes ahead of Senator Loeffler. We are joined now by Jonathan Alter, David Jolly, Christina Greer to continue our conversation. And Christina Greer, this is history made in Georgia tonight.
It is. And, I'm cautiously optimistic. I like to celebrate when things are certified. But we do know that this country has a long history of excluding Black voters and also Black people from the political process. So when we think about Reverend Warnock, or soon to be Senator Reverend Dr.-elect Warnock, I'm not too sure of the order of things, following in a long tradition, but I hope it does set a tone and a pace for other Black candidates to be elected statewide. We've never been able to get a Black female governor elected in the history of the United States. Hopefully that'll change in 2022. We've only had 2 Black female senators ever elected. So I think a lot of people are inspired tonight, and not just Black Americans.
David Jolly, your thoughts on the history made in this hour?
Look, remarkable that the Deep South has now elevated an African-American senator. We should all celebrate that. I think the big question for me, Lawrence, coming out of this, it appears Ossoff likely could win. Where does that leave our politics? It's easy to say Donald Trump has left the party in tatters, having lost the midterm elections in the House, having lost the Senate, and now the presidency. But Republicans would tell you, hey, we had a higher turnout than ever. The Senate's still 50-50, and we won seats in the House. What does that mean for Biden and Democrats governing in Washington? Do they go bold? Do they try to dial it back, facing the headwinds of what would be historic trends in midterms that would work against Democrats? I don't know where our politics sit tonight, but it's a big night for Democrats.
Jonathan Alter, Kelly Loeffler will be on the Senate floor tomorrow as a defeated senator voting against democracy in America on the Senate floor tomorrow.
Yes, a member of the Sedition Caucus. So we do need now to focus on this, because they cannot, in the years ahead, go unpunished, or they will challenge and litigate every future election.
Okay, guys. So we've got 2 Democrats ahead. It's been more than 6.5 hours of broadcasting. A lot of you stuck with us the entire time, and I really appreciate that. We've had some fun. We've had some super chats. We've had some bell ringing. We had a little piece of bread, and we had some yogurt. So I think it's about time to wrap things up here. It's about 11 o'clock, and tomorrow's going to be a big day for all of us. We've got things to cover. Trump does his thing at what time? Someone told me Trump said himself something, but let me verify that on the Twitters. Let's see. Oh, Trump just said, just happened to find another 4,000 ballots in Fulton County. Here we go. Okay, he said he would let's see, 11 a.m. Eastern, which is 8 o'clock tomorrow, but it's going to be after that. It usually is. So, yeah, we should get some sleep because there's going to be all kinds of things happening tomorrow. So, thanks very much, everybody. I still have a couple of things to put into the system and stuff like that. And you guys are great. The 7 a.m. is when it opens for protests. And then the Secret Service said something about him arriving at 11:20 or something like that. So everybody get some sleep, and we will see you tomorrow on the live stream.
Kevin, thanks for that.